You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take.
Happy weekend, guys! You're watching the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season, and yes, Autolus, yes.
That picked me.
It's another day.
Happy Saturday,
another
Otto.
week. Happy Saturday, Autolus. We all gotta greet Autolus a happy Saturday. We've got the continuation of Groups A and B. It's their showdown here in the Rift, and Mika Fabs glad to be back here with Autolus and Osiris here to break down the action for you guys. Now, I know I missed quite a lot, so you guys are gonna have to catch me up on a few things, including I hear another pentakill that we encountered yesterday. But first, of course, thank you so much to all of our sponsors, to Mineski Philippines and to Riot Games for organizing this event, and of course, Globe Telecom. With Globe Telecom, you can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill bubbles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And of course, thank you to Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with the new Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, the 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, and 4,310 milliamperes and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, happy Saturday, everyone. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that A.
And of course, you can also up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other. We have apprenticeship programs led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app. You also have Riot Go on there, and just click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get Hashtag all together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. All right, guys. So apparently you have to catch me up on what went on yesterday, everything that happened. I think one of the most revealing matches that I heard of was the Team Secret versus Action PH match. Let's actually get into our series highlights from yesterday. And yes, we got that pentakill, I believe, from Tatsuri back on the Katarina too, but also Action PH, I believe, was able to take it really, really close to Team Secret. Which
That's right.
Team Secret being the very sole Summer Super Cup alumni here, that is a big deal.
That definitely is a big deal. And when talking about Team Secret and Action PH, even prior to the series, I did say that Action PH has a chance in the early game, and Team Secret really is starting slow in their fall split. Their first blood count, first dragon count is really not up to power to the standards that we've seen them during the summer season, and was taken advantage of by Action PH. It just so happened that the experience advantage that Team Secret has, plus their secret weapon, Tatsuri on the Katarina once again, did just enough to live by and to get the 2-0 victory over APH.
Yeah, and you can see also one of the most promising game that we saw is UCFC going up against Galaxy Racer. And UCFC, yes, they played it really well. They still got the aggressive play style. It's just that Galaxy Racer, they tend to have this strong early game. Excuse me. But the overcommitment really punished them at that point. UCFC, they did struggle on game 2, but game 1 and game 3, they are pretty flawless, especially as what we saw from Demon Kite without him as also as a Gosu with that vein and really styling everyone out. So there's so many questions around Galaxy Racer on that game, but it was of course UCFC living into their identity and was able to finish the game strong.
And I think this has interesting implications, of course, for Group B. And as these teams enter, of course, the last week for Groups A and B, the last chance for them to break in some points, the matches are getting even more important, getting even more dire, like especially for Liyab Esports as we see here. There's this interesting little rivalry brewing between Bren Esports and Liyab Esports, especially since it's the last 2 days for them to get some points in, and they're actually bringing it pretty close.
Definitely, and this is the highlights that meanwhile for Bren Esports going against RQ, wherein RQ just cemented themselves as one of the teams to fear heading into any matchup and possibly heading into the playoffs. They have been very, very good with their skirmishes and team fights as well as objective control. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this version of RQ because so far they have been unstoppable.
Yeah, and there's nothing to add, to be honest. As RRQ, they just played the game. They are one of the solid macro rotations that we are looking at. The objective is there. First dragons are being secured, even Rep Herald. So you have 2 objectives in their own hands, and it's them just mowing down anyone. They have this snowball capability, and there's rare times that they are losing in terms of team fight in the late game, and that's really easy for them to close the games.
Well, let's see what RRQ and the rest of our teams have for today's schedule. Who are they up against, and how is this going to affect their standings as we head into, once again, the last few chances for Groups A and B to rake in some points. Now, I'm looking at that Bren Esports and Liyab Esports matchup over there. Autolus, I know this has some really interesting implications. We could possibly see a tiebreaker coming up for Group A.
Yeah, if Liyab Esports gets to win against Bren Esports and a total of 2-0 or 2-1, then the chances of Liyab Esports forcing a tiebreaker at the end of it all will be up there. However, if Bren Esports gets to win against Liyab's chances, and I don't know. I mean, I did not expect I would say this, but Liyab Esports' chances on the playoffs will be a bit dark.
And they really need to step up today, and we've talked about this yesterday that this will be a very sad weekend as teams will say goodbye, but of course we're going to rejoice as we will know who's going to represent Group A and B moving into playoffs, and we're getting there. But so far everyone on this match needs to step up. This is not the time to limit testing. This is something that they need to push on beyond themselves if they really wanted that slot for playoffs.
It's right,
Yes,
go
indeed.
time. That's it,
Yep.
right?
It's Riot Go
Mhm.
time. It is Riot Go time indeed. And you know
Riot Go.
that first match, UCFC Esports versus Team Secret, also looks pretty hot indeed. And actually, we do have on call over here. We have Demon Kite from UCFC Esports. Let's bring him on to our pre-show, and we can ask him actually how he's feeling about Team Secret, how they're feeling as a team. Of course, they've come such a long way from their VVV days in the summer season. Hello, Demon Kite. How are you? Good afternoon to you. Say good afternoon to Otto Lewis.
Happy afternoon.
Hello, you guys. So, first question. Let's go back to yesterday, of course. How did you feel about yesterday's matches? And I want to know how you guys are, feeling. It's been such a long journey since your VVV days. Can you take us through how you guys, as a team, are feeling from the summer season all the way up until now?
Feeling po namin nag-improve kami ng sobra, parang ganun. Kasi nung una sa VV, parang alam namin na dami namin doon kulang as a team. Kaya paglipat namin dito, talagang nag-ensayo kami, tapos mas namin yung disiplina namin.
Well, all of that discipline is doing wonders. You guys are looking oh so good here in the fall season. Otolus, do you have questions for Demon Kite?
Yeah, we see that too. But we already asked you. I already asked you the story behind your IG, and so I'm going to ask a trivial question. Will there be a chance that we will see you on the mid lane and your twin be the one on the dragon lane? Because that's also exciting.
Di pa ata posible.
Well, that's knowing your strengths, right? So thank you for answering my question.
Okay, so as for me, it seems that your Vayne is really proving that you are Demon Kite. Is that your favorite champion? And who professional player are you looking up to?
Opo.
I mean, international.
Yes po, main Vayne po. Tapos, pinaka-idolize ko po nung galing po sa PCC, po, Rex. Since, season, nagsimula ako ng, for PC. Yun lang po.
And who's that?
Sorry, who's
Sorry,
the
we
player?
didn't catch that.
Who's the player?
Reckless.
Oh, Rick.
Oh.
Fanatic. Okay, Nika is now smiling.
Oh, okay.
I am smiling. Yes, of course. Representing for
he's,
the
he's
EU
a man of
region.
both.
Yes, indeed. I agree with you there, Demon Kite. Love that guy, definitely. And so, do you guys have any shout outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of the supporters of UCFC Esports out there?
Shoutout po sa nag-suporta sa amin hanggang sa sa Summer Cup, tas nakilala sa amin na dati kaming sa former team pa namin. Kaya sa mga sumuporta sa amin diyan, asahan nyo na pagbubutihan pa namin. Saka shoutout din ako sa pamilya ko na sumusuporta sa amin kahit malayo kami sa kanila. Thank you po.
Oh, thank you so much, Demon Kite. We wish you the best of luck in your match. We're gonna leave you to get ready. Of course, we can't keep you for too long. Best of luck to you guys, and thank you so much for your time. All right, you guys, that was Demon Kite from UCFC Esports. They seem to be in good spirits. That's a good sign for today. They seem to be, very, very happy, and they seem to be really, really game for today. So let's check out our Globe Cup point standings right now. And again, only the top 2 from each of the 4 groups will be advancing to the playoffs. So that's a total of 8 teams advancing out of our 16 teams. And right now, again, we pointed this out. It's looking really interesting in Group A. Look at that between Liyab Esports and Bren Esports. Right now, Liyab Esports has a little bit of an edge. But with how depending on how the matches of today go, it could result in a tie. It could be Liyab Esports and Bren Esports fighting for that last slot in Group A. In the meantime, we also have in Group B, we also have a bit of a tight race over here. Galaxy Racer, you know what? They still have a chance. It's a bit harder. It's a bit harder of a climb over here, but it could be pretty tight for that top spot. I mean, what do you guys think of our standings?
Definitely agree with your last statement, right? Team Secret and UCFC. This is not a safe spot or whatsoever, because again, the magic number is number 4. So whoever gets that fourth win will have a very high chance of reaching the playoffs. And so far with Team Secret's early game, I'm not convinced yet that they are out of the danger hole because they're going to face UCFC after our first match, and that's going to be a very interesting one as to where Team Secret really is right now in terms of the meta.
Yeah, and Team Secret, we know that there are times that they are playing from behind, and this is the moment that they can really show themselves as the summer alumni and showing the ropes from these other teams that they are the teams to beat. But UCFC, of course, they are showing really good the good presence, really strong presence that they might take down even the Titans of the North. So the Conqueror versus the King of the North we're going to witness this historical event.
Yeah, there are a lot of matches today that have very, very important bearings on how these standings are going to go. And again, only 4 teams from these two groups are going to advance to the playoffs. And yes, I'm looking at Liyab Esports and Bren Esports, only one of those teams who are going to push through. It's going to be really tight. It's going to be really tight indeed. And what exactly is at stake? Well, for every series, of course, we have 75,000 Globe Cup points, and 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. And throughout the fall season, I believe we've got 48 matches, and we're now more than halfway through for our 3rd week of the fall season. It's the last week for Groups A and B, and next week it will be the last week for Groups C and D before culminating in the playoffs. And yes, for the group stage total, we have 3,600,000 Globe Cup points to give away. And check out our playoffs distribution this time, Audlus.
Yeah, for the playoffs point distribution, we have a total of 400,000 Globe Cup points ready for the lower bracket warriors. And for the upper bracket warriors,
Yep, you can see that shiny 1 million Globe Cup points. So if you want to rack up more of those Globe Cup points, you should prepare yourself to conquer the upper bracket. And you can see the match number and the points itself, and you need to aim for that.
Yes, indeed. And of course, this totals to 5 million Globe Cup points for the entire fall season. The same as the summer season, of course. And of course, this is like, those 2 seasons combined, that's 10 million Globe Cup points for the first Icon series of 2021. And hopefully 2022, maybe it gets bigger. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not saying anything. Don't quote me on that. But of course, speaking of all of these winnings, you guys can actually get the chance to win as well. Not just these teams, but also you guys, including a Secret Lab gaming chair. But first, you guys can actually win some wild cores into your Riot accounts. Osiris, how do they do that?
Of course, you can win 790 wild cores because we know you love to share your feelers forecasts with us. And now is your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you. And be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild cores. Here's how. First, make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Second, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #SISPH playoffs, #CIconSeriesPH, and #PPGL Wildred. During the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat. The best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
and last but not least, are you the biggest PPGL fan? I thought I was going to throw the master spiel for some reason, but you know what? You can be our Secret Lab gaming chair winner. Just follow the mechanics. Number 1, make sure to like and follow PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook pages. Number 2, like and share the live stream with the hashtags that you could see on the screen right now. Number 3, there's a quiz. I know most of you are students and you don't like quizzes, but this is a quiz that you can earn, or you can get the chance to win a Secret Lab gaming share. So just do it, right? So before the end of the 3rd broadcast day of each week, a link to the weekly Icon Series quiz will be shared in the stream chat or in the PPGL Discord server, which you need to answer. That will count as your raffle entry, and 1 winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the fall season PH playoffs broadcasts on August 29, 2021.
Only all of my quizzes had a Secret Lab gaming chair as the reward, or some wild cores at least. I feel like I would have done a lot more like better in school and everything. I would have been more motivated. But of course, we're also live on all of the other channels. This giveaway is applicable on Facebook. So if you're watching on YouTube, or you could be watching on Twitch, or you could be watching on TikTok, just head on over to Facebook, do the social media thing, and then head on over to your platform of choice. And speaking of social media, if you want to share more fearless analysis, if you want to chat up, if you want to dispute with Osiris and Audilus over here, you can also do so via Twitter. We are also active over there, and all you have to do is use two simple hashtags, hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift, and we could feature your tweets over here. I can't spread my arms, but over here on the panel segment that we have. We are eager to hear your thoughts. We are eager to hear your comments and everything, and your messages to everybody here at the Icon Series. You can even shout out your favorite player, maybe some words of encouragement to your favorite team, and we will share that over here on our stream. Of course, head on over to the PPGL community Discord server as well, where we can watch the games together, and of course more exciting stuff. Even if we're on the break, we could pull you in for a few games. Why not? Let's all rank up together. Let's all reach Challenger together. We are going to take a quick break, but we will be back for the first match of week number 3. Don't go anywhere. The See Icon Series PH will be right back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
UFC Icon series where you wouldn't believe what's happening behind the scenes, but also where our battle for Group B supremacy is about to begin. We have our first match, UCFC Esports versus Team Secret. Checking out the lineup of UCFC Esports, we got some interesting information coming in. And also, as we talked to Demon Kite earlier, this is a team that's shown so much improvement since their VVV days in the summer season, and now they're going toe-to-toe against Team Secret. So, Osiris, do you think that UCFC's chances will be better this time around?
Yeah, I mean, they have already said themselves that they improved a lot, and we can see it comparing on the summer season. Yes, they are the top one on fall season. I mean, the summer season. But whenever it's fall season, it feels like they are more dominant. It feels like they are getting these wins easily. They even testing out different types of champions. So I think they are really in a good spot to beat Team Secret, especially if they can take advantage of the early game and then snowball from it.
Yeah, and just to add, Nasjo was very brutal, I would say, on the Renekton. But I would like to focus on our interviewee from earlier, our solo player highlight, and that's none other than Demon Kite, one half of the Dahao twins with a KDA of 4.0, a damage per minute of 1,221, responsible for 30% of the damage being dished out here by UCFC. Really a revelation and a career split, I would say, for Demon Kite. Looking at his most used champions, that's the Singe. Do not be surprised. That's not a typo or that's not an error. That really is him using Singe in the Dragon Lane when paired up with Senna. Vayne needs no introduction. We have dubbed him as the Filipino Gosu. I think that would say, as long as he, proves to be the difference maker whenever he plays the Vayne pick.
Yeah, UCFC Esports bringing out these unpredictable compositions, something that we did see from Team Secret in the summer season. But also, we do have a bit of a switch around in the roster. We have Hero in instead of Dampier. Do you think this is going to affect their chances? Is it going to boost it? Are they going to have to adjust a little bit more? What do you guys think? We'll start with you, Osiris.
Well, with how well Demon Kite or the squad is really improving at this point, it feels like they are closing in the gap to Team Secret. But Team Secret, they are one of the top teams here in the Philippines, and they know how to play when they with tough opponents. So they have the patience game. We saw the Action PH game, and yes, it was fairly close. Another improvement that we saw from APH, but Team Secret, they just persevere, and then at that point they can just surprise you out of nowhere. And that's another factor of UCFC. They should be the ones who's going to surprise Team Secret this time around. Can even play the Singe if they really wanted to shake things off against Secret.
Yeah, and to me, just to answer your question, Mika, will there be a difference between subbing in Hero for them here? I personally, when I did the nerd stuff and did the review over the week, I couldn't really tell as who's playing. Pretty much, in my eyes, they're very identical. They play the same set of champions. They practice the same set of champions. But then again, what we don't know that is very critical is the shot calling. And I believe that Hero, being the captain of UCFC, is the main shot caller whenever he's in. So that's the difference for you.
Very interesting that they brought in Hero, probably a direct counter to General James on the other side of Team
That's
Secret.
right.
So it's looking really interesting indeed. And again, checking out Team Secret's lineup, this team, they have seen better days. We're definitely not counting them out, but I think we can agree that many teams are catching up to the metas that these guys have set over the summer season. How can Team Secret level it up, especially since they're up against UCFC Esports that, appear to be catching up to them?
Yeah, a few minutes into the game, I believe if they have to level up the early game of Team Secret as a whole, because looking at the numbers for Group B, would you believe the statement? They're last in first blood percentage with only with only one first blood secured out of the 8 games they played. So that's really not a good indication. But knowing Team Secret, they can outplay you with a macro. Even if they are 5k gold behind, they will find a way to scrap it out and still get the advantage one way or another. translate it into a win. One thing that I would love to see for Team Secrets, for them to get back to the roots. Sona and Seraphine did win with Mirmo Esports, so I think it's time. It's right go time for the Sona Sarah Olaf combo.
Yeah, and at that point, it was really them who's experimenting a lot, and they're going to fight another team that's also got this kind of different experiment. But I want to touch, of course, the solo player highlight. That's going to be, of course, Trevor on the jungle, and he needs to step up this time around. He is mostly playing on a Shinzao, and yes, the kill participation really solid, 68%, and the KDA 4.63. But this time he is going to face one of the aggressive junglers, that's Renzi Frenzy, and you have the captain hero that can call the shots. So this is another task for Team Secret to prove themselves that they are the kings of the North, and at the same time that they can still dominate the Rift, even though they have really low first bloods. It's just that their objective securing is fairly strong compared to other teams, and their macro rotations should be respected.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Kings of the North facing, these I guess the conquerors, or the would be usurpers, I guess, for this throne, of Team Secret. And right now, even teams like Galaxy Razor are up for it, and they are definitely challenging Team Secret over here. Let's head on over to our Globe key player clash between Dragon and Tatsuri. I believe we're going into the mid lane for this. This is going to be really interesting, I believe, because we talked about Demon Kite, and we talked about how he can bring out these really weird champions that, you have the Singed in the Dragon lane. What are we expecting? Something like that from these two? Because I feel like, again, I'm a fan of the unpredictability, so I feel like, the only way to throw each other off is to do something really weird. Could we possibly see that in the mid lane?
Yeah, if you threw me that question yesterday, then my answer would have been Katarina, because we didn't really see Katarina the entirety of the fall split. The last time that we saw her was during the summer season. But hey, we are now back in the North, who's on group stages, wherein Katarina is
traveled
a contested
back in
pick. Yeah, traveled back in time. And it was actually Tatsuri getting that pentakill against APH. His first pentakill was also against APH, so there's really something between this guy and APH for some reason. But that's a KDA for you, 4.56 over 4.0. Looking at the numbers, it shows that Tatsuri has the edge. But we know Dragon and we know Demon Kite. They say that it doesn't really matter as to who gets the numbers, as to who gets the spotlight. What's important for them as twins is that they get the victory.
Yeah, and the spike from the numbers of Tatsuri speaks a lot because of his pentakills, because of his Katarina. But you got to respect on the other side of the spectrum, that's Dragon on the Fizz. Can surprise us with those assassins. And both of them are really capable in terms of using assassin champions. And that's why I do love the key player clash, the Globe key player clash for now, since this might be an assassin versus an assassin. If they really wanted to put Tatsuri online, not really sure if Team Secret wanted him to go back on a Seraphine, which is can be exploited by Dragon. But I'm not sure. I mean, just with Chewy or James on those mages, but not Tatsuri, because Tatsuri has his own potential that might not be not shining in his mages. But of course, Oriana is there. But this is against Dragon, a Diana and a Fizz user that can pop off anytime.
Yes, indeed. I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of blades thrown in the mid lane for this series. I think it's gonna be shiny silver blades after shiny silver blade. That's how I think it's gonna go. But what about you guys? Which way do you think it's going to go? Is it gonna go to UCFC Esports, or is it gonna go to Team Secret? This question is a lot harder than I thought it would be. I'll start with you, Atalus.
I'm not convinced that Team Secret is in a very good spot right now. During their win, it's a 2-0 against UCFC. It was UCFC going with the Fiora. If the Renekton goes through, or tanky champions that can still dish out damage goes through with Nashja, I believe that UCFC has what it takes to upend Team Secret 2-1.
Well, of course, for me, I'll go Team Secret for this. They got James back on the line, and yes, this might be against Hero, but they still got this. I mean, the game sense is still there, the knowledge, the champion, and at this point, I'm just putting in everything to Team Secret 2-0.
Ooh,
Wow.
ooh. I think this is gonna go to game 3. And I think it's gonna still go in favor of Team Secret, but I gotta tell you, UCFC Esports is making me scared, making me really,
Mhm.
really nervous over here. I think it's gonna be really close. And I say Team Secret, honestly, I'm not even sure. So that's how close it's going to be. And I didn't think that it would be that way. If you had asked me, a month ago, my answer would have been no doubt Team Secret.
Our answer.
I gotta admit, I'm a little shaky on this, which is a little
Yeah.
shocking. Now,
Same here.
Of course, we wanna see what you think as well. Send us your thoughts over on Twitter. I think we have a few tweets to feature over here, but you can let your thoughts and your comments, reactions be heard. Just use 2 simple hashtags: hashtag #SeattleSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And I think we have 2 tweets to feature here before we head into our first match of the day. I'm really eager to see who it's from because sometimes we have some very special guests over here. And we have one from Ziggy Chavez. Ziggy, we could see a Ziggs in the mid lane, by the way. I'm just throwing that out as possible. Can't wait to see who will be coming out on top for Group B, Team Secret versus UCFC Esports for today's first match. Yes, indeed. And you can be like Zig. Can we call you Ziggs? I just feel like we have to call you Ziggs. And
Ziggs,
yes, use those 2 simple hashtags to have your tweets featured over here. And you can also join us in the PPGL Community Discord server after this, where we'll hang out to catch the matches. And of course, maybe discuss some things, discuss how the matches went on, and maybe even a few players will drop by and come on and watch the matches with us. We did have some special coaches as well join in from time to time. We have here a good friend of ours, Mr. Wild Rift. I am so happy there's a match right now. I've got a 7 lose streak already and my brain is about to explode, but luckily you guys are here. And it is time for me to take a break and watch exciting matches for today. Okay, Mr. Wild Rift, I'm gonna give you a high five. I know how that feels.
Good-
That 7
good
lose streak.
choice.
Yeah.
Auto lose will help you with your lose streak. For the better or for the worse, I don't know.
Sounds a little ironic now. But yes, auto lose can definitely help you auto win and get out of that lose streak. Maybe head on over to the PPGL Community Discord server. Let's talk about it. I don't even know if we can squeeze a game while watching the game, but I don't know. Maybe that's fun. Let's try it out. But I believe we are ready now to head on over into our first match of the day. Let's Riot go into our first match of the day. This is UCFC Esports versus Team Secret. Don't worry, Prod. I was just kidding. I'm gonna watch it. We're good people. We're good people. Don't you believe us? No faith. I'm hurt. But this is UCFC Esports and Team Secret, and I have a lot of faith in both of these teams to give us a good match. Casters, take us into the Rift.
Minions have spawned.
Starting the day off with such a strong series. That is going to be the match between UCFC and Team Secret. So we'll be your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Infinity. Guys, do not worry. He is right there. So we heard the stuff that the panel has said. And you know what? This is the Kings of the North versus the Conqueror. So let's see what is going to happen. Are we going to be seeing unorthodox picks? Are we going to be seeing the standard or in the meta picks? Or what kind of rotations will we have for this game number 1? Hello, Infinity. How are you today?
Hello, I'm doing great. I'm excited. I'm ready for the series. I mean, UCFC Esports versus Team Secret. I think that is going to be a heated battle between these two teams. We saw yesterday, right? A pentakill from Team Secret once again from Tetsuri, and I'm expecting more of this. What can we see more into the series? Can we see another pentakill? Can we see another champion that can be really, really new into the series? As Team Secret has shown us a sort of a new champion, sort of a new type of strategy that they brought in for day number 1 here in week 3.
And honestly, it's a breath of fresh air rather. I mean, you get to see new things. So again, Team Secret, they do have a 2-0 win streak looking back in day number 1. So let's see, will UCFC stop that, or will we still be seeing the other team bring this out victorious? But yeah, let's talk about the Vayne real quick. Both teams, they do run the Vayne lineup, but in different lanes. You have Baron lane Vayne for Team Secret, and you also have the usual ADC Vayne for UCFC. Do you think we'll be seeing a Vayne today?
There's a big potential. I think Vayne is a late game champion, so I think if these teams wants to go for a late game composition, I think Vayne can definitely go in to the series, especially as UCFC told us a while ago, Demon Kite to be specific, that he is playing Vayne. He's probably maining this champion. So we might expect maybe UCFC Esports wants to rely on this late game composition. Let Team Secret go hyper aggressive early game, because this is what they were known for prior to the fall season Icon series, even in summer season, in the playoffs, in the summer Super Cup. They were playing hyper aggressive. They want to play the early game lead. So in the mid game, late game, they have the advantage. So I think there is definitely an option for UCFC to bring in the Vayne if the opportunity arises.
And that one of the win conditions actually with this Vayne pickup is just stall the game as long as you can. And both teams, they actually love their late game. So we are now gonna jump into the champ select. Thank you so much to Riot Go. So bans are gonna be a Shinjao. Okay, direct ban to Trevor. Renekton is gonna be taken out because they don't want that very good CC center champion. Akali is gonna be banned out as well. And are there any more bans you're looking forward to?
Maybe a Lucian ban can come up, but Team Secret is not really that known for banning away the Lucian because they have something else prepared. But Sinjao being banned away, I think Lucian can be expected. With it not being banned though, there is Gragas available for UCFC, and Team Secret can now lean towards this champion.
Okay, so you mentioned about the Lucian. If you're gonna be up against Team Secret, they can flex Lucian in 3 roles: Baron laner, mid laner, and ADC. But they are gonna stick with what works with the meta. You have Corki, you have Galio, and UCFC, they're gonna answer that with a J4 and a Nami. They want to secure Tidal Wave while they sustain in an Enchanter support.
Now, this is a double attack from UCFC Esports picking up the Jarvan 4 because Team Secret is known to go for Olaf. Olaf is available in the game right now, so picking up the Jarvan 4 means that Team Secret is not really that reliable to go for the Olaf, and this is just an extra role because you have Galio available for Team Secret, so I think this is a good pick here. But Vi and Lucian to follow up, I think they want to target onto potentially Demon Kite that is now picking up Vayne that we have actually just talked about a while ago.
Yep, and we talked about this earlier indeed. So Vayne, right, UCFC, they are gonna jump in. They're gonna, just throw in the towel. They're gonna pick up that way. Let's see if Demon Kai will be able to make things happen. You also have a Ziggs mid lane there. Let's see who will be the last champion for the side of Team Secret. They are gonna pick up Varus. So, okay, is this gonna be a... Okay, Lucian
Double.
mid, I think.
Wait, to triple marksman? Is this
my brain!
I think this is the case here. I think Lucian might potentially go Baron, Corki go mid, and Varus go bot.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the
Team
case here
Secret
for Team
messing with our
Secret.
head. It's just series number 1, game number 1. My head already hurts. I guess that's just gonna happen. What's gonna happen if you're up? You're gonna cast rather 2 strong teams. So they did answer our question. That is gonna be a Baron lane Lucian. And the usual skirmish there, the usual roles for Varus, and you have support Galio. Corki will be placed in the mid. You highlighted this Infinity. Triple marksman. So, crazy. Damage all around. And if you're gonna notice, they are all in the back lines. So, I mean, and UCFC, they have a Ziggs. That's one good mega for no bomb could be the problem for Team Secret.
Yeah, and I think Riku has stated this in the past. I think it's in the panel before, wherein you have the potential to go for the triple marksman, quad marksman, even penta marksman. I don't know what you want to do, but I think it's really the patch 2.4 that changes things up. Especially for Team Secret, they were known to really have that unique type of composition. They were ahead of the draft. They were ahead of the meta. I think having this three marksman has become for potential, UCFC Esports needs to think after how can we really just disengage so much marksman or range potential coming in from Team Secret. And I think one of the answers that they could do is to potentially build Bren with Omen, because that
Yes.
decreases the crit potential and also
Oh, look at that 2v1. Who will actually make it out there? I like that. It's gonna be that is gonna be a good patrol coming in from UCFC. First blood going over to the blue side. The first one that actually got taken down was James because he overextended. They did not expect Renzi to actually be there. He used his flash, but it was worth it. They got the first blood.
Right, and the first blood just increases the potential for UCFC to now snowball early. They want Demon Kai to really just get that lead in the early game. So when it comes to the mid-game late game potential, he has that power already up. So I think this is a matter of utilizing this first blood. But since this is the first skill, it's not really done. Is not really gonna be so much more important than the 4-minute mark objectives, because this is where everything will change up on the pacing of the game. Are we going to see a hyper-aggressive, as we see right now from Team Secret?
James does jump in, but oh no, that is maybe another kill going over to UCFC. Chewy left there to survive, but that is maybe being taken down by Chewy. Now you have Trevor jumping in. He is gonna help his teammate. That is maybe Trevor being taken down as well. It's gonna be a flash for Dragon. But you know what? Trevor flashed in. That is gonna be the blast cone. Will it save Dragon? That is gonna be a yes. It was a 2-1 in favor of UCFC. But Trevor jumping in, catching some beam pop as well. Killing speed going over to Renzi. 3-0. J4. Just 2 minutes in. UCFC, the early game is crazy for their side.
Team Secret has to pay the price. They went for a 3 marksman composition, which means that their defensive capabilities is now to the ground. And the only one who can tank them is potentially even Galio, because Vi is not that strong when it comes to defensive capabilities. And I think in this state of the game, wherein you already have 3-kill lead for UCFC Esports, now Galio and Vi are forced to go for the defensive route instead of going for some damage output to really just increase the potential for his teammates to survive. So I think that will be the case, except if this is all just a bait and Team Secret is going for a glass cannon composition right now, wherein Vi is going for damage and James is going for damage, because they understand that when it comes to late game, what they need is to really just go for CC chains to defeat the 5v5 composition of UCFC.
You know what? That is a good possibility. So I'm gonna wait on the maybe 7 or 8 minute mark to see what are the actual final itemizations and final roles or life decisions of these champions. Well, looking now at the brand lane, you have the usual taps here and there. Nostro against Azar. Azar is up on 1 level, but Nostro just reach his level 6. He does have ultimate though, but the Rift Herald and the first Dragon will be up in 26 seconds. Recalls are gonna come through. Still waiting for Trevor to actually maybe go with a gang or make something happen. Team Secret, they could prioritize the Rift Herald if ever they do not want to pick up this Mountain Drake. But still, Renzi get 3-0 early game. Beautiful start. He is already making his way down in the Dragon's Pit, and that is gonna be a Rift Scuttler going over to his side.
You talked about the Rift Herald, and I think this is more favorable to go to the Rift Herald instead, because you have to consider that the Tower First Blood is not yet available, and this is just a Mountain Drake. Gives you extra sustainability. Yes, Team Secret can utilize this very well, but considering their champions doesn't really have that HP to utilize those shields into a max capacity, they're going for the Rift Herald instead to try and get that Tower First Blood.
Tidal Wave is going to come through, but that is going to be Red Team being able to get their kill, and now you have Trevor jumping in, bouncing bombs coming through, James jumps in, Von gets bursted down, but that's going to be A-okay because Team Secret, wait, a Rift Herald to the life of their jungler, do you think that's worth it?
I think that's worth it overall, because that's just potentially even 300 gold for UCFC Esports, but getting that Rift Herald gives you 300 gold. So pretty much that's even. On top of all that, you give that extra pressure for the side of Team Secret to really just go in late game or mid game later on, wherein they want to pressure in turrets.
Here comes Chewy coming in with the kites. James does not have his ultimate available. Nostro does not have his explosive pass. Reset for the Mountain Drake. Both teams are going to jump in with the Dragon Dance. No one is actually fully committing just yet. Now you have Azar jumping in, already has his eyes on Dragon. But Dragon was able to just walk his way into safety. You have the missiles coming through from Tetsuri. Ultimates available. Summoner spells are available as well. UCFC, will they try and contest this? They could be waiting for tidal wave. Now the tidal wave is up. Let's see if they're gonna engage. But looks like that it's gonna be a no. And Team Secret, they are making their way to the mid lane. They could summon Rip Herald here. Just make sure that Nasjo will either be taken down or will he be forced to go in with the recalls. But looks like Team Secret, they are playing this one out slowly, and UCFC, they finally will have their hands on this dragon.
Right, and they take it down. I think Team Secret is really just going for sort of the safe play. Because if they go 5-man all in against UCFC with every single ultimate available, that's really just gonna state disaster for Team Secret. So they want to just be patient. You know what? Take the Mountain Drake for yourselves. Get that Dragon buff. We're gonna go for turrets instead because we are prioritizing gold into our carry champions. And you see Lucian, Corki go into the mid lane to really just try and pressure down mid. They got 2 turret plates, but overall, I think that's about it.
I was about to say Demon Kaito with the demonic kites, but I guess he overextended, overcommitted. Instead, he forgot Chewie is right there. That's a virus, and Chewie was just able to secure the kill for himself. Here comes Chikor, but they're not gonna fully focus on the turret just yet. They did take down more than half, I guess, the life of that Dragon Lane turret though. Now you have the Calling Beam pop by Azar to just clear out the wave and make sure that his minions will push through. Trevor is gonna go and just get his buff. No invades just yet. The Team Secret, like you said, this is a triple marksman lineup. They do not have that much power or that much presence in the early game, so they have to survive this, maybe up until the first half of the mid game, and then they can push in with the fights.
Yeah, this specific composition really just states, you know what, we need every single one of our members, because if we lose only one, our crumble will disintegrate for the side of Team Secret. So we need Gaio, we need Vi to set up the play for us, for Azar, for Tatsuri, and for Chewie to really deal off those poke damage potential into the backside. And I think that's going to be important later on. But when you're looking at UCFC as well, you have a lot of backside engage. You have Renzi, and now mid lane.
Okay, you were just saying your analysis, but they are actually on fire. Tatsuri and Trevor, the T connection being able to burst out Ziggs at the mid lane. Azar does get taken down at the Baron lane though. Like, I guess there was a 1v1 that we were not able to see, and that is gonna be one mid lane turret down. Almost 8 minutes in. Team Secret, we have a 7 versus 4 on the scoreboard. Now they have the goal lead. Earlier, UCFC, they do have the lead, but I guess Team Secret, they were able to just farm it out. Again, Turtle, this game out. Hero is gonna join Demon Tide. They could push and possibly get this turret, but you have the other members of the men in red making sure that they will be able to push the waves in. Now you have the kites coming through. That is gonna be the Rift Scuttler, another Rift Scuttler going over to UCFC.
Yeah, just the information is going to be very important for UCFC Esports, and their Team Secret is really just hovering bot side of the map. But now, UCFC pressuring mid.
Yes, they are. That is the stuns connecting. Trevor at the very least did not get turret dive. And looks like Men in Blue Lake would try and visit the Baron lane. But that is going to be a turret already down for UCFC. Team Secret, they were able to take down 2 turrets, whereas UCFC, they're still yet to get their first turret takedown. Now, item check. You already have Leader of the Ruined King available. Also have Roa available for Nasjo. Now Ludens Echo and Needlessly Large Rod up for Ziggs. Bork already available for Vayne.
Yeah, they want to utilize the damage potential from Gragas because they know they were safe. Right, you have Renzi acting as a tank. You have Nami there in the form of hero. Having that sustainability for UCFC Esports and that damage potential for Gragas is going to be very important. So I think this is really enabled as a composition and as an item build for every single one for UCFC Esports, because Team Secret is also going for sort of the glass cannon composition. So Nasjo doesn't really mind going for the AP route instead of going for attack, wherein they're going to be lacking onto the damage output in comparison to Team Secret's draft, wherein they have 3 marksmen.
It's all about damage, basically. But Ocean Drake is now up, and Team Secret, they are making their way into the Dragon area. The Baron, rather, is going to be up in 3 seconds. Renzi already placed the flag, but I don't think he is gonna connect with the drag. That is gonna be Trevor. Just place one punch onto the dragon. That is gonna be Renzi being met by Tatsuri's missiles and his Gatling gun. Now you have the bouncing bombs coming through. James does get taken out. That is gonna be Trevor jumping in. You know what James is coming through. Ziggs don't get burdened down. Look at the back line. Tatsuri is very much safe right there. You have the stuns connecting. Rockfire is going over to Renzi. That is gonna be a jump in. Catherine is connecting onto 2, connecting onto 3, but he Team Secret was able to disengage. That is gonna be a 1-2 in a favor of UCFC. They got the dragon. Now Team Secret, are they gonna go to the Baron, or are they gonna shove
Top
Baron lane? Okay, they're gonna
Yeah,
shove Baron lane.
Baron
Good
lane.
choice.
Yeah, I think what happened there is Team Secret got a good taunt there from James, two-man taunt. But their teammates was far from him, so that two-man taunt was rendered useless because UCFC was going for the CC chain against Team Secret. So at that pitch, they were at a disadvantage. So UCFC got that lead. And when it comes to gold as well, though, Team Secret had the advantage. But at the end of the day, when you have that 5v5, when you're team fighting, when you don't have your teammates together, that's going to lead you to a number disadvantage that Team Secret has gotten. But good, clever move from them, though. They went top lane immediately. They lost 2 members. They understand they can't contest, go for the Ocean Dragon. So they're going to trade the turret instead, get the map control, and get gold against UCFC Esports.
That is true. Also, Solari Charge Plate already available, already being picked up by Tatsuri. And yeah, goal advantage still towards Team Secret side. But this is something I highlighted yesterday. If you're gonna remember, RRQ, they were able to get all the dragon. And UCFC, they already secured 2. So more buffs on their side. If ever the late game enters, they will have a bit of an advantage, or a bit of an upper hand. So let's see how Team Secret will answer to that.
Top lane.
But now you actually see Tatsuri being chased down by not just 1, but by 3 champions, and he does get bursted down. Now Trevor is alone at the mid lane. He could just push. You also have Galio, you also have Chewy making their way into the mid lane. Both teams are gonna focus on 30. Now you have the taunts coming through. You also have the CCs coming in from Chewy, but apparently it did not connect. Nasio is just gonna jump, gonna body slam his way into the buff area. Turret from Team Secret has been taken down, but at the very least, Trevor and Chewy was able to get that trade. Nasio, he does have the explosive cast available, but looking at the Baron side, Team Secret, apparently they already have a hole on their base. Hamed jumping with a taunt, but it's not gonna be enough, because UCFC, they were the ones that stood out victorious. They now were able to put a hole onto their enemy's base.
I was supposed to say hashtag worth it for Team Secret, but everything changed when UCFC got the inhibitor turret top lane. And I think that's just so much, because 12 minutes into the game, an inhibitor turret will lead you into a natural lane pressure in top side of the map, wherein Team Secret will be forced to separate, have their manpower divided, with 1 defending top, the rest will go for team fights. And when you have that numbers disadvantage, it's really going to change things up in a 5v5 situation. And earlier, we talked about Team Secret's draft composition, wherein in a team fight, every single one of them needs to be available, because this is going to be where they're at. If one is dead, if one is out, their team composition is going to crumble down.
Nastra jumping in with the body slam, but you have the taunts coming out from Galio. There's no pick-off, no skirmish there. Team Secret, they are going to go and play the objective game. Will they be able to take out Baron at the right time? There is a Randy. Are they going to go this now? You have the title wave coming through, but to be ready to be able to secure that Baron. Now here comes UCF. They are going to jump in. Katax is being popped. Tuli coming in with that gold medal, but Nami is the first one to actually get taken down. Now that is going to be Azar being able to take down Gragas. You have the kites, you have the box in coming through from Team Secret. Unstoppable going over to Renzi, but he does get bursted down, and that is going to be a 2-3 now in favor of Team Secret. But here comes Demon Guy with the kite. Tatsuri could not do anything there, even though he popped Valkyrie. Here comes Trevor with the alley-oop, and he was able to get the revenge kill for his teammate. Dragon, Infernal Jake, is going to be up in 18 seconds.
That was worth it. That was worth it for the side of Team Secret. They got the Baron Nashor. Yes, they were killed by 3-man and traded 4 for UCFC Esports, but you have to consider the amount of gold the Team Secret has gotten from that Baron, and also those kills were too much, and the Infernal Drake being available for this map game in 14 minutes into the matchup. Team Secret will have dominance because they have Trevor available, the jungle for their team, as they were starting it. And now it's up to UCFC, who needs to think on what they want to do to punish Team Secret, having all of these objectives coming in for their side of the team. Because if one Baron Nashor buff remains for Team Secret, that will be sort of rendered useless. But considering they have 2, this will be a different story now for Team Secret, because now they can pressure 2 lanes away from UCFC, with mid lane and bot lane having no tier 2 and tier 1 turrets available, only inhibitor turret alive. So I think Team Secret has that pressure advantage against UCFC right now in this state of the game.
That's true. Also, can I just say that Demon Kite, on this vein, is a ticking time bomb. Team Secret, they need to beat the peak of power for this Vayne, if I may use that term. But look how cute these two teams are. Hear me out here. That is the casting coming in. You also have the roots coming through. That is the big killing spree going over to Dragon. Ultimate has been used there just to secure 1 kill. And on top of that, they will be able to get the first outer turret rather for Team Secret's mid lane side, which forced Azar and Tatsuri to recall to their base. Now you have UCFC. They could get the buff. Team Secret possibly can just pick a fight with the men in blue, but I don't think they're gonna commit just yet. Minion wave is pouring in to their side. UCFC, you have the bomb this time connecting on this way, and now here comes the cast. Beautiful cast coming through from Nasjo. They being able to take Galio. Rampage going over to Dragon as well. They were able to get 3 champions. Plus another turret. The only one left alive for Team Secret, only 2 rather, is Trevor and Azar.
We need to nerf Nasjo. That explosive cast was phenomenal from their team. He was going for the explosive cast, got 2 man towards UCFC Esports. Pretty much that's gonna be over for Team Secret in that team fight. And on top of those kills, they've gotten a tier 2 turret in bot lane. So pretty much this is all in favor for UCFC. Yes, when it comes to the gold, Team Secret still has it. But when it comes to those type of plays, this is where UCFC is at. Right, you talked about a while ago. Vayne is sort of a ticking bomb. He is a late game champion. And right now, when it comes to the items, he has BRK, Solari Charge Blade, and the Dual Blade. Or the Death Blade. Or whatever you call it, it really doesn't matter. But this is sort of the sustainability plus the power spike potential. And on top of all that, you have the GA. Really, when it comes to defensive capabilities, Demon Kite is so hard to put down easily.
That is true, and you know, even though again you said this, Team Secret they do have the goal lead, but UCFC they seem to look like the ones that's much more comfortable roaming around the map, saying hi, hello on the team's red side, and it just goes to show how comfortable they are 17 minutes in. So you have 16 and 9 on the scoreboard, just one final clash to see which team will actually be on top. Renzi being able to utilize his J4. Again, he had a very good early game. Looking at the levels, pretty even. Steven Trevor will be met by Renzi. The flag in Jag, not gonna connect, but now Team Secret, they are forced to play this one out safely. That is gonna be Tatsuri being able to jump out. You have the Hammers coming through. Heroes entrance in. Taylor connecting shot, we're going all in. You have 2 in the back line. They being popped. Hero being chased, but he taken down by Chewy. That is the B-Vibe being taken down by Demon Kite. Here comes Chewy. He does become golden, but TPs are gonna connect. What will happen next? You have Tatsuri Valkyrie coming in with the Gatling gun, being able to down Gragas. That is gonna be a 3-1 in favor of Team Secret, and it pushed UCFC to go back.
So good engagement from Team Secret. That face check from Trevor, I think stated like UCFC has the advantage coming here because they have like the sort of the stay advantage. You have the vision advantage coming from their team, but Team Secret answered that phenomenally. UCFC Esports was on the pitch. They were fighting against Team Secret and they were separated against each other where Team Secret is focusing on one. So I think at that, when you have triple marksman focusing on one target, they're just gonna melt that HP down, and that is what Team Secret did. So having that 4 kills now led them once again into a 4k goal lead from 1k goal deficit a while ago away from UCFC Esports. So this is gonna be a massive move, but everyone's alive, and this is gonna be where everything will come down because Elder Cloud Dragon is available and the Baron Nashor are available. Team Secret, UCFC, all 5 man alive. Who wins 6 clash is gonna end the game.
Renzi being caught out here. Now you have the bounce bombs coming through from Dragon. No one died. Okay, no casualties from both teams there. Both objectives are already up. But Team Secret, they want to get first dibs on this Baron, but that is going to be Hamid jumping in. Taunt Argon claim, but will it be enough? Killing Spree going over the Demon Kite, but that is going to be unstoppable Ziggs, and that is going to be Killing Spree going over to Lucian, but you have Azar. He did jump in. Team Secret was still able to secure that Baron, but at the expense of 2, maybe even 3. Actually, that was a 4 at the expense of their 4 team members' lives. A shutdown on Lucian. UCFC being able to go with the play that is maybe Trevor, maybe 1v1 with the 2 junglers. Let's see which damage has the upper hand. Renzi just jumping through. Cute emoticon on this penguin, but UCFC, they are gonna storm the base. Will Trevor be able to recall? That is maybe a no because Renzi is just right there. They could target the Nexus. They will. They did. That is going to be game 1 going over to UCFC.
What a game, what a series. First, we went into a triple marksman draft. Now we came in for like a counter sweep from UCFC Esports. You know what? 4K goal disadvantage? We don't care. We're gonna win that fight. And I think this is where everything changed, as we talked about a while ago. We're in this next clash is gonna change things up, and this has the potential to end the game. And I think UCFC did that very, very well. Yes, Team Secret got the Baron buff, but UCFC got the 4 kills trade, only a trade of 1 where Nami was lost. So the only potential there is to really just push in for UCFC Esports and finish the game. And I think that's what had happened for UCFC with a great finish.
Beautiful finish indeed. And I guess my only takeaway is this is the weakness of a 3 marksman draft. I mean, yes, you have Gallo. That's good. That's beautiful. But things could have been better if maybe they picked up a J4. That's something I expected from Team Secret. But UCFC, I guess they saw through the possible plans of Team Secret. And if we're going to look at the draft that is blue to red, still UCFC being able to bag that game 21-13. I cannot commend Demon Kite, Dragon, and Renzi. Like, actually, even Nostro. And you know what? Let's just include Hero. Just to mention everyone from UCFC. Their 5v5 fights was so on point. If you're gonna look at the itemizations, it's damage for days. It's burst for days. 19 assists out of 21 kills for Hero. How clean is that?
Yeah, it's absolutely clean. I think it's cleaner than clean. It's like more than 99.9% germs clean type of thing for
So it's
Nastro.
100%.
Yeah, well, 100%, right? Maybe 99.999%, maybe.
These are your Oppo 894 plays of the game. So again, Team Secret, they went with the gamble here. The 3 marksman lineup, which means their early game literally is non-existent. Problem here is that's okay. I mean, you can play it safely, but the problem was Renzi was able to get 3 kills just 2 minutes in. So J4 was very much comfortable with his position, and even though Trevor was able to secure Rift Heralds, Baron buffs here and there, the power from UCFC was just too much for Team Secret to bear during the late game.
And I think this is something wherein the viewers need to understand. So it's a layman term. In layman's term, rather, I think UCFC Esports' composition is a late game composition, while Team Secret is the early game composition type of thing, right? Even though if they have triple marksman, they need so much items, you have to look at their overall composition that they are glass cannon. And glass cannon compositions really rely on the early game, but UCFC is really matching that up. And I think that is where everything had ended. You know what? UCFC, 13-minute mark of the game, 15-minute mark of the game. They have Demon Kite Vayne, which is really, really fed down. And I think this just changes everything in this particular game 1. And I'm really interested in this sort of type of strategies coming from these two teams.
That is true. And the last few more highlights. This was actually a good re-engage from Team Secret. But UCFC, they were 1 or 2 steps ahead. Okay, we're not gonna win this, so maybe let's just take a step back. And still, we're able to hold on to the map advantage that they had. I'm actually looking forward to seeing who will be the master of the match. And there was this play by Renzi towards the latter part of game number 1. He made sure Trevor was not able to recall. So master of the match is gonna be Renzi. Okay, on this J4 KT of 9.00, damage per minute 780, kill participation 86%, and here is his itemization. So good early, the Cataclysm were always on point. They would commit this to either Chewy or Tatsuri because they know that's where most of Team Secret's damage will come from.
Definitely. I mean, you have the tank in the form of Jarvan 4 because Nastro built sort of an AP Gragas, so I think Renzi really just needs to have that sort of item build. And I think the highlight here, because of how he played throughout that match, the Cataclysm keeps on connecting against the enemy team, and in the early game, it was highlighted. Specifically at level 5, immediately in the Dragon's Pit, they were able to pick up these sort of members in the early game that enabled Demon Kai to get the early lead, to get that items. So I think this is why Renzi was the MVP, or the Master of the Match, per se, here in game number 1. Is because of team fight potential, and also the amount of engages that he does for his team to gain the edge against Team Secret.
If I were to put the title on this day's Series 1 Game 1, it's Team Fight. That was a very clean game by UCFC. I mean, yeah, they have some hiccups here and there, but if you're gonna look at a bird's eye view, it was clean, it was beautiful. I mean, you even mentioned it, like 99.9999% of germs were gone, okay? But yeah, we're looking forward to seeing more from UCFC. Also, the Cataclysm actually connects with Vane's kites. If Demon Kite will be able to stun anyone, any champion, once the Cataclysm is down. And the fact that they knew that Suri would sometimes be alone, they rotated to, I think that was the Baron lane, and was able to pick him off all alone. So again, team number 1 going over to UCFC. We've talked about the possible adjustments for the draft for Team Secret. But do you think when it comes to their in-game rotation, their movements, do we need to tweak anything for them?
When it comes to rotations, I think both teams have played their part. Team Secret, it was featured in the dragon that was being taken by UCFC in the second dragon. They were going for top lane instead, getting that security onto the turret. And when UCFC was going for the Mountain Drake, where in fact Team Secret already got in the Rift Herald, they were going for mid lane instead to get that turret as well, to get that map control. So I think when it comes to map rotations, I think these two teams doesn't have any problem coming into that, because UCFC was reacting actively as well against Team Secret. But really, it's just it's really just a draft. Where have we seen a triple marksman? I think this is the first time Team Secret has shown it, and I think it has the potential, but the potential hasn't been seen yet currently, as UCFC has brought it down.
I'm actually looking at the possible combos here and there, but before we jump into that, let's talk about the draft for game number 1 in order. So here we go. UCFC again were the men in blue. So they saw that Gragas was open. We're talking about Lucian? Nah. Let's go and take Gragas and just give it to Nasjo, which we mentioned this. So good. Those casters. Not only was it literally blew our mind, you know? It also blew Team Secret away. Literally. So, for Team Secret, their first 2 picks were Corki and Galio. They want to prioritize the jungle lane duo, but at the same time, they're kind of playing the mind game. Galio, will it be at the mid lane? Will it be the support? Those are the questions. And UCFC, I feel like they knew that the second rotation pick for Team Secret is going to be a jungler. So, they just picked up the next possible best champion, which is J4. Top of that, they already secured Nami. So Team Secret, they now picked up Lucian and Vi. Vi has great potential. However, it's basically all about that pickoffs, and the Team Secret, they want to go with the fights. Maybe they were just banking on Trevor to be able to make these plays in the early game, but we did not see much of that. And this was a rotation where everyone went crazy. Vayne and then Ziggs. So you have this push-centered composition, but you can also survive the fights. And during the latter parts of the game, Ziggs Dragon, he's fine. Like, literally, no one can take him down because the other champions from Team Secret were either dead or were just pushed away by Nasjo. Last pick for the men in red is going to be a virus. I mean, Chewy is safe at the back line. However, during the mid-game, Chewy would just get picked off. And what's gonna happen? Because what's gonna happen after that? Nothing. I mean, Team Secret, you can still get the revenge kill, but it's scary because you don't have this stable CC aside from the taunts coming out from James.
Yeah, I mean, that is what happened, right? It's really the early game that was in lead for UCFC. I mean, Team Secret, though, came back into the mid game. We were in getting the Rift Herald, getting the objectives, getting the map control, and winning a certain team fight that led them into a 1k gold lead and later a 4k gold lead in the late game, which was phenomenal. But really, it's just a difficult situation for them because we go back into what we talked about a while ago. One mistake or even one member being out from a team fight is really just gonna crumble Team Secret down. And I think you talked about the pattern here for the draft, right? You have the Gragas first pick for UCFC, and I think the next step will go for Corki and Galio. I think this is the flexible area as of yet for the first 2 rotations here for the draft, but everything changes in the 3rd and 4th. I think UCFC understands, you know what, you have a Corki, you have a Galio. This could potentially go into a mid lane or the bot lane as a support Galio to come through. So maybe let's pick off a jungle instead and maybe a support role, because you have two options, right? You counter the other roles that is available as of yet in the game, or pick up a champion that is really, really strong. And I think UCFC understands that, you know what, you have a diving composition for now. You have two champions that are really, really strong in the dual lane if ever it comes up, because I think they were presuming that. So let's pick up a Driven 4. We can lock down Corki, we can lock down Galio, we can lock down other champions. And this is a very, very tanky if Gragas wants to go AP and Nami is there to go for the early aggression and sustainability against a Corki that really just doesn't have any long range shots in the early game pre-level 5. So I think that is the mindset of UCFC coming down to it. Now Team Secret is just going for the unique type of composition in the second rotation and the third rotation that we really don't expect. I think the first couple of picks, the first couple of bans was expected of them. And I think we talked about this. You know what? A double marksman, sure. Triple marksman is in a gray territory that we really don't know.
It's honestly a bit iffy for me. But yeah, like what you said, we did see the potential, but they just lack frontliners. And I guess they weren't just able to extend the game. And I almost forgot to mention this, the fact that UCFC was able to take out all of the threats at the Baron lane, that was also a huge problem for Team Secret. So let's do the bans real quick. You have Renekton, Rengar, Pantheon. Rengar, of course, he's basically the marksman killer. That's why Team Secret banned that out.
Yeah.
Also Renekton, because if you're gonna try to go with the duels in these 1v1s, stuns are a problem. Also, the dominance once pop, he is gonna be difficult to take down. Pantheon, though, I guess Team Secret, they just don't want to have this semi-global ult available in the table for UCFC. And I just say that the 2 out of 3 bans from UCFC, they were respect bans. Xinjiao for Trevor and Akali for Azar. Camille, I mean, there's no need to mention why Camille is banned. That's it. That's because she's just Camille. That alone is enough to support the fact that she got banned out. So let's see what kind of adjustments we'll be seeing in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm also very curious. What champions are going to be switched out? Team Secret is going for the unique type of draft composition. So are they going to really risk it in game 2? Considering that this is a lot of stakes on the line here. We have the second week already running down, and this is it. This is the second day. And I think this will state whether you're in the top 2 positions in your respective group stages to get a secure slot in the playoffs. I think Team Secret understands this, so I'm expecting them to go for a traditional type of setup in the game number 2, and UCFC is going to do exactly how they did in game 1, the traditional type of setup once again. So I think this is going to be a traditional versus traditional type of setup, and I think we saw the bans a while ago, right? I want to just come back a bit, step back a bit, step back one step. Because your Rengar is a really strong champion. What patch 2.4 exponentially grew him as a champion, because you can stack, first of all, Solari Charge Blade with a crit rate. And having Rengar available, you can just build like Infinity Edge, I don't know, Trinity Force and Solari Charge Blade. And the damage is going to be so much to deal with. And I think Team Secret doesn't really want to deal with that. On top of what you stated a while ago with the triple marksman composition, I think Rengar is the complete kryptonite of this composition for Team Secret. So let's step back a bit. We don't want to fight a Rengar, and I think pretty much the other champions were just flex bans. Renekton is really, really strong in the game in the Baron lane, and I think it really just punishes Azar in the early phase with the Lucian pick. So I think this is a different mind games that Team Secret is doing against UCFC Esports. You know what? Pick this champion. We have something else prepared, and we will, I think, feature it later on game number 2 if they can show us how they're gonna do it in their draft composition.
You know what? With that in mind, I just realized how well prepared UCFC is for this series. So they're the first series, and it's basically a crazy back and forth kind of game. And yeah, I'm actually expecting a back to basic kind of draft for both sides, or maybe even for Team Secret, unless they wanna do something crazy again. I mean, are we gonna be seeing Sona Seraphine? No, just don't. I mean, that is a chance, but again, UCFC, they have the upper hand. They have the luxury to actually experiment a bit for game number 2, and I'm actually going to look at the bans a bit more. Will there be any changes? I don't think so. Maybe we'll be seeing the same bans from UCFC side, but maybe something different for Team Secret. And UCFC, they love their blue side. Team Secret, they love their red side. So there's a chance that we'll still be seeing the same teams at the same sides. But maybe a difference or some changes with the prio picks. And speaking of picks, let's just go to the pick and ban phase brought to us by Riot Go.
We have switching sides. Team Secret is now going for blue side. So I think we could see a Surfing Sona. Because I think their unkillable composition relies heavily onto the blue side selection. Because the first pick will be those flexible, maybe Gragas, maybe Galio, whatever flexible champion will be left open for Team Secret to pick up. And then later pick up Surfing Sona. And pretty much it's over. So I think that is a potential to be open for Team Secret to pick up. But considering they have banned out Gragas, I think this is just a huge respect against Nasjo picking this up. While UCFC hovered in pretty much the same type of bans of Sinjao, Akali, and Camille.
Okay, so even though I got the sides wrong, I was right. UCFC, they're not gonna change any of their bans, but still, it's gonna be a Open Ziggs and a Open J4, so they're gonna pick that up for themselves. Galio is still available. We could still be seeing a Corki. I mean, the Corki game in game number 1 was good, but that opens up for next one. But Hover and Ezreal, are they gonna lock it in though? Are you really gonna lock it in? Are you okay, they did.
This is what I think. Ezreal is picked up because you're considering UCFC is now going for the poking composition. So you need to steal that away, and Team Secret has just done that. And now UCFC is hovering onto the Misfortune because I think this could be a substitute onto potentially going for that poking potential. But it's just a hover. We're going to lock in onto Darius because we still have that question mark and a mystery on what their 2 picks are. So now we're going for a Nami hover here because we want to get that early aggression to match up against an Ezreal level 1.
It made me think who could be the ADC for UCFC side, but Vi is still gonna be picked up by Wait,
here it is.
Okay, Pentakill machine. Let's see if we're gonna be seeing another Pentakill, but Vi will still be picked up by Trevor there. So, okay, it's still gonna be a support Galio. Vi will be placed at the jungle, and we're gonna stick to Vayne.
Yeah.
CC's though. Okay, to be fair, the only actual CC here to stop Katarina is the Cataclysm. Other than that, Tatsuri will just have to tank the damage. But you have Renekton, you have Galio now in the picture. So maybe there's more leeway for this Katarina.
Maybe he has, maybe he doesn't. We really don't know. I think on top of Jarvan 4, you still have Satchel Charge, you have Vayne with a knockback, you have Nami with a knockup. I think this is what Katarina needs to respect. But if he can burst down the enemy team, come into the team fight, wherein UCFC has another champion that they want to focus on, potentially even Ezreal in this game, I think there is a lot of potential for that Death Lotus could come through very, very smoothly for Team Secret to come down. And I think this is already expected. You know what? Team Secret has used Tatsuri with the Katarina in a very, very proficient manner in this day number 1 and even prior to the summer season, wherein both pentakills, one was on to the side of Tatsuri on Team Secret. So might be, right? I think the panel has touched up a little bit onto the pentakill Tatsuri Katarina a while ago.
It's true. So here we are jumping into game number 2. Again, UCFC up on 1 game, but that is going to be Nasjo just saying hi, hello. Folks here there at the mid lane. I guess they just want to get those damage and those EXP in. Azar at the front line, but of course Tatsuri will be the one to actually get the wave. So it's going to be a quiet early game, but still going to be a battle of the men down at the Dragon Lanes. You see how aggressive these 4 players are? But that is going to be a lot of folks being popped there by Chewy. He needs to play it safe though against this Vayne. That is going to be the pull connecting. Nasjo being able to land a couple of combos here and there. Stuns has been landed by Azar. Ignite still available. Barrier still available. It's going to be a quiet early game for the Baron laners here.
Right, and I think that's just because of their composition, right? Into the bottom lane, you talked about the aggression of these 2 teams, and I think Team Secret has that potential because they have Chewy. Level 1, very, very strong because of the poking potential. UCFC has the same power because of Nami with the knockup. So I think these 2 champions really just have that early aggression up, but 2-man row for both teams into the mid lane.
Okay, it's going to be... I guess that's just Trevor trying to protect Tatsuri if he will be visited by Renzi. I mean, we saw the ganking from Renzi in game number 1. now. It's gonna be Tatsuri landing at the level 4. See that it's gonna be an explosive mindful being popped as well. Azar almost got taken down there, but Nastro is still holding his ground. He does not know there is a Renzi at the side. He needs to play this one out safely. That is gonna be the flag and drag connecting, but that is gonna be Azar being taken, and that is the first blood going over to UCFC, still being secured by Renzi. But here comes Tatsuri jumping in, but Nastro was able to flash his way out of there.
And now here's the thing. Azar died, yes. But on top of that disadvantage, they lost Flash and Ignite.
That is with the flag and drag connecting again. Tatsuri flashing in. He was able to jump to the side, but was not able to continue the combo. UCFC is just gonna jump back or go back to safety. Looking at the Dragon Lane though, Demon Kite received damage there. Ultimate is not yet available for Chewy, but you have the Mystic Shot that is gonna be thrown out. Demon Kite down to the last bar of his health, and he alongside Hero will just jump through with the recall. No? Really? Well, Renzi is there. You have the Twisted Barrage being popped just to stop the recalls, and point map again for these two teams.
True Shot Barrage came into the base, hit on Demon Kite. When that connected, he was half HP. He needs to go back to the fountain once again. Anyways, that was just a tad bit funny coming in. And I think that just bought teams to get a little bit more time. But regardless, they went in for the reset, right? Now Katarina has a Burning Geese. So when it comes to the prolonged fight, I think this will be a very devastating situation wherein when it comes to that Lotus, he will stack up an AP. Now, I think we need to look at how Renzi has been playing so far. He's just going to the bot side, he's going mid side, he's going top side because he wants to respond, and now he's going bot side.
He is everywhere, and that is gonna be the kill going over Demon Kite, connecting on the Cataclysm. Now here comes Tatsuri jumping in. You do have the Mega Inferno Bomb, but it's a tad bit too late because Dragon was taken out. His neck got cut by this Katarina, and Tatsuri being able to secure the first kill for Team Secret side. For Rift Herald and the first Dragon is going to be up in 12 seconds. So both teams are just going to be quiet. Hammers holding his ground at the Dragon lane. You have Nasha coming in with the pulls. Stun are going to come through. Azar is still pretty much alive, but no one, especially Trevor, will not be able to go to the top lane. Item check. Gold advantage though, still going to be towards the side of Team Secret's ADC. And you also have the kites coming through from Chewy. They maybe pretty much like in game number 1, Team Secret, they just want to get the farm, get the gold, and then try to go crazy by the mid game.
Right, and now UCFC Esports is starting onto Cloud Dragon. They could utilize this onto Nastro and other members of the team. The Team Secret though is going for the contest.
Tidal Wave is going to come to that. It's going to be knocked away. It's going to connect onto two. Now the red team was able to secure Cloud Dragon. Hammers will jump in, being able to connect the taunts, and that is going to be Nastro being bursted down. One champion already out from UCFC. Team Secret, they are going to go over to the Rift Herald, while some are just going to go with the recalls. Demon Kite was not able to kite anyone in that skirmish. Flashes has been used. Flash from Tetsuya and Hammers is still up though. While for UCFC side, you have Hero and Dragon, as well as Renzi's Flash available. Also Nastro.
Yeah, I think it was a bit worth it for UCFC because yes, they lost Nastro in that team fight, but they secured the Cloud Dragon. And if you're looking at their draft composition, they could utilize this very well onto Demon Kite and Nastro, because Nastro is sort of frontliners and the movement speed really will complement him very, very well. And I think this is well the tradition why you have the fleeting footwork and why the Darius has sort of the face rush being implemented way back, because their movement speed is really just so much, and I think Cloud Dragon complements it very well. But now Team Secret though, getting the Rift Herald in their favor, so I think this was a good trade from them. They're acting actively against UCFC.
Cooper's in connecting onto Renekton, and Team Secret being able to push UCFC back. You have the lane switch because Chewy was alone at the Bren side. Nastro, he does have ultimate that is going to be apprehend connecting. But Chewy, well, it's an Ezreal. Was just able to arcane shift his way out of there and then continue with the recall.
Yeah, Arcane Shift, very, very mobile as a champion, very, very mobile of a skill for Ezreal to come back to safety. And I think that's just a good statement that Nastro wants to deal with. You know what, Chewy, come into my lane. I am gonna punish you. And I think that is sort of how Darius want to play this out. Regardless, in this phase of the game, this is where laning phase comes through once again. because 2 objectives are now gone. Rift Herald in favor of Team Secret, not been used thus far. UCFC has a Cloud Dragon, and they're probably just gonna farm into the lanes, bet some items in, because they want to scale up in power, especially towards Demon Kite, especially towards Dragon. They want that damage running. And for the side of Team Secret, you want Chewy to get the Maramune as soon as possible alongside with the Trinity Force. And Tatsuri wants the Infinity Orb and the Rabadon's Death Cap. So I think this is just a farming game for now in a couple of seconds and a couple of minutes until the Baron Nashor comes up and the Infernal Dragon comes up.
Or until Renzi decides to gank your lane, because looks like he is on the hunt. But he does get hunted by Shepard, just few punches here and there. Renzi's fine. G4 is very tanky. The very least vision given for both teams, and now you have Demon Kite playing it safely under turret. Nosjo not leaving his lane. Ziggs is near this J4 though, and that is going to be Hamas just focusing fire on Hero. But again, no casualties for both teams. They're almost at the 8-minute mark. And maybe Team Secret is just waiting for the peak of power for Tatsuri. I mean, they could just peel for this champion. And even though you said this, even though you have the Saddle Shard, even though you have the stuns coming through from Demon Kite, if Tatsuri just jumps his way to your face with the Death Lotus, you kind of have no choice but to say goodbye.
Yeah, 100 to 0 real quick. You even have no time to say goodbye, because the burst damage is just too much from Tatsuri. So I think, yeah, as you stated, I think this has a lot of potential. If it's cancelled though, you still have a lot of damage from Tatsuri, even though you don't have the Death Lotus in the form of the daggers, in the form of the Shunpo, that can really just jump you into the backside and deal off massive amounts of damage. And I think the highlight for a Katarina player is really the passive that deals so much damage when you get that passive proccing against the enemy team. So I think that is what Tatsuri wants in the later fights. And have the Rift Herald summoned from the base to the top side of the map, UCFC is going to be blindsided. Do we pressure in Inferno or do we defend top?
Looks like they're gonna get Inferno. That is gonna be Ham is being caught out. You have the Pierce Barrage coming through from Chewy. At the very least, ultimates have been used. You have 4 members of UCFC. Their third side. Tatsuri's already poking this dragon. Team Secret could go with the sneaky plays. Renekton is also trying to keep the gates closed. That is going to be the flag is not connecting. But here comes Trapper with us in battle connecting onto this hero. Nami gets taken down. Tatsuri being able to get the first kill. That is the B. Yosuke is coming through from James. Here comes Yosuke, but now you have the Captain coming through. Katarina does say goodbye. It is going to be a 2-1 in favor of Team Secret. Bombs are being thrown out by Dragon. No other kill, and Team Secret will be able to have the Infernal Drake themselves. Serenzi does something. Taunts will connect. Blue Team's turret has been taken, and now you have the knockup. Fisher Barrage being popped again. James down to the last bar of his health. Blue Team has taken Infernal Drake. Here comes Nacho, but here comes Trevor with a dash in. Ezreal does get bursted down. Dragon coming in with the kites. Here comes Hero. Here comes Tidal Wave. Here comes Renzi as well. TPs are gonna come through. Renekton being bursted down. You have the Aqua Prison connecting onto nothing. Here comes Tatsuri jumping in with the It's me. Double kill. Triple kill. No, hitting spree. But at the end of the day, that is gonna be Katarina being kited down by this way.
I don't even know how much kills came through for these two teams, because they stayed there for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes to try and get that Infernal Dragon. It's just too much kills, just too much damage coming from these two teams. But Tatsuri, commendable plays, TPing in, getting that cripple kill with a Death Lotus, just too much. I think also Tatsuri needs some nerf. You know what, next patch, maybe? But regardless, in this state of the game, you have the Infernal Dragon ready for Team Secret. So when it comes to the power scaling, they have so much against UCFC. And we have Tatsuri and Chewy in your composition with the Infernal Dragon. This just increases the amount of damage that they have. And we talked about the burst damage potential of a Katarina onto Tatsuri's hands. Having the Infernal Dragon, you have 6% damage bonus. So pretty much, it's just... I don't know what's the harder word for a burst damage. What's the higher word? I don't know. It's a burst damage.
burst damage. 200 IQ plays from Infinity right there. I mean... Burst is already high. Why are we having an English lesson here? Anyway, we have the stun coming through from Azar. Nazio was not able to tank that damage, but here comes Trevor. Does he have Assault and Battery? Yes, he does, but he is gonna pop that onto Nazio. Here comes the Black Attack Connect. You have the Entas there as well. Nazio saying goodbye. Dragon left at the back line. Meta for the being popped as well. J4 saying goodbye. Coming through from Nami, as well as the Ebb and Flow. Octopus is not connecting, but you have Demon Knights with a demonic knight. He just keeps on jumping in with a tumble. But at the very least, no other members from Team Secret got taken down.
It was a 1-for-2 trade-off in favor of Team Secret. And commendable Ham's hero's entrance there. He got the 2-man knock-up, enabled them to get the lead. But right now, Team Secret got those kills and got those advantages, now leading them into a 5k gold lead against UCFC Esports. And UCFC is just waiting for Vayne to come up. So I think right now, UCFC needs to play very patient. They need to play passive-aggressive against Team Secret so that Demon Kite can kite out later on and deal those massive amounts of damage against Agayo, against Trevor, maybe against Azar as well, to really just bring down their HP to a T. And I think that is what UCFC needs to do. Wait for the late game, wait for the mid game so that they can scale out and let Demon Kite be a Demon Kite.
You mean a demon that's kiting, right? But yeah,
I guess.
Team Secret, since we already are talking about the Vayne, they need to take out Demon Kite first. Because if you're gonna look back at the previous scrimmage, wait, is there someone being boxed in at the Baron lane side? I guess that's just them going in with the Baron dance. But yes, once Demon Kite is in charge of cleanup duty, it's a nightmare. There's no other way to put it. It's a nightmare. Because you have Vayne for the tumble, the Kite's range is very, very long. Also, the damage is obnoxious. Team Secret almost actually got taken down there. I think Demon Kite almost got a double kill, but at the very least, Team Secret was able to back away quickly. Baron is still up. Next Dragon is going to be up in 25 seconds. UCFC, they're focusing on clearing the wave. But here comes Tatsuri, Katarina being able to clear out the waves just as quickly.
I mean, that's his potential. The passive just clears out the way very, very quickly. But 10 seconds in, I think clever move from UCFC. You know what? 3-man roam top side, get the clear down so that they have the lane control. But recall in fast seconds in a fast succession because Ocean Drake is going to be much important. If you give it to Team Secret, the sustainability is going to be so much of a disaster situation that UCFC needs to deal with. So they need to get the Ocean Drake as much as possible. Don't give it for free against Team Secret, and I think they're just doing that, hovering bot side for 5-man roam.
Aqua Prison did connect. Both teams are waiting it out. You have Trevor jumping in, Chewy focusing on the Dragon as well. But here comes after that. Yeah, the Aqua Prison though. Here comes the Shabraz coming through from Ezreal. Blue team being able to get the Ocean Dragon. Look, the amount of CCs carelessly going over Demon Kite. You have that Lotus Master being taken down. Very is by, so you have Shunpo coming in from the Turi, and he was able to jump right at Hero's face. Double kill going over to the ADC. Zig saying goodbye. Nami being Sushi. A shot down on this Vayne, and that is gonna be a 4-1 in the favor of Team Secret. They can even get Baron at this point, but still, Renzi still has Smite, so they have to be careful.
Right, they have the 4 kills. They will go immediately onto the Baron Nashor because they have the numbers advantage.
Oh, that is Ibikilishmi going over to Tatsuyama. Again, this dude, pentakill machine. Red team is in favor of the men in blue and a Baron to beat. More advantages, more buffs going over to their side, plus a Rift Scuttler.
So much damage. Team Secret coming in to the game number 2, showing us what's real. Now, we have the Wit's End though from the Vayne already. So I think this is sort of the defensive route that Vayne wants to go for because Katarina is just so much damage in this game. And Wit's End will give you the magic resistance, which means gives you extra sustainability, extra defensive capabilities later on when it comes to Tatsuri wants to go for the assassination onto him. And on top of all that, you have extra magic damage for each hit you deal. And I think this is where UCFC wants to go for. Demon Kite wants to have the sustainability, but on top of all that, still have the damage output that can support his teammates when it comes to the damage category in those particular team fights. But Team Secret though, having the Baron Nashor onto all 5 members can now pressure in every single lane. Now UCFC is on sort of the consensus. What are we supposed to do? Are we going to leave our lanes open and focus on one lane to punish that? Or just go for the manpower divide so that we can defend every single one?
Suri jumping in with the Death Lotus, but here comes the mark coming through from Nasio. You also have Hamas jumping in. Nasio was forced to use a flash there, but at the very least, UCFC knows there is no more Death Lotus. Katarina, tidal wave coming through. Kilismi going over to Ezreal. -1 champion down for UCFC. Here comes Azar. He just jumped in, also popping in with a dominance, but Randy jumping in. I thought he was gonna get a revenge kill there, but Baron buff minions are pouring onto UCFC's base. The last turret is still up. Will it fall down? Flag and drag. That's a lot of damage being tanked by Randy. But Team Secret, they do not want to overstay their welcome. They are just going to take a step back and leave the minions to clear UCFC's minions.
Right, and having those two inhibitor turrets is just so worth it for Team Secret at the moment. Because if you're looking at the turrets, UCFC has none at all. So even if they win an ace, even if they win 2 aces for their team, they cannot finish the game. And now Team Secret is pressuring in.
Sean is gonna come through. The stun is there as well. Rally saying goodbye. -1 champion for UCFC and the Team Secret. They could just keep on going in with the pressure. Tatsuri looking at the sides. James being stunned by Vayne stuns. Oh, that is gonna be the explosive mindful being played as well. Nasio trying to look for a target. Last turret taking down. Teleways being popped, connecting all the 3, but here comes the pull coming through from Nasio. You have the opposition connecting. Trevor, he does have GA, but it did get popped. Now you have Hero's Entrance being used by James. Team Secret there, they're gonna take another step back because the defense from UCFC is so good at this point.
Here's the thing, Team Secret is just waiting for the next objective. If they get it, it's done. It's over. It's finished. Whatever you have the description of an end, that is what Team Secret is doing. Because Elder Dragon will come up in 10, and Baron Nashor will come up in 20. They get that, it's pretty much a GG. We're going straight to game 3. And I think the only thing that UCFC can do right now is to get the Baron and get the ace with every single one of them alive to get all the turrets potentially into the mid lane or in the bot lane, and the lane control needs to be on with them. And this is all the categories that they need to check in if they want to win this game.
Frenzy just looking, trying to get vision for the team that is gonna be the Drake already available. Both teams would want to get their hands on that. Two-shot barrage being popped, kites coming through from Vayne, Trevor, and looking at the sides, you have Dragon placing himself at the back line. You have Tidal Wave coming through, American Inferno bomb being popped as well, and that is gonna be UCFC being popped like a pimple. Double kill going over to Katarina. Maybe a triple kill. Are we gonna be seeing another pentakill? Dragon forced to hide this one out, but he does get spotted. Ezreal being bursted down, and
Top
Dragon
bot
does
lane.
become golden, but it is not gonna be enough. Tatsuri alongside James storming at the base of UCFC. Tatsuri jumping in, popping in with the Death Lotus as well, and it is gonna be a red team ace. Team Secret being able to push the series to a game number 3.
What a series so far! What a game start for a day off in 3 games in best of 3 series. This is Team Secret. This is what they were known for, and this is what they were talking about a while ago. You know what? In terms of their draft composition, they're going back into traditional because their triple marksman has failed, and now they've won it. And I think in game 3 they're going to do the same.
That is true. And again, why fix what's not broken, right? And okay, so let's look at that game number 2. Demon Knight still has damage, but I guess the fact that Team Secret had more frontliners compared to how much frontliners they had in game number 1, it really made a difference. Also, out of 21 kills, Tatsumi got 12. that's a crazy player right there. I mean,
That's an achievement. Yeah.
Let him get Katarina, it's gonna be a huge problem. And I actually looked at the scoreboard before the game ended. UCFC was not able to get a single turret from Team Secret side. Just goes to show how much power the team in blue was able to get. On top of that, Nasjo was not able to snowball Renzi. He still got first blood though, but he was not as confident or as comfortable as he was compared to game number 1. So I guess this is the solution to Team Secret's problem in game number 1.
A solution that has shown effect, I suppose, for Team Secret winning this game. And really just Tatsuri having the potential. And I think he's the one that has like 3 challenger accounts in season 2. Like how? How in the world does he do that? That's absolutely insane. And this just shows his Katarina plays absolutely phenomenal.
Phenomenal indeed. Also, I could barely get out of my rank, and this guy has what, 3 challenger accounts? Here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. So let's start this highlight with a very good slow-mo from our prod team. Okay, this was the first blood from Renzi, and again, looking at the dragon side, his stunts were so good compared to game number 1. He also did not get picked off the way he did in game number 1. Chewy did get locked in by Aqua Prison, but overall, the ultimate or the tidal waves coming out from Hero would not have any sufficient follow-ups. And Demon Kite, 2 things. He either would get taken out or he could barely even secure those kills. Match of the match is gonna be, of course, Tatsuri on this Katarina. KDA of 10.00, damage per minute. Look at this. 1,617, kill participation 95%. And look at his item build. If you guys want to be the pentakill machine that this guy is, he actually got a triple kill at most, but still, I'm gonna give him that title. All about that burst. As Infinity said, burst damage.
From Katarina, right? And I think Seeker's arm guard is just so much, because you have to consider that this is just 1,200 gold. It gives you 30 armor and 25 AP with no passive, but that doesn't really matter. What matters here is you still scale when it comes to your damage, but you still have defensive capabilities. And considering the UCFC's draft, I think it's really just favorable to build into a Seeker's arm guard, which Tatsuri has gotten face first when it comes to the first item. So I love that. I love the adaptability of it into the patch 2.4 that Tatsuri is doing, with a phenomenal kill participation of a 95% in this game number 2. What else does he does that we don't know?
I don't know. This guy seems to do everything, and arguably, I think he is one of the most consistent players. I barely saw him fall off, even though Team Secret would suffer a loss. So I guess their strength is definitely at the mid laner. And James, again, we dubbed him as the general for Team Secret. He is the one that just calls out the vision, the enemy's positionings, and whenever they are they gonna jump in or just withhold from a fight. So again, going back into the series, we are gonna be seeing a game number 3. You know what it made me think? Infinity. Whenever you would cast a series, it would always have a game number 3. Do you have a curse with you? Where you're gonna shoutcast? We're gonna be seeing
Caster's
a game number 3?
curse, man. Caster's curse. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Probably. Maybe. Or maybe it's just Team Secret and UCFC having that state in terms of their proficiency in the game, right? Their proficiency is just top notch. And it's being highlighted here in the series number 1 for day 2 for the week number 3.
All right, so it's gonna be back to basics. Team Secret, if they want to do something crazy, sure, do it. But UCFC, I believe they are gonna be sticking to this Vayne pick, unless they want to take Porky for themselves. That's also a possibility. Just leave Nasjo with the Gragas and maybe even with the Darius. Basically a frontliner or a Baron laner that can duel anyone. And yeah, for the support, I guess we'll be seeing more of Nami. I mean, Hero was very good in game number 1 and game number 2. Ziggs will also not get banned. That's just something my guts are telling me. Because both teams, they're just gonna prioritize with the champions that they're comfortable with. So let's hop back into the draft for game number 2. Renekton was open. Team Secret did not ban that champion, so they picked that up. And immediately, UCFC said, okay, let's get a champion that's very powerful when it comes to her takedowns, ergo Ziggs, and let's just give Renzi J4 again. Why? Because Renzi's early game was pretty good in game number 1, and it really syncs well with this Vayne. Now jumping back to Team Secret, they pulled out Ezreal. I honestly did not expect that, but again, Team Secret surprising us is supposed to be not surprising at this point. Galio also going to be picked up and still going to go over to James, and UCFC answered that with a Nami and a Darius. Hero is going to be safe at the back line. Again, Nasio at the front line. And this is the pick that gave smiles on our faces. Katarina on Tatsuri. I mean, the expectations is really high on this player for this champion.
Bancada.
Right? But every time he would just deliver. That's so cool. And okay, Trevor still gonna jump back with the Vi. He had a much better Vi game in game number 2, honestly. So last pick for UCFC is gonna be a Vayne. We kind of expected that. And yeah, once we jumped into the game, UCFC, they did not play horribly. It's just that Team Secret was able to utilize their lineup earlier than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, it's just a good play from UCFC and Team Secret here in the series of yet 1-1 situation. You talked about the draft, and really, I think it's just the comfortable picks now showing up. You have Vayne onto Demon Kite. He stated this champion a while ago into the interview. We want to play Vayne because we're so comfortable with it. This is my main champion. We want to show it. We want to highlight it into fall season icon series. And Team Secret is traditionally going back into sort of the standard protocol here, having sort of the Baron lane that is really sustainable in the form of the Renekton. You have the mid lane in the form of Katarina, that's really just the assassination champion that Tatsuri is really proficient with. And you have the dual lanes having Galio and the Ezreal. And I think it's just so much to deal with when you're going for the traditional versus traditional. Demon Kite was not able to scale out into the game because he's a late game champion, and Team Secret finished that in like 15 minutes, 13 minutes, wherein Vayne was only able to stack up onto maybe 2 to 3 core items, which I think is not enough against these champions that has built Team Secret onto a Renekton and a Galio. So I think at that, it's just too difficult to handle. If they're gonna go once again onto a Vayne, they have to make sure as much as possible that Team Secret will be delayed to finish the game in those minutes, to stall it into the 18-minute mark, so that Demon Kite can really just deal off so much damage into the team fight and win them the game with sort of a reverse type of setup, wherein maybe Team Secret has the mid-game, early game lead, UCFC gets the late.
Also, to add to the ADC matchup that you mentioned earlier, Vayne is gonna have a difficult time trying to catch Ezreal. I mean, Demon Kite was not able to kite on Ezreal. Why? Because he has Arc and Shift. He can just use that anytime. And whenever Demon Kite or Hero will try to go near Chewie, they would just get greeted by a taunt. So again, that was just Team Secret being able to utilize their draft. And let's see. My guts tell me that we're gonna be seeing small adjustments in the bans from UCFC sides, but I'm actually looking forward to seeing which side will these teams choose.
I don't know. Because at this point, Team Secret, you know what? They lost in game number 1. They went into the blue side selection. UCFC, into the blue side selection, they won. So maybe the blue side selection is sort of the win complement. We're going to the blue sides, we win. Maybe these two teams want to utilize the first pick. And I think it's just too much. Because you have the first pick, you can pick any champion that is flexible into the game. You have a lot of selection when it comes to the champion pool. But the problem here is the con of going for the blue side selection is you're giving the counter picks for the red side to now go to. And I think UCFC did just that. But how Team Secret play traditionally in this game just changed everything. And I think it's a sort of a culture shock that UCFC needs to handle in this game too.
I love how you use culture shock. The intensity of Infinity's vocabulary. But yeah, I actually want to touch up on what you said. The first pick from the blue side and the fact that the red side can counter that pick. The problem here is, this is a trend I noticed. Most, if not all, of our pro teams, their first pick is a flex pick. If not their, I don't know, their best champion or something. So they're still giving these questions or still playing the mind games against their opponents. However, Renekton, I mean, yeah, he can be used in the mid lane, but I guess Team Secret would almost always run that on the Baron lane. So let's see what kind of adjustments we'll be seeing at the bans as well as the picks. Maybe we'll be seeing another Vayne, maybe not. Will they change your support? Will they let go of Ziggs? Are they gonna be still using this J4? So a lot of questions running through our minds. Team Secret, again, being able to tie the series out with a 1-1. Let's see who will be able to bag game number 3. Infinity, who do you think will win this game number 3?
I don't even know. At this point, I think UCFC is really up close against Team Secret. But if Team Secret played the same traditional setup that they did in Game 2, I think this will be in favor of them. But if they go the extra mile of going for like a unique type of composition, that's not looking that great. But regardless, I think they're evenly matched up. I have no idea who's going to win. And I think these two teams has the potential to take it home for them. But we have the consideration. We talked about a while ago the blue side selection, the red side selection. Because right now, it's going to be UCFC going for the blue side. So I think this might change things up. And this might be a toss-up for these two teams.
Maybe. So that is still gonna be a Jinzhao ban, still a Rengo ban. I guess we're not gonna be seeing much changes for the bans. Camille ban for UCFC. Predictions on point. But yeah, Team Secret still gonna be banning out Gragas with Katarina ban. So that opens up Camille, and they're at the blue side. They could get that. Gragas is open though.
Go UCFC can also take the Camille.
I go
Never
with
mind.
Camille, but I forgot Pantheon was open. So they are gonna get that for themselves. Galio is open for Team Secret. Gragas and Camille is open. They are gonna pick that up. Most likely going over to Trevor.
Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is available for UCFC.
Oh, yeah.
This is what they were known for D1. UCFC with Pantheon Twisted Fate combo is an absolute menace of a team player and synergy for UCFC, so they can bring this up if they want to.
Let's see though, will they? I mean, I would love to see a Twisted Fate again.
No, they're not.
Okay.
It's a prank. You know, UCFC is going for a different sort of pathway here for their composition.
Yeah, Brown gonna be picked up as well as Corky. So yeah, what I said earlier, it's either they're gonna get Vayne again or they're gonna pick up Corky. But J4 already available for Team Secret. We saw Team Secret flex J4 at the Baron lane, so again, I have no idea where they are gonna put their champions. Varus being picked up again by TS. Vayne, okay, it's gonna be a mid lane Corky then. Vayne's still gonna be handled by Demon Kite. Vayne plus Braum is actually a very strong combo, but they're hovering over that Fiora.
You know what? UCFC is teasing us. We're gonna hover onto this champion, but no, we're gonna pick a different champion. We're instead going for Fiora. We're instead going for Ziggs, and I think this is what they were known for, teasing the enemy team, just baiting them on hovers. But I think Team Secret has already some sort of flexible champions as well. Galio can go support. Galio can go mid. Camille can go jungle. Camille can go Baron. Jarvan4 can go Baron. Jarvan4 can go Baron. Or jungle rather, right? Varus can go AD, not mid lane. Jan is gonna go support. So I think it's just so much flexibility that teams to get hovered in for the first two rotations of their draft that really just force UCFC to go for sort of the flexible as well. You have Pantheon, you have Braum, but the different thing here is it's a Pantheon jungle. How can this affect UCFC is the question here without the Twisted Fate synergy that they've shown us in their week 1, day 1 type of battle against the enemy teams.
Lots of questions definitely in our minds right now, but I guess UCFC, there's a chance we won't be seeing that much of a aggressive Renzi just because you have to wait for Pantheon to actually have your ultimate before you can make things happen because he is short to mid-range at best in the early game. So you really have to wait for your ultimate before you can try to visit other lanes. In retrospect, Trevor finally has his hands on this J4. Let's see who will be able to bag in. Number 3, Tatsuri will now be running this Galio. Game sense from this guy.
Spicy. Galio skill shot onto the bush. Gets information immediately.
Oh, looks like that is going to be a tactical tip coming through. Some pokes here and there, but again, no one's actually going to commit. I mean, that's just the early game. Nazio was able to poke Tatsuri, but that's a Galio. He has quite the sustain, or I guess the advantage this early on. James, again, will be holding that. Janna, let's see if we're going to be seeing some groundbreaking moonstones from this guy. Kite's coming through from Chewy yet again. Demon Kite, please don't. Please don't. Now that's going to be the heal being used as well as the honey fruit being secured by UCFC. And is he going to be forced to go back? That's too early in this game.
Maybe not. He's gonna do that because so much pressure coming from the Chewy Varus and the Hamis Janna pick here from Team Secret. Although, a quick point for the viewers watching at home, we have a switch in supports. Instead of Hero for his side of UCFC Esports, we now have Damp here.
Oh yeah, he's now going to be using this Braum. That's why we saw a Braum pickup from UCFC. Just some pokes here and there, weak points, but from Camille being shown by
lane.
Nasjo, the passive being procced, Renzi lurking at the sides, Dragon is just gonna focus on the D ward. Normal pokes in the early game. I don't think anyone is gonna go crazy just yet because they do not have their ultimates ready. Team Secret, they have more. I mean, most of them have barrier, so they just want to get that long game in. James almost got caught out there, but the Dampier's rule
Top side.
has been proc. That is going to be the stun collecting, but here comes the dealing box in by 2, by 3 champions. Here comes Gatling Gun, Azar being targeted as well. Dragon, that is going to be a flash out coming in from this Camille. That is going to be the passive being popped as well, but at the very least, Camille still gets bursted down. Pantheon is going to be the next to say goodbye. Nazo jumping in with a repost, but Trevor, will you get down? That is going to be the flash being used. You have the flag and drag, you have the auto attack, and that is Fiora being taken down 1-1 in favor of no one.
Yeah, it's 1 for 2 though. For the side of Team Secret, so they will get those 2 kills. The gold lead is in their favor as well, so 1k gold immediately. And those kills made it so that Azar has now Sheen available for him. And also Galio picking up towards the ROA, Rod of Ages. And now this will be sort of the support killer because I think Hammers understands, or not Hammers, but Tatsuri understands that, you know what, we have Janna for the sustainability, Trevor has attack, Azar sort of the engager into the backside. We can now go for sort of massive amounts of damage into the mid lane so that we could punish in terms of the long range shots against Dragon as well.
Infinity, I would like to point something out. Lucian was open, and UCFC did not pick that up and paired it off with a Braum. So maybe Demon Kite just doesn't use Lucian. Winterbite is gonna connect onto James, but I don't think they're gonna fully commit. So again, it's back to farming. It's back to the quiet map here. But Chewy is just gonna constantly pressure Demon Kite. Kite's coming through. That hurts. Whew, the range coming out from this virus is just too much even in the early game. Demon Kite is just forced to be quiet or be passive. Howling Gale's coming through. Honey Fruit being popped out as well. Rift Herald and First Dragon is gonna be up in 21 seconds.
Yeah, just wait for Varus to actually get the Maramune and an Essence Reaver. He's spamming out his kills like nothing because that's like 4 seconds at level 4 for his long range shots. Imagine having 50 ability haste at that. Gonna be so much damage.
Dragon just constantly poking Tatsuri here, and Rift Herald as well as Dragon is now up. You have the Glacial Fishes connecting onto one, but UCFC decided to just not commit. Damper does not have ultimate by the time the Dragon is up, so that's something Team Secret would take note of. Now Trevor trying to go up against Nasio, but Nasio is just gonna take a step back. Now you have Tatsuri helping out Trevor with the Rift Herald take, while the other members of UCFC is just gonna get the first Dragon. I guess it's an even trade by these two teams. Team Secret, again, they just want to focus on the turret takedowns. They just want to focus on the objective game. Red team indeed has secured the Rift Herald.
Rift Herald for the Ocean Drake, I think this is sort of the fringe edge on whether what's more important. But considering no Tower First Blood as of yet, Team Secret has that potential to gain the gold lead immediately in the next minutes to come. And UCFC, though, will have a better late game. And I think this will be in complement to a Corki with Demon Kite and also Renzi and Nasjo. We all know Renzi has a recent buff on his ultimate, having sort of 15% armor penetration built into his ultimate as a passive. That's just too much when you have a Jarvan 4, when you have a Camille, when you have Galio for Team Secret. It can easily be damaged by Renzi.
Dampier just trying to lurk at the sides. Flag and Jag will connect, but they were not able to catch Dragon. The Blast Cone has been popped as well. Howling Gale has been placed at the push. And now you have 3 champions from the mid lane from Team Secret. I don't think they're gonna try and pick any fight at all. Nas, Joe alongside Dragon, they're gonna make their way back up at the Baron lane.
Yeah. Right, so having those pickups, no, a bit fail because it's a 1 for 2. So I think it's really just a stalemate for now. As we talked about a while ago, in this state of the game, we're in 2 objectives are done, 5 minutes, 6 minutes into the match. No objectives are available, but rather having the lane and the turrets. And I think that will be the main center of point here. But by both UCFC and Team Secret to sort of get some to sort of get some towers so that they can get the map control, because as of yet, no one still hasn't taken that tower first blood, which gives everyone gold for your team. So that's important.
Good. Yeah, good pokes as well as good damage coming out from Nastro, just forcing Azar to play on their turret. But going back into the mid lane, Tatsuri, I mean, Zig is nowhere there yet. Tatsuri was able to just shove the minion waves forward. We haven't been seeing much of Chewy yet. Explosive Minefield has been used by Jagam just to quickly clear out the wave. Triforce being picked up by Azar. Haunagil connecting onto Dampier as well. And still, everyone is literally far away from each other. I don't think we're going to be seeing any pickups or fights in the next 1-2 minutes unless Nastro tries to pull something.
And I think he does, but Azar will be instead going topside.
Hex the ultimate wave pop as well. Now you have Trevor jumping with the flag and drag. They are rather winning this 2v1, and that is maybe Nastro being taken down. He did pop the grand challenge, but it's not going to be enough, given that it was a 2v1. And he did not have the barrier up toward the last seconds of that fight. You have the ultimate coming through from Renzi, but he is gonna focus on the Rip Herald. But it's a tad bit too late, given that the first blood turret went over Team Secret. Dragon having his eyes on Trevor, but Trevor was able to jump his way to safety.
And he's safe. So far, I think Team Secret is happy with the third and also an extra kill to top it all off, with now 1-3 as a standing. So Team Secret has the gold lead at 3k gold. This is what they want in the early game, and they're looking for more into the bot side, trying to get another turret in their favor.
Jeez, that damage coming out from Chewy. Imagine Team Secret try to get in with the fights with that kind of damage, but that is gonna be Trevor jumping in. Start pop in with the Chrono Back, but looks like they're actually not gonna commit. I mean, UCFC, they realize they are in nowhere prime position to actually pick up a fight. It's gonna be the Hex Ultimatum being popped as well. Everyone jumping in. Hero's Eyes being popped as well. Cordy saying goodbye. Team Secret being able to win the first few moments of this battle. It's gonna be the auto attack connecting, Passion being taken down. You have the flag attack connecting onto Dragon. Dragon being able to satchel charge his way into safety, but it's not gonna be enough because he is being chased down by Azar. Double kill going over to Camille. And one turret from the mid lane being taken by Team Secret.
Yeah, and with those kills, now Team Secret could go for the Cloud Dragon or get a kill onto the bot side, onto Nastro, and get the tier 1 turret in bot lane. They could do both if they want to go for it, but the Dragon will come first.
Nastro jumping in, but he forgot he did not expect Camille to actually be there, and that is the flash being used by James. Glacial Feature not open, not available. Redzy being able to get the Cloud Dragon, and that is the stuns coming through from Ozar, but he will be able to hook shot his way into safety. Team Secret there come together, and again, the red team being able to slay that dragon.
UCFC is now on a 6k gold deficit on how much Team Secret has taken away from them. And after this, you have the recall going through. Team Secret is buying more items. I think now they could buy onto the first core. Ham is already with a Rod of Ages. Galio as well. So this is just so much damage coming through. And you have Druid to top it all off that already has sort of a Ghost Blade and the Maramune. So you have extra penetration, you have extra damage, burst potential from the Ghost Blade, and you also have the Maramune to spam out skills and still have that mana to sustain yourself on poking out the enemy team. So much damage already built up. Top of all that, you also have the Rabadons that come from Tetsuri. And UCFC is answering this. You know what? You have the sustainability. We're going to build up Braum with a Bramble Vest so we can counter that with some Grievous Wounds. And now, Ziggs also had the Luden Cycle and the Burning Geese to have that extra damage potential on prolonged team fights. And now I think Team Secret is going to play this out onto a matchup because UCFC is now hovering in top side of the map, 2-man roam.
That is true. Now you have Dampier as well as Renzi just being quiet at the Tri-Brush, but apparently Trevor is being quiet there as well. Usual duel up against Fiora and this Camille, but I think the action is up there at the Baron lane. Baron is available. Trevor was not able to see Dampier, so the recalls will come through. Team Secret, the team left in the Dragon's Pit. They could start the Baron, or they could just look for a possible pick-off. And I guess they're going with the latter. I mean, Renzi was not shown there, but Team Secret, they're making their way into the mid lane. Dragon still has the Mega Inferno Bomb. UCFC, they just need to wait for Demon Kite to go online. and just give this space for Dragon at the back line, just to make sure that he can just pop in with the bombs. But Team Secret, they're really not letting UCFC go anywhere near the Baron pit.
They're not. Because I think Team Secret wants to push away UCFC, and when you're looking at the map, UCFC doesn't have any information what the Baron Nashor is doing right now. Is he fighting Team Secret or not? As UCFC is not pressuring in.
Roots coming through from Chewy, and here comes the Cataclysm being popped as well. You have the Heroes Engines connecting, the tunnels are going to connect on two, but here comes Heroes coming through from this Brom Orky. The first one actually gets taken down. Redzy being able to get a double kill. Here comes Team Secret jumping in. They are a Storm Medallion being taken down, but it is going to be a 1-2 in favor of Team Secret. They're okay with that trade. You have the minion wave pushing through, but the recall is going to be a priority because Tatsuri was the champion that got bursted down.
Yeah, and even though they got the numbers advantage, Tatsuri is gone. You have Demon Kite and Dampiro not available for UCFC. I think Team Secret has the knowledge. Renzi still has his ultimate. Renzi still has the smite. So if we go for the Baron Nashor, we have the potential for it to be stolen away for UCFC, and this can change things around in this map. And we have the gold lead, so they need to adjust towards our game style. They need to adjust towards our gameplay, and UCFC needs to do that. Team Secret can just do whatever they want in this game. So I think having the recall is much more of a priority than just pressuring in Baron Nashor and forcing it out.
Looking into the game 12 minutes in, it's a 7k, 8k gold lead in favor of Team Secret. And again, UCFC, they were not able to get even a single turret from Team Secret side, but at the very least they do have one dragon. Baron again is up, Infernal Drake will be up in 8 seconds. This is another chance for UCFC to get, or at least come back from the deficit that they have right now. But you have Trevor just manning that Infernal Drake pit, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Again, Chewy's kites hurt a lot. Those arrows are gonna be a huge problem for UCFC.
They're not stopping though. Team Secret is going for the Infernal Dragon. UCFC is going for the contest.
That is even a stunt connect, and here comes the Gaze of Fisher as well. Now you have James using the Moonstone just to protect his team. That is gonna be Trevor jumping in the back lines. She's coming through. Chewy coming in with the kites, but Nacho down to the last part of the hill, but he was able to pop the Zonius Arglas. Ziggs gets taken down. Chewy was able to penetrate the back line as well. Kingsby going over to Varus. Nacho running for his life. Will the life still be enough? But you Tatsuri just right behind you. James trying to go with the leeway. That is to be a 1-1. Nacho doesn't have the shields coming through, but you know what? Here comes Chewy. Oh no. Kites, arrows, goodbye, Fiora. It is the ace going over Team Secret.
Catch him! Catch him! He's running! UCFC is going for the micro plays, but in the end, it's gonna be Team Secret winning that fight. And with those 5 kills, they now have a much more further lead against UCFC at an 8k gold. And now they could go for the Infernal Drake. Even though if Renzi is alive, he has his ultimate, he has his might, Team Secret can counter that with Tatsuri, with the taunts, and pretty much Renzi cannot do anything, so really just pressuring in onto the Infernal Drake is much more important.
Chewy is alive, but here comes the stun from UCFC. Demon Kite hurts a lot. Here comes Azong connecting off the Cataclysm. Ziggs gets bursted down. Here comes the seed is coming through from Team Secret, but you have Tatsuri dashing in. The taunts are not connecting, but Rampage has been secured by Chewy. It's gonna be a 2 rather to none in the favor of Team Secret. The arrow again. The arrows from Varus, it just hurts a lot. Also, the combo that Team Secret has, this Hexic Ultimatum plus Cataclysm, it's a lot of lockdowns. On top of that, you have to be careful of the possible hero's entrance right after. Ultimate that's useful is the Monsoon coming through from James. I thought that was gonna get stolen. Like I could not.
Yeah, I thought that was going for the Skyfall. Yeah, for Renzi. He was like thinking, he was stuck at the inhibitor turret in mid lane. I thought he was gonna come through for the ultimate into the Baron Nashor, try to go for the steal, even though he's 1 HP. But he opted to not go for it. I think that's the clever move. Because if you're thinking about it, if you die in that fight, you're up to like 30 seconds without yourself for UCFC Esports to try and match against Team Secret, where now they're going for the Infernal Dragon. Now you can go for the contest.
Non-contested though, because UCFC looks like they don't want to take their chances. That was a 3-4 champion Dragon takedown because Camille is split pushing at the Baron lane. Now you have the Baron buff minions making their way into the mid lane, even in the Baron and Dragon lane actually. But Team Secret, they would want to focus on the shortest lane, so no more outer turrets for the mid lane in UCFC side. Unbreakable has been used by Dampier to negate a bit on the possible damage coming through from the red team.
Yeah, and they're going for it. You know what? Team Secret has all the advantage that they have. They have the Baron Nashor. So what else can they do? Renzi now going for the Skyfall.
Ultimate coming through with the Skyfall Kingsley going over to the tree, but that is not going to be enough for UCFC. You have the timer just coming through. Chewy being taken down, you have the counter him as well, but here comes Demon Kite. He did pop his Argon, but it's not going to be enough. He still does get taken. Rampage for Tatsuri. Tactical sweep being popped. A shutdown on Chewy. Fiora gets taken down. 3-1 in the favor of Team Secret. Azar cling the wave at the Dragon side. Shields coming through, coming out from Tamis. Taunts connecting. Expect ultimatum being popped as well, with the passive of Camille being propped. The Howling Gale will connect to no one, but still Team Secret will be able to put 2 holes into the base of UCFC.
They can finish game. Every single minion is now crashing down.
They can. They will. Flag is ready. It's going to be connected. You have Azar flashing through, but that's Tatsuri getting ready with a taunt. It is not going to connect because Team Secret was able to win Game 3 and the series will go over to their side.
Team Secret, you know what? Reverse sweep. Now, game 1 was sort of the information game, the experimental game. Can we do this graph? Game 2 and game 3 is sort of traditional. Let's go back. It doesn't work. We're going back. We're going to win it, and we're going to dominate onto a 2-1 rather of a point system here for Team Secret. And they won the series, and it was very intense. But I think their hunger for bloodshed here for Game 2 and Game 3 was highlighted. You're looking at a kill standing of a 4-19 in favor for Team Secret. How much they have come today to really match up against UCFC into putting them in sort of a hard position. What do? We don't have any kills. We can't let Demon Kite get killed, but we don't have any items to defend it. And we also don't have any items for Demon Kite to scale out. They're going back traditional as well onto the Maramune and the Trinity Force, which everything has been changing thus far here in the patch 2.4. So that's an interesting point that Demon Kite took here in Game 3.
Look at how James has a 3k goal lead against Dampier, and look at the difference of their itemizations. Dampier is this beefy front line. James is a damage type Janna. That's it. That was the story of the supports, but looking back, it's game number 3. Here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. Dragon was safe at the backlines here, but Team Secret was still able to turn things around and they were able to get the revenge kill. Again, Tatsuri being one of the most consistent players here in the C Icon Series PH. He is still shining.
And his shining is not stopping. Team Secret is really just going all in exponential growth here. And here though, in the 11-minute mark, Team Secret already has a 6-kill lead with 7k gold lead in their pockets, which means UCFC in the 5v5 will innately have the disadvantage. And it can be highlighted in this specific case wherein Team Secret is just dominating. And after that, they were able to take more objectives for their team. And I think they keep on letting that Infernal Dragon act as a bait for UCFC to come down. And Team Secret is not really that afraid, is not fearful that UCFC is going for the contest, because they understand that we have all these objectives, we have all these advantage. Even if they got 1 to 2 kills, we can counter engage and get more of it. And they only have 1 turret taken down against us, and we can counter that. So I think this is what Team Secret is doing. Pretty much a high-level mechanical mind games play against UCFC Esports, wherein they need to make it par to win this game.
Also, we have been highlighting Chewy's damage, and then I was looking at his itemization. It was a lethality crit build, so that's why it hurts a lot. But aside from the ADC, match of the match is going to be J4, the jungler Trevor. KDA of 17.00, damage per minute 732, kill participation 89%, and damage taken per minute is 955. He was a very tanky J4. Cataclysms, again, very much on point. You'd understand why UFC would want to take J4 away from Trevor's hands.
Yeah. Trevor built onto the Black Cleaver and Warmug's armor, which was interesting, right?
It is,
And I think the case here is because they were on a lead. Now Trevor has that option to now go for the damage instead of tank. These are sort of the situations where you can adjust towards for your team, adjust towards the situation, and you're looking at sort of a damage which can also sustain. The Warmug's armor gives you sustainability throughout those team fights, and you have much more uptime in the game, right? Because you have constant regeneration. When you're in trouble, you can just go back on a team fight, stay in a bush for just a little bit long, and then you're back up in 20 seconds. And I think that is what Trevor wants. They want team fight, they want bloodshed, and as much as possible, I think Trevor wants to just support his teammates in those team fights. And if he goes back to Fountain, he cannot do that. So a Warmug's armor can complement that strategy and complement Trevor's mindset coming into the series.
He wanted bloodshed. Team Secret definitely got the bloodshed that they were looking for. So it looks like first series, again, game 3, because Infinity here was casting. So let's see if the caster curse is real for this kid. But yeah, what a beautiful series to start week 3, day number 2 off. UCFC, they really had a good game number 1, but I guess that was just Team Secret's draft or Team Secret's plans not coming through. At the very least, game 2 was a very close game. Game 3, UCFC, they were looking for possible targets. They were looking for the combos. On top of that, I see the logic behind the Brom pick, but the passive, UCFC was not able to proc it. They were not able to utilize it, which is why Team Secret, they were just the ones that came through. They just could not stop with their snowball. But again, that has been series number 1. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko, I'm Infinity. We're gonna hop into a very short break, but when we come back, you guys will be seeing our panelists.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You are back watching the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season, where we learned that you shouldn't run a triple marksman setup even if you're team secret. But they may have lost the first game, but they take the series anyway from UCFC Esports 2-1. My prediction was right.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, you're
Good
right.
job there. Yes. And they will take 75,000 Globe Cup points home. Let's jump into our series highlights because this was quite a match indeed. And okay, Team Secret, triple marksman. I feel like this was a high risk, high reward, but they were dealing with a very specific window for this. And they're playing against UCFC, which have been known for this very brutal, very aggressive style. And I feel like, did you think that UCFC were going to give you that window? I don't think so.
Yeah, never a chance that UCFC will give a free win off of the backs of a triple marksman. Knowing that Nasjo is very proficient on tanks, Renzi did supplement that by going for Jarvan 4. And look at the itemization for game number 1. Just go straight on armor. No need for magic resistance because all the damage is AD, right? That's the danger of having just one damage profile for your team. But really, yes, Team Secret won the game. That's a question, right? But was it convincing? I don't think so. I feel like a Team Secret in general, I have set a very high standard for them, which is a good thing, I think. And I'm still worried because out of the 3 games, 0 first blood still. I know that first blood doesn't really translate it into an auto win or something like that, but that still is a good indication of how you are communicating during the early game. And so far, UCFC has capitalized on the early games of games 1, 2, and 3. But on game number 3, Team Secret just went straight out. Yes, I'm going to give you the first blood, but not the victory in the early game.
I mean, this is the identity of a Team Secret. It feels like they are having a shaky game, but it feels like it always has been a download game. Game 1, yes, they are losing a lot. They are running a different draft, and that was weird. A triple marksman with a Vi? Not gonna work this time around. And we saw that being punished by UCFC the early game, and marksman, if they didn't have that supporting early game, they're gonna fall off mid to late game, and it was fairly an easy win for UCFC. But game 2, as what Autolus told us, it feels like they are not in a better shape. It feels like they are. It's just that the teams are closing the gaps with the better teams right now.
No.
So
I feel like no. Just finish your sentence and then.
I mean, you already barged in. You can go ahead and explain yourself.
It's just that I don't think that the gap is closing. Rather, Team Secret is just slowing down from the summer form that we have seen them. And I know I'm coming off so strong on this, but I'm so confident in saying that the fear that Team Secret strikes to the hearts of everyone, it's not there. It's not there at the moment. Something's missing.
And just one question. Did Team Secret close it out fairly easy against UCFC?
Well,
Then the gap is closing. I mean, that's for me because they are showing. They really proved their part already. They got one win. Summer season, it feels like Team Secret sounded undefeated because of there's no next play. But this time it's let's say it's UCFC, not entirely next play. But they are getting those wins. They are getting the momentum. They are exploiting the early game that transitions into their own victories. But I mean, even though they're slowing down or not, it's still one way. It's Team Secret getting the victory, and we're happy for that.
Yeah, I get it. But I also get what Odlus is saying. I am a little worried, especially going into the playoffs. Because it does feel like Team Secret has been slowing down. They still are Team Secret. They still do set a standard for that. But again, other teams are catching up really, really fast. And, looking back at like the summer season during the North Luzon group stages, they were setting the meta. Now it seems like they're a little bit more passive, which, as a fan, I'm very concerned. So that's something that's like a little bit, alarming. And UCFC, they did really well. Certainly look scary in a game number 1.
Yeah.
But of course, we're gonna see them again. They still do have a chance, and it's gonna be really interesting actually when we get into the continuation of the UCFC storyline. But we are going to head into our second match of the day, and this will be Galaxy Racer versus Action PH. Now, checking out Galaxy Racer's lineup, they took a little bit of a tumble yesterday against UCFC, so they're not riding on a lot of momentum right now. What do you guys think happened, and what do they need to work on, especially if they want one of those tickets to the playoffs?
And of course, Galaxy Racer, it was a different form we saw from them yesterday. Yes, they were able to get that one win with UCFC, and it's not really a really good game 3 for them. Yes, they drafted a mile fight, but Zivs is the targeting for the Vayne. Supposedly, they should be focusing Demon Kite. They should be respecting the power of Vayne, but it feels like they have different plans on denying the Renzi Frenzy with the Rengar. But at that point, it was just a few misplay, and they kind of need to work on with their target prioritization. And I just want to remind Autolus that this is also the team that got one win against the Team Secret. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how close they are, but teams are really stepping up for fall season.
Yes, that's Galaxy Racer, that's Team Secret. I mean, that's two ways to look at Team Secret, but so much for Team Secret. This is Galaxy Racer, again, two new players, I would say. Anyway, in the jungle, Zivs in the Dragon Lane, not new per se, but that's a player that has transitioned over from the Dragon Lane to the Baron Lane. Quite a transition, I would say. But I would like to highlight the mid laner for Galaxy Racer, none other than JC, top player, top global player, not really global, but a top Katarina player in Southeast Asia. I remember seeing his post. He was at their top 6, top 10, and being at that, prestige level on the Katarina just speaks volume onto his mechanics, onto his killer's instinct. Right? And it deserves the stats. 3.83 for the KDA. Damage per minute of 979. Damage percentage of 26%. So, you know that Galaxy Racer, although they have a very good Dragon Laner in POW, especially on Kaisa or on champions that can really do sustained damage, JC is not too far behind. That's still 26%. Most used champions, very varying, right? So you have Katarina, can go control on the Twisted Fate, can even go fighter, bruiser, whatever you call this champion. Yeah, so this is going to be a very exciting battle. I feel like you have to pay close attention to JC.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe I'd call Yasuo an error bender of sorts.
Yeah,
I don't know. maybe if we have to put that in there. But yes, they will be up against Action PH. Now, Action PH, they haven't got that elusive win just yet, but they came very close to Team Secret yesterday. So I actually think that the momentum is a little bit on their side, because that's saying a lot. That is saying a lot. Could this finally be their chance? As we check out their lineup, the Action PH lineup once again, I'm wondering if this could finally be it for Action PH, because, looking at their match tomorrow and today, I feel like if they don't get this, then, this is it. The door is shutting for Action PH.
If our barometer is Team Secret, since Action PH was so close in winning against TS, are we saying that the gap is closing between APH and Team Secret, or is Team Secret just slowing down? Because that again is, the concern that we have here. I feel like Action PH, Yamada in the Baron Lane getting the solo kill on Azar. I'm sorry, Azar, but I had to. That's on a matchup that really favors him. That's the Jax versus Renekton. So we know that Yamada can win the lane by himself, but Ryzen has to be there to mix things up. Again, Action PH is so one-dimensional. Ellie, as a rookie, was scouted from the ranked games, is also fairly decent. So I'm just excited as a whole, but if you're going to ask me, well, I don't want to spoil my prediction, but I feel like there's going to be still a challenging series for Action PH.
Yeah, and everyone from Action PH are really doing a great job, and that was really fairly close. They have these close games, but once again, they're having a hard time looking for the final play And I wanted to point in one of the factors that really puts them on a good roll. Solo player highlight will be Ellie. And this Dragon Laner, yes,
Say it.
we are seeing a lot of Yamada on his own highlight. We saw Ryzen and Kazuya have their own spotlight as well. But Ellie provides his own delivery on the damage department, and as how well Action PH is having a hard time with their own macro plays. Their micro is looking solid, as what Autolus told us a while ago, that Yamada scored a solo kill against Azar. But once again, the solo player highlight for the team is Chinelas, I believe. Is this Ellie or Chinelas? I got mixed up. Sorry about that. But yeah, I was highlighting Ellie is because of Chinelas really showing that he is a good tandem in the power of Ellie and. Chinelas, 73% kill participation, and he's really putting his team on his back with the Braum, Galio, and Jana. He is roaming around whenever the teams needed him, and fairly to say, not really as a flashy KDA, but he is doing really well in terms of jumping or initiating for the team. So Chinelas, one of the biggest factors for APH's success, especially from yesterday.
Yeah, and checking out that 73% kill participation, it's a little lower than what we usually see from the rest of the support. So, Chinelas will have to step it up, especially against Galaxy Racer, because again, I feel like, this is their last chance to really step through the door if they do want to end the fall season on a high note indeed. But checking out our Globe key player clash right now, we do have, yes, Ellie, who I believe Osiris has highlighted, and we do have, it's this one. And we do have Pau. And I think this matchup is going to be really interesting right now. It's going to depend, I feel like, on how the rest of the teams set these guys up for success.
I totally agree. I believe that's the story for Dragon Laners. This is the role you really cannot only do so much because you have to rely on the other members to peel for you, to make plays for you, and you have to be safe in the back lines, making sure that you deal damage. However, on the flip side, Pao is known to be a very proficient Kai'Sa player and is not afraid to go for the killer's instinct. His stats, 77% kill participation. And I did mention earlier, right, the damage percentage for JC was 25%. He's dishing out 28%. So it's not too big of a, I would say, too big of a gap compared to the other teams. So GXR's playstyle is more well-balanced. Meanwhile, Ellie, rookie, just scouted from ranked games, very impressive.
Yeah, and both of them are, let's say, a rookie from... Although Pau is on the summer season, but wasn't really played as much as he is when he is a sub. This is the first time that he is being played most of the games, and you can see that both of them deserves the spot of the super rookie, 77% kill participation, while Ellie is on 75. You can see that, yes, Pau is ahead in terms of some of the stats because they are getting those wins, but Action PH, I believe also that it spiked a lot from yesterday's double digits games against Team Secret, a fairly close one, and at that point I really think that both of them are integral part that can shake things up with the standings. I mean, this is might be the first win of Action PH.
Yeah, so which way do you guys think it's going to go? Could this finally be Action PH's day? Or will we end up fearing the Galaxy?
I mean, again, Osiris will just go with Galaxy Racer. And I feel like I have to bend my knee for now, right? And I think Galaxy Racer has what it takes to really get a solid win against APH, not a knock against APH, right? I feel like they're one of the hungriest teams that we've ever seen from the summer season up to the fall season. But sometimes hungriness is not enough. If that makes sense.
I mean, both of them really had close games with one of the top teams, and As for Galaxy Racer, I'll bet for them for the reason that in terms of I understand Autolus, APH can come closer, but in terms of statistics, in terms of numbers, as long as as long as Galaxy Racer doesn't really overcommit on those skirmishes that they have the errors from yesterday, they can win. But if APH can win those, surprise them, this can go both ways.
Yeah, I feel like they just have to channel what they had against Team Secret yesterday. That
Yeah.
could be, it's possible. It's certainly possible. I
Yes.
mean, we see it. We definitely do. But, for now, I mean, I say we see it, but we're all going for Galaxy Racer, and I'm going to go for Galaxy Racer as well. I think this is going to be a 2-0. But again, we are very, very much welcome to be proven wrong here. And I think we're all going to be happy and we're all going to rejoice if Action PH does indeed get the win for today. Now, of course, you guys can also let us know. Let us know if you feel like Action PH is going to get that win. Send in your comments and reactions over on Twitter and use two simple hashtags, hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag #DominateTheRift. And we could see your tweets featured over here on our panel segment. I believe we have a couple coming up right now. And yes, I also believe that Autolus does miss Hungry Cast a little bit. We have one from Tonsty over here. And he says, I think I'll need 3 cups of coffee for today's matches, hoping it'll be full of game 3s because the stakes are now higher. I now see what Fraud was telling me. I love you, PPGL. Yung likod ko sakit na. Ahem. Wink, wink. Well, Tonsty, I hope you checked out the little quiz that we have over there. And we do have a Secret Lab, a gaming chair being given away indeed. And yes, we hope to see that given to you if you're back hurting right now from
You were asking me a couple of days ago what's the contents of the quiz, right?
Yeah.
I saw.
You know?
I saw the quiz already. Yeah, for week number 1. So just saying, maybe you can ask me how to answer.
Interesting. Okay. I'm going to talk to you off stream, obviously, because you guys can't hear about this. Of course, you have to find out yourself. We have another tweet over here from Val's principal. Tamang nood na lang ng Wild Rift si Icon Series PH para magka-idea kung paano magkaroon ng win streak. Chill lang, sobrang lulupit. Support. Thank you so much, Val's principal. And yes, definitely getting some tips for your own ranked games here on the Icon Series PH. Maybe don't try the triple marksman. We saw how that went down. Yeah, you can pass on over that. But definitely some amazing mid lane plays we've seen, and getting some kiting ideas from Demon Kite. Of course, learning a lot from all of our pros here, and of course here and around the world as well. It's interesting to see the different metas coming out as all the Wild Rifts, the different Wild Rift series come to fruition. I am really excited that we're welcoming a few well-known teams into the Rift, aren't you? Yes, indeed. But of course, we are gonna head on over to our second match of the day, folks. It is Galaxy Racer versus Action PH. If you're not doing anything, please do head on over to the PPGL Discord community server, hang out there, share some memes, share some reactions, maybe real-time reactions as you're watching the stream. But for now, let us Riot go over to the casters. Guys, are you guys ready? Take us into the Rift. This is Galaxy Racer versus Action PH.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Panelist desk. Welcome back, everyone, into another series here at Full Season Icon Series. My name is Infinity. And together with me is Yuko for Galaxy Racer vs Action PH.
Yeah, can I just say that this matchup is so intense that both casters actually did the intro. But yeah, it's going to be Action PH versus GXR. So both teams, well, to be fair, GXR is starting off very, very strongly in this fall season. Action PH, though, they are still yet to get their footing. So maybe today is the day that they finally get that W for themselves.
Right, and I think this is once again a lot at stakes for both Action PH and Galaxy Razor. Is this gonna be the first series that Action PH can take for a win here? Or this is gonna be once again GXR taking the win? That's indeed a question right now for this specific group. Because if Action PH can take the win, at least they have something that they can bring out against the Group B stages here for the teams. And I'm excited. Are we going to see some untraditional picks once again? Are we going to see some untraditional compositions? How Team Secret has brought in 3 marksmen a while ago is something that I'm thinking, can we see it once again in these two teams?
No, let's not do that.
Probably not.
The pro team still don't know how to run that triple marksman lineup yet. But if anything, GXR they have their own flavor. If anything, I actually like the fact that JC also runs the Katarina composition. Anyways, tempo at the jungle is definitely one of GXR's strength. But with all that said and done, let's just jump into the champ select. Thank you so much for Riot Go.
Right, Action PH already banning out Lucian immediately with huge respect onto the champion. But Galaxy Razor, you know what? Ban out Lucia. We're gonna ban away Zed because you don't have anything to counter this. This is an assassination champion rather. So we have respects onto that. And Olaf and Senna to follow through.
Looks like Lucian and Senna will not be able to see the light of day in game number 1. Gragas will be banned out. Twisted Fate is going to be banned out as well. So the only champion left open that's first pick possible is Camille. So starting the draft strong for Action PH. In retrospect, GXR will be able to get their hands on Galio, and I was about to say Corki, but okay, Yasuo, maybe.
I mean, Galaxy Razor is so familiar with the 0-6 power spike of a Yasuo, so picking it up to have, a synergy with Galio. Although I really like this because Galio's ultimate can go for a lot of knockups, and that is huge setups for Yasuo to come through. But Action PH can answer that with a Kai'Sa and a Braum, very mobile as a champion. So potentially, this is going to be so much harder for Yasuo to even get those setups up and running. And Jarvan 4 is something that they want to really just go in synergy with a Galio as well.
It's been a while since we saw the Kai'Sa Braum combo, so it's nice to see that we get to see that for the side of Action PH. Corki is going to be the ADC for the side of GXR, and Action PH. Honestly, I think the Camille would most likely be in the hands of, I was about to say, Yamada, but looks like they are hovering over this Riven and they are going to lock that in. They only have the mid lane I only have the mid lane missing rather for the composition of Action PH, and they're gonna lock in that Akali Renekton. Surprisingly, it's gonna be a last pick Renekton for GXR. I mean, you don't really see that. Renekton is usually in the first or second rotation pickup.
Yeah, I think Galaxy Razor is thinking, in a different mindset. Let's pick up these champions. If Action PH picks up Renekton, we have something to counter it. But if not, we can pick it up for ourselves because we have so much front lines, and having a Renekton to dive into those team fights can be in synergy with a Galio ultimate.
Mid lane Riven. That's the first 2 words that popped in my mind when I saw the switcheroo from Action PH. Okay, Yasuo does have wind wall and all that, but I guess it's kind of okay. I mean, the idea of being up against a Yasuo is you try to CC him to the ground. Make sure he cannot move at all. On top of that, you're gonna have a Camille that's gonna come out from the jungle and just maybe visit mid lane to stop Yasuo again from snowballing, because Yasuo alongside Corki, they are the main damage dealers for the side of Galaxy Razor. But again, we're gonna jump into the game. Let's see which team will be able to win this first game. This is series number 2, and again, we'll be your casters. I'm Yuko, alongside me is Infinity. Yamada will be using that Akali. He is a problem once you give this Akali, by the way.
Yeah, probably the only one that cannot set for a Yasuo, that cannot set for JC is Zivs. Zivs doesn't have any knockup. The rest has all. Right? Anyway, has the Flag and Drag, has knockup. Pao has knockup on the special delivery, can also set for Yasuo. And Raw, Hero's Entrance, that's a knockup. So a lot that can set for JC, so I think they're waiting for a mid-game, late-game power spike. I think they want to take it on sort of the long road against Action PH. And Action, I think, wants to go for the early game because you have so much in terms of power spike. Eli can power spike in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That can level up the AKT and Rain. You have Ryzen as a jungle. So I think this is going to be a hyper-aggressive type of setup. that Yamada can also utilize. We know how he plays onto Akali. And I think this will be sort of their key player coming in. Action PH has Yamada to assassinate JC and Tao before a teamfight occurs.
Looks like that is going to be the stunts connecting from Kazuya, just keeping JC at bay. Again, Yasuo is going to be very silent in the earlier parts of the matches. APH still having Ryzen on that Camille. JC down to the last bar of his health. Kazuya having the early game advantage. From now, Ryzen going to go with the invade, but he does get spot out by Draw. Hi, hello, can you just please leave our jungle area? Here comes Chinelas, here comes Eli as well. I get her in being popped. The Unbreakable is right there. You have the tactical sweep to finish off the buff steal.
Yeah, I think that was actually pretty worth it if they got the steal off, because first off, they removed the potential for the blue buff to go for Jarvan 4. So that's a decreased amount of mana regeneration, and on top of all that, you have Camille as sort of a champion that spams out skills that can utilize this to go and pressure in mid lane, or if he wants, can pressure in other lanes as well.
Toss are gonna come through, but looking at the mid lane, you have to jump in. Now it's gonna be a knock of Airborne, but you have the Cataclysm coming through. Red team being able to get first blood. Riven does get taken down. You have to flash in, and Camille was able to take down Yasuo. Anyway, the only one left at the mid lane, and it just forces this Riven to just jump back. Ryzen rather, and it's Camille.
Yeah. And this is a 1-for-1 though. So there's no big advantage for any of these two teams. And the first kill, the first blood went in for both junglers. And the assist came in for the mid lanes. So pretty much there's no huge advantage for maybe the dual lanes to get those increase in gold in the early phase of the game. It's pretty much both the mid laners, pretty much both the junglers have the gold distribution thus far in those first kill. So this is pretty even for now. No one has the further lead, no one has the greater advantage in this game. But what I do believe that Galaxy Razor has the advantage from is the security into the mid lane. Because look at the ward placements. You have Galaxy Razor having a ward in top side, you also have bot side. So if someone wants to gank, Yasuo has the information.
They will know. Okay, Kazuya is just there at the mid lane. You have Chinelas and you also have Ryzen just hiding out at the bush. But JC is gonna commit with his recalls just to make sure that once he comes back to his lane, the Rip Herald and the Dragon will be up. The Yam is already available for Yamada. And still waiting for the first item coming through from Kaisa. Could be a Blade of the Ruin King. Maybe something that that we see as the usual if we're going to be picking up that Kaisa. But no actual power plays from both teams just yet, except Yamada. Right? I mean, that's already a given. China Shroud did pop even the 5-point strike, was able to push Zibs on this Renekton back. Both standing at a level 7. Both summoner spells are still available. JC just waiting for an opening to try and duel things out with Kazuya. Both teams did take a peek at the Baron pit, but looks like both of them are not going to commit. So they could just wreak havoc here at the mid lane. Again, waiting for an opportunity. Joe almost got caught out there, but the Winter Spite did not connect.
Right, and Galaxy Razor just playing the waiting game right now against Action PH, and Action is reflecting that waiting game as well. They don't want to engage, they're waiting for the first initiation to come from Galaxy Razor, because now they can counter with Chanelas going for the Glacial Fissure and Ryzen to go in for the Hexic Ultimatum.
Joe jumps in and nice bit on correctly. Here comes special delivery that is going to be Camille popping in with the ultimate, but that is going to be Braum being taken down. Now you have JC at the back line, Corky being bursted down, JC being annihilated, double kill going over to Yamada, and he is not stopping. Here comes Kaisa, but jumps in on the turret. He doesn't care, he flashes out, but he got taken down by the turret anyway. The only one left from the mid lane fight, he is being he's being chased by Kaisa. Void Seeker not connecting. This is gonna be a free dragon going over to Action PH.
Yamada was this close onto getting those 2 kills, but immediate response from Jax Razor saved them the double kill from Action PH. And at the end of the day though, Action PH got the dragon, so they have the lead currently against Galaxy Razor.
They do. And let's see if they'll be able to keep this up, because I mean the fact that Yamada is 2-1 right now, give this guy the kills, he's gonna be a problem in the late game. The Galaxy Racer, they are again waiting for JC. Joe just being this good gatekeeper for his team. Now that is gonna be Chinelas being pressured by Galaxy Racer, but he was able to pop his kill and just go back to his teammate.
Yeah.
Right,
So Rift Herald will be immediately summoned. Galaxy Razor wants to pressure in top lane, get Tower First Blood.
Here comes Kasi with a jump in. Stars are coming through. Ryzen, he does have ultimate, but he's not gonna commit just yet. Here comes the Herald, and that is gonna be the Sugar connecting from the that he jumps in. You have the lockdowns there as well. Powsy for the back line, but the enemy is popping in with the 5-point charge, being able to take down the next one. Here comes Pau, was able to pop Valkyrie. Yet so being taken down as well. Here comes Pau, he does get stunned down. You have the kill going over to Kaisa anyway. Still the only champion left from that scrimmage, but he was forced to jump back. It is gonna be a 3-1 in the favor of Action PH.
It was an interesting take. Galaxy Razor went for the Rift Herald, and Action PH has that knowledge, and that is why they were patting topside, which means the strong side of Action PH is on topside as well. That is the reason why they have the 3-man roam come into Baron lane immediately when Galaxy Razor spawned up the Rift Herald. And also, Galaxy Razor has to pay the cost. Because of getting the Rift Herald, that was 300 gold. They won some couple of kills a while ago, and they were not able to utilize the items to buy some more against Action PH. So that was on par against Action PH. They immediately came top. Galaxy Razor forced it onto the tier 1 turret, enabled Action PH to now counter with the Glacial Fissure with a 3-man, 2-man knockup. And Action PH followed through, and they got the lead, they got the 4 kills, and now Galaxy Razor is sort of in an edge on what they need to do against Action PH.
Zivs is being tag teamed right here, and that's with the Hextech Ultimatum connecting. The Crocodile had no other choice but to face his death, and that is going to be the green light for Action PH to just keep on applying pressure. Galaxy Racer a little bit too late to the party, honestly. Pau anyway, and Draw is right there, but Ely is the only one left at the Dragon lane. He'll be able to clear out the waves just as quickly. You have Brom though, just helping out Kazuya at the mid lane, and Yamada is back at the Baron lane.
But if I saw it gonna be over mid lane, just a bit. You know what? It's a joke. We just have some bit of play, sword play here from Galaxy Razor and Action PH, but we're gonna go back away. But here, 9-4 already, 5 kill advantage for Action PH. Even though they have this lead, Galaxy Razor is matching that up. And this is what I commend about GXR, is because even though they lost those kills, they lost the dragon, they're catching up onto their gold deficit. And I think that is in the form of how much they did in the early game, and getting that Tower First Blood with so much gold for their team that they're able to catch up onto Action PH at this. So I think they're just gonna play the patient game for now, because they need to wait for JC to now scale and wait for the rest of the team to get those items to be so tanky to set up for Yasuo later on, and Pau as well. Wait for the Essence Reaver, wait for the Trinity Force, then the Stellar Blade, and then afterwards he's gonna deal out so much damage and so much burst potential that it's absolutely crazy.
And if we are gonna seeing that super late game lineup for Galaxy Racer, and looking at the line of Action PH here, Pau can literally burst anyone down. I mean, Chinelas is the only actual tanky frontliner. Other than that, it's just gonna be all about the damage. So Pau, he could just play it safely for now and wait for the 3 core items to be secured. Blue team has taken the Ocean Dragon, but Galaxy Racer at the very least was able to clear out the outer turrets from the Baron side. You have Ryzen jumping in with the hook shot, but did not see anyone, or did not even see any neutral jungle resources.
Okay, so that was pretty even. Galaxy Razor got a tier 2 and trade for Ocean Dragon. But when it comes to the late game, Action PH will get that advantage, because now they're stacking 2 dragons in their favor. Galaxy Razor is only stacking on turrets. So those are 2 different stories. That is a buff for a turret that is stagnant into the game. So I think Galaxy Razor wants to finish this early so that they can punish when it comes to mid game. Just end the game in 15-minute mark. And I think that is where their goal's at. And that is why they were pressuring in top lane just so fast, so quick. They don't even want to contest onto the Ocean Drake. And they're just waiting for Corki, for Yasuo to build up. But even then, it's just so much difficult because you're looking at the JC onto a 0-3-3, only BRK, only built as of yet. No crit damage onto the pokes, and that is the reason why he doesn't deal so much damage onto his poking potential against Kazuya in the early game. And Pao is only at Essence River and Trinity Force. And I think
true.
this is where everything will start.
And yeah, the damage is not quite there yet for Galaxy Racer. In retrospect, for Action PH, if you saw the items earlier, Ely is already sitting at the BRK as well as the IE. So this Kaisa is pretty much good to go. Also, he is at a level 11. Hourglass being picked up by Pao just to make sure that whenever he's gonna jump in with the Valkyrie or special delivery, he is still gonna be alive. Looking at the Baron lane side though, that is gonna be Zibs being pressured by Camille and by Yamada. Ryzen is gonna take a step back, but now Zibs is just gonna focus on clearing out the main wave. Action PH, they could make their way down at Baron. You have the check from draw to see if Action PH is giving the Baron a start, but that is going to be a no. So it's still going to be a quiet map. Ely or Kaisa is now here at the Dragon Lane side, clearing out the minions. No actual jumps just yet, but here comes the Hextech ultimate. We also have the stuns coming through. Will it be enough? That is going to be a no because you have the Kingspeed going over to Yamada. Here comes the Grace of Peter. Here comes the Cataclysm. But also here comes Power on the backline, but is being chased by that Ribbon. Kaisa being taken down. Anyway, being boxed in. He does this flag and jump, but he does get out of airport as the Kingspeed going over to the side of this Action PH. Double to going over to Yasuo. And that is going to be the burn coming through. Camille being taken down. That is going to be Yamada being able to flash out. And is he going to be alive? That is going to be a yes. He does. Galaxy Racer cannot see that Akali, but the JC being able to survey his way into the area. A shutdown on Akali is for Galaxy Racer.
That is what GXR was waiting for. JC to come up with the items. You have the BRK and the salary charge blade already. So come in quick. You have the proto belt. He came in like a car racing on top. So he just came in, finished off, cleaned up Kazuya, cleaned up Ellie, cleaned up Chanels. Pretty much Yamada was the only one remaining. But he doesn't have the flash as well to go back away because he already used it a while ago in that team fight. So JC was the savior there to really just put Galaxy Racer now on an advantage on a 1.7k gold lead against Action PH. With now the Infernal Dragon coming up in 20 seconds and the Baron Nashor live, this is the next clash that's going to happen, but with caution. Because Action PH already lost that team fight prior to the objective, and Galaxy Racer still has to wait for the summer to spell still up.
Yeah, being ace right before the Infernal Jig is up and Wild Baron is still alive, that's actually not a good thing to happen if you're on the side of Action PH. But now Galaxy Racer, they are gonna try and take the Infernal Dragon. Chinelas is there though with the spike gonna connect onto the Dragon. You also have Ryzen just checking the sides. JC gonna come through, and it is gonna be a non-contested Dragon going over to Galaxy Racer. Right after getting the Dragon buff, they are gonna jump in. Pao jumping in with a special delivery, but there was no follow-up. See the control that Galaxy Racer has just because they were able to get the first outer turret in the mid lane for Action PH. That's basically the strength and weakness of your mid lane. Galaxy Racer not gonna stop anytime soon though, but Action PH, they looks like they could start maybe playing the pick-off game or maybe just give space to Yamada, which just secured his Lich Bane and his Rabadons.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we saw Riven mid lane against a Yasuo, or even then, even a general consensus that Riven comes in mid. So that's just a new thing, and it's sort of an experiment that Action PH is taking. Although I commend it because it's a melee versus melee matchup, so pretty much the wind wall is rendered useless in the mid lane in the early game. But I think really what JC wants is to counter sort of the Kaisa catering later on in the late game fights, wherein it's just too much damage, burst potential, in terms of like having to deal with it. You render it useless, having the wind wall available for your team. So I think that is sort of what's happening here onto the draft composition that is now showing up into effect here in the 15-minute mark.
Ooh, that is gonna be anyway, Jaw and Pao. I'm not sure if they're gonna recall or are they gonna try and set up a death brush here, but the only champion near them is actually Chinelas. So I don't think they're gonna hold their ground. They do not want to just waste their time there. JC Pop already being able to pick up the R-Glass too. Riven now at Baron lane side did shove a few minions, but no one is actually pinging or taking Baron yet. I guess they would want to force a fight. First, Action PH. Okay, Ryzen just hook shotting his way in. Stuns coming through. Galaxy Racer. Pao is alone. Pao is down at the other lower half of the map. So Galaxy Racer might not start this fight just yet. Just the sight of the champions from Galaxy Racer actually forced Action PH to jump back. Or at least stop taking Baron. So both teams are just playing this one out very carefully, but because of the time that Action PH took at the upper part of the map, Zivs was able to get one turret at the Dragon Lane side.
Brain Games Galaxy Razor. Because Action PH was already 5 men onto the Baron buff. Right? Galaxy Razor was there, but only Jarvan 4 was seen. And I think Action PH is thinking, maybe Galaxy Razor wants to contest this, we're gonna back away for now. But Galaxy Razor only wants the information that they've gotten and bait out the enemy team to going away. And that is the reason why Zivs came in bot lane, split push, got the turret. And now map control is hugely in their favor.
Ooh. Anyway, I haven't seen any good plays from Anyway just yet, so it's safe to say that we're a bit closer to the late game. So I'm not sure if there's going to be the power spike for this J4. A lot of stalling being done by Action PH. Galaxy Racer, they are now grouped together and they are sitting at the Baron pit, the Baron area. Action PH making their way in. Winter Spike gonna connect onto Draw. Vision given, let's be the Draw. Dashing in will connect. That is gonna be a no, but you have the Unbreakable coming through from this Grom. And Action PH, I honestly expected them to at least try and go with the pickoffs, but I guess they're just too hesitant at this point.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a more decisive team here.
Yeah, and I think that's the case because it's just too much objective to lose on. If one kill downs, Action PH or Galaxy Razor, who wins that team fight, can get 2 objectives immediately. Can go to the Elder Dragon, can go to the Baron buff. I think these two teams just respect that envision. You know what, we have 2 objectives on the line. We cannot risk anything, so we're just gonna play very hesitantly and very passively and just wait for an opportunity to arise to gain that lead.
Kata kasimbing pa, but Yamada was able to shuriken flip his way out of there, connecting onto Torrent Shroud. And no one is going to the Dragon Pit just yet because Action PH is actually taking down the turret at the mid lane. Here comes Galio, that is the Heroes and the Stone are going to connect onto 2 as well. Here comes JC, you have the Hurricanes, Kaiser being taken down. Laser Vision connecting, knockout after knockout, stun after stun. Yeah, the Unbreakable, but it's going to be unbreakable Rampage coming through from Yasuo. Dom being taken down, Rise in the force jump out, but anyway just flashes to where he is. Now Yamada being able to juggle that 2v1. Yes, no, maybe JC. Hello, Yamada flashing out. She can flip again, but JC is chasing him, but wow, Yamada with a 5-point strike to finish off the kill, and Galaxy Racer having their hands on this Baron. Ryzen trying to go with the steal, not gonna be enough. Yamada in charge of cleanup. Is it gonna be successful? Camille being taken down. It is gonna be a no. So it is a 1-5, maybe 2-5. I don't know, but still in favor of Galaxy Racer.
Now, here's the thing. Galaxy Razor got the ace. And now with those 5 kills, they can immediately go to the Elder Dragon, get that true damage buff. So even if they lose, maybe later on in those team fights, they still have the edge against Action PH. And Action PH needs to contest this. If they get this for free, this is pretty much over because they have the Baron buff. If they get the Elder Dragon buff, this is just too much power that they're giving away for GXR.
Yeah, a lot of Drakes going over to the side, so Red Team will be able to get that Mountain Drake. Baron buff minions making their way into Action PH's side as well. I'm not sure if I'm not actually sure if Action PH could survive in the next fight that Galaxy Racer will pick. So, still, the 3-man unit lurking at the mid lane. Rise and jumping in with a tactical sweep, but is it going to be enough? You have the ultimate coming through. You also have the TP. That's going to be a jump in from enemy. You also have the hero's entrance. 3 champions actually got knocked up. Braum saying goodbye. Now Ziv's just chasing Ryzen then and there anyway at the front line. A lot of lives are very, very low. Red Team being able to get that double kill. Ryzen and Yamada, the only champions left at their base. But Galaxy Racer, they don't need no pickups. They don't need all those fights because they are focusing on the Nexus. Triple kill for Corki and game 1 to Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, you have the true damage already from the Elder Dragon, then you're stacking on top of each other against a Corki with a Gatling gun. Too much damage coming through. Galaxy Razor won that last team fight and ended them for a win and get the advantage of the series. It's just so much. They're just waiting for JC. And I think everything started from there on to the top team fight. We're in Ashen PH just lost composure or lost the advantage from them and gave it to GXR instead.
I'm actually surprised because in the early parts of the game, Action PH definitely had it. But somewhere along the line, maybe they struggled with closing out the game. And GXR, they're all about closing their matches. So I guess it was just them being able to prolong the game and JC being able to meet his power spikes as well as Pao. You saw in the latter part of the matches, Corki was very much protected. Anyway, as well, he was quiet in the early game, but towards the late game, he made things happen. I have to commend Draw the most though. Vision given to his team.
Yeah, it's Draw's position, like Draw's role in this game is to give information, zone out the enemy team, set up a play for JC, and taunt the enemy team to set up for other teams as well, right? Which he did phenomenally. In those team fights, Draw is the one that keeps on going for the taunt, and when it comes to the heroes' entrances, he just has so much to knock up. In that last game, or in that last team fight, he was able to get 3 knockups available for himself and his team to just dominate those 5v5 fights.
And here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. If you're gonna observe Galaxy Racer in every team fight, they would start it off together. They are clumped together. And that's what makes it difficult for Action PH. Why? Because Ryzen, this Camille, this pick basically shines if you can isolate someone. On top of that, Yamada, whenever he is gonna use perfect execution, if you jump in with your ultimate and there's more than 3 champions in front of you, you're bound to die. You also have the ultimates from Draw with the knockout connecting onto the last spread. So it was a good layer of CC and good communication from Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, and communication is the foundation of those team fights so that you can actually just push through. And I think the both teams has it. The Galaxy Racer was on the edge in those communication standpoint. They were able to really just go in, all in mid-game, late-game fights, especially in this 18-minute mark. I want to commend Yamada though.
This
He
highlight
was
play.
able to mechanically outplay Yasuo, wherein the HP advantage was too different from these two players. And I just love that about League of Legends Wild Rift. The potential to outplay like that is just so amazing.
Yeah, that's what happens when you proc the passive, the Assassin's Mark. On top of that, the crits just exploded then and there, and JC was the one that took all of that damage. The last few moments of that game, they were also not able to utilize Brom's passive, the concussive blows. If you're gonna use that passive in the early game, though they were up against a Corki that could just free it from the back lines. But yeah, still, not being able to utilize the passives, not being able to utilize their early game, then the master of the match is gonna go over to anyway. Smite and Flash on his J4, KD of 17.00, kill participation 94%, damage per minute 712, Cataclysm on point and beautiful.
All right, and you're looking at the traditional build, right? Executioner's Calling, Sunfire Aegis, Deadman's Plate. Pretty much he wants to build tank for his team because he is the setter. He is the engager. You already have JC for the damage. You already have the Corki for the damage. So we go for the role, and you just have to highlight how anyway play the early game. He wasn't even farming. He was rotating all day long, and he was just supporting his team so that his team could just get in gold, get further away from the advantage against Action PH. And that is what I commend in this jungler. His presence in the map is just too much.
So honestly, I was kind of worried because what if JC was not able to win that fight? Enemy would not be able to snowball. Or what if Pao's positioning would always get caught by Action PH? Just the possibilities here and there. But again, at the end of the day, GXR being the better team in that fight. So let's take a step back and ask ourselves, why are we playing Wild? Just kidding. What could Action PH do to be able to win game number 2?
That's an interesting question, and I'm not really that sure this far on how they can make it, how they could change it, how they could adjust on how Galaxy Razor has played, because they bring in Yasuo in this series and even win this fight. And I think Galaxy Razor just has a lot of sort of champions that are nitpicky that they have for their team. I mean, they brought in Sinjao, similar to Team Secret in the past that they're bringing in to counter those projectile champions. They brought in yesterday with the Katarina as well. And it's just too much. And even having the Malphite, the Yana combo that they brought in third game against UCFC in yesterday's game. So this is an interesting take. I don't know what they could do, but maybe adjust towards what Galaxy Razor has chosen. If they pick this specific champion, they need to adjust towards this specific champion, right? The understanding of these counter plays, understanding of the counter items as well, plays a huge role in those team fights, in this game in particular, to win the series.
So basically try to counter out anything that GXR will try to do. Okay, so this is my favorite part of the post game for every series. This is the draft for game number 1. All right, so you have Galaxy Racer on the side and you have GXR on the other. Camille was open, and without further ado, they did pick that up. I like the Camille pickup. I mean, Camille even barely gets to see the light of day, but the counter is also right there. I mean, GXR, they kind of expected that pick. They did pick up Galio and Yasuo. I was honestly not expecting them to pick up Yasuo this early on into their draft, but I guess they're just that confident. Action PH being able to see this combo, they said, hey, Kaisa is open. She is the queen of the late game still. I mean, she has that title. Let's also pick up Braum, just a protector for the ADC. And whenever Camille is gonna jump in with the Hextech Ultimatum, you have the Unbreakable. And GXR, they kind of foresaw a possible full-on 5v5 team fight composition for Action PH. And then they said, hey, J4, I mean Cataclysm, Flag and Jab, not only does the knock-up connect to the last breath, you also have a solid lockdown. Corki for Pau as well. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Corkis today. Corki definitely one of the ADCs that fits well in the meta with the new items. Now, this is the part where I was surprised. They picked up Riven. Okay, where is gonna Riven go? Where is Riven gonna go? Is she gonna be in the jungle? Is she gonna be in the Baron? But no, they placed her at the mid lane. Again, I kind of see the logic. They're both melees, and Riven can just see the living hell out of Yasuo. But we did not see most of that, because whenever Riven is gonna target Yasuo, maybe even Corki, they would just get greeted by a taunt. Yamada Sakali doesn't need any introduction. Still in that game number 1, it was so good. Last pick for the red side is going to be a Renekton. Zivs was very quiet in the early game, but towards the late game, he was able to land those nice and dice, hit dominance at the proper time, just soak up on the damage, and then Corki or Yasuo will be in charge of a cleanup.
Right, and I think when it comes to the Riven Akali pick, when Akali showed up, I think it was already expected by GXR. Yamada is gonna play this because Yamada is so proficient on this champion. He knows it like a back of his hand onto playing Akali, and I think that is also highlighted in a 1v1 against Yasuo, when Yasuo had the HP advantage. So Riven has one way only to go, and that's gonna be the mid lane. And yeah, I think it's a sort of a weird type of matchup, but overall it really just renders Yasuo's wind wall useless so that Riven can actually scale up. So in those team fights, that's going to be where everything changed, wherein Galaxy Razor took it down. Now let's talk about the bans though. I think I love the Lucian, Olaf, and the Gragas ban. Like Action, you know what, says, we need to remove this flexible champion, Lucian as the mid lane, and we can pick up maybe another champion that can counter it. And Camille was a sort of a flexible, very flexible. He could go into the jungle, he could go into the Baron. And I think it is a good lockdown onto GXR. That is the reason why they went in for a Yasuo instead, not the traditional mid lane, wherein it's the duelist type of thing, or maybe the mage type of thing, wherein he's just a backliners, deal of massive damage from far away. And that's not the case here for this game.
It really wasn't. So Action PH, I wonder if they're gonna adjust their draft though. I mean, to be fair, the draft was very good. It all boils down to execution. GXR, they really gave us crazy stuff. And they were able to pull things off. So maybe you're going to be seeing more of that in game number 2. But maybe the bans will come untouched. Are we going to be seeing Zed open? If I were to ban anything from GXR side, I guess it could be the... I don't know. Well, Galio is no longer ban worthy. Maybe not ban Corki, but try to get it for yourselves. I mean, Action PH on using Corki would be useful.
Yeah, Corki is a champion that is a lot of damage dealer potential, so I think picking it up is a good play. Now, in terms of other champions as well, I'm thinking what can be done here for the side of Action PH, and looking at their prior games in week 3, day number 1, what they brought in was Akali, Wukong, Twisted Fate, Corki, and Galio against Team Secret yesterday. And they brought in Jax, they brought in Jarvan, Zed, Lucian, and Braum. I think this is where Galaxy Razor took the idea, you know what, let's ban away the Zed, because Action PH has used this against Team Secret, and I think it's actually kind of great.
Really
I think it's a good band. It's a good band, right? It's a good band. But I want to see the Twisted Fate once again going to Kazuya. I think he has a lot of potential using the champion. I think he could be in synergy with Yamada, playing towards it. Because he plays a Twisted Fate, he can rotate into top side immediately with Destiny. And even then, he could go bot lane as well to rotate and support his team. And just have that global presence against Galaxy Razor is just so much value to it in this next game.
One of the things that you could do to try and stop GXR from winning the game is keep on surprising them. I know it's easier said than done, but imagine a Twisted Fate that's going to pop Destiny in a place where GXR least expects it, or maybe a Twisted Fate that's going to be in charge of cleanup. So you being able to have the champion or numbers advantage against GXR, that could be their kryptonite. Since again, if you guys notice, GXR, they love being clumped together. Or maybe you guys, maybe Action PH rather, could pick up a Nami or Galio, any other support or any initiator that basically peels through or just CCs the opponents in one go.
Right. The CCs are going to be very important. Have that, and you have the lead when it comes to those team fights. But now the question is, what champions are we going to choose that has CC potential that can put us up into a very, very good game against the enemy team, right? There really is just a lot of questions in mind. It's a question game. It's an exam, right? We have a category list here. We have a champion list here. What is the correct answer for this game too?
Infinity just came off from a test, I guess. That's why he used the term exam. But I see that. I actually like that you brought that up. A lot of questions that both teams will need to answer. It's just a matter of who basically studied the other team better. And yeah, it's not going to be a fight of the junglers. Instead, it's going to be the fight of the Baron laners, even the ADCs. The usual story we see in Wild Rift. But you guys, the viewers out there, who do you think, or what do you think could Action PH do to be able to win game number 2? Or what could GXR do to be able to win the series with a 2-0? But now we're going to jump into Champion Select. Thank you so much to Riot Go. Now you have Action PH still at the blue side.
Right, I love it. Action PH is now banning away Olaf immediately against Galaxy Razor. We're pretty much, I think this will be sort of the same steps of bans. Now, it will depend now onto what champions are we going to pick up. Because Action PH, though, the different thing here is they're going to ban away the Jarvan 4. And Galaxy Razor is still going to ban away the Twisted Fate. So Kazuya no longer having that option. But still, the punish here from back and forth for Action PH and Galaxy Razor is amazing.
Oh, okay, we were just talking about Galio. Looks like Action PH would want to get their hands on that. Camille is still open. I don't think that's a good champion to give to GXR. I'm gonna say that right now. Lucian is also available, and Galaxy Razor is still gonna have their hands on that champion.
Yeah, and they have to pay the price because they banned away the Jarvan 4 instead of the Lucian. And this is the different ban that came from game 1 to game 2. But I love the counter here from Action PH. Sinjao is there because the ultimate can counter projectiles, and Lucian is all about it. So having a Sinjao is an early game dual champion, is a very good counter, and I think Action wants to go very aggressive early. If not, they have Senna, infinite scaling champion, late game.
Even you love to use Senna. So our teams love
Right.
using this Senna support as well. Brown being hovered and probably being locked in. It's gonna be possibly a Lucian Braum down at the Dragon Lane. Now Pantheon is open. Could be the jungler for Galaxy Racer, and let's see who will be the last two picks for Action PH. They still need an ADC. Corki is available, or if they want to just go back on Kaisa, that's okay as well. Ari being hovered could be locked in, just have that control type of mage and just get the early game power.
Yeah, I think Action PH needs to adjust. You have the Lucian being given away for GXR. Ari can be started with the champion. That can play with it. But the problem is you have a lot of defensive capabilities in Braum and Pantheon. Aegis for Pantheon, Braum with shield. You can deal off a lot of damage away from Lucian. With Katarina now being picked up, this is an assassination duo or composition rather. Because you have Katarina, you have Camille, you have Lucian. On top of all that, you have the Pantheon as well to follow up with those the support starfalls, right? Into those
Senna
team fights.
ADC?
And I think, yeah, you hate to see it. Too much damage.
Yes, definitely. While I was listening to your analysis earlier, I do agree. Galaxy Racer, one word to actually describe this lineup is damage. Camille, Pantheon, Katarina, Lucian. How crazy is that? I can already imagine the damage bar, and they have a Braum to just soak up on all of this damage. Now, we are gonna be seeing a Senna ADC. So far, Senna's ADC not having the best time of her life, but maybe Action PH can just give that W on this champion. It's gonna be a Galaxy support, by the way. Ari will be up against a Katarina. I have my reservations, but let's see if the charms will be connecting. And of course, what better way to see if the charms are going to connect is once we jump into game number 2. Again, Galaxy Racer up on one game. Action PH. Let's see if we're going to be seeing another game number 3.
We'll see if Action PH can make a reverse sweep here. Because one more win for Galaxy Razor and they're going to take it home for the series and win this match. Right, so let's see if Galaxy Razor or Action PH rather can do this. And this is their traditional setup. You have Sinja going for the red buff, get that early damage up and running early so that he can farm as soon as possible, get the level 3 as soon as possible as well to get that gank already in 1 minute and 30 seconds after the Rift Scuttler. So this is just tradition. When it comes to the dual lane though, you have the Senna to poke away power as well. So it's a battle of pokes into the bottom side of the map. And you also have Galio to be complementing that poking. And this is a toss-up because Ellie is an AZC for Action PH.
That's true. Okay, Zibs was able to pressure Yamada, and the passive Camille proc at the right time, the adaptive defenses. But now looking at them within, I love this matchup. I really would like to see if Kazuya or JC will be the monster right now. You have the charms coming through. You have the Orb of Deception connecting as well. Oh, JC actually picked up a barrier rather than the ignite, but here comes Zibs, enemy being able to flash out there, being boxed in, Blue Team being able to get first blood, but here comes a double coming through from Yamada. Done saying goodbye as well. That is going to be Shinjao being able to take down Camille. It's going to be a 3-0 in favor of Action PH. Looking now here at the Dragon Lane. You have Lucian Exhaust are going to come through. Chinelas with the taunts connect. You have the mist coming through from Senna. And then no kills, no casualties in the Dragon Lane.
Right, 3-0 already immediately for Action PH. This is what we were talking about a while ago. When you have Sinjao, this is an early game champion, which means he can go to other lanes at level 3 and be a menace with champion to deal with. And now that is the reason why now Galaxy Razor has a 3k gold disadvantage against Action PH in the early game.
Now, anyway, just looking at the sides again, would try and give help to JC. He's not yet in level 5 though. Kazuya already has the Spirit Rush available. Yamada, after getting those early game kills, he now is very much comfortable to try and go up against Zibs. He is 2 levels above this Camille.
Right. And Camille is just, I don't know, just waiting for the top side because Yamada is just so much pressure to deal with. This is the thing. Renekton is probably one of the best dual champions in the game right now. When it comes to 1v1, Renekton will probably win in an even state of the game. And I think it's just because of just the amount of sustainability, the amount of stun that he has. And when you come to the ultimate, having that rage, you cannot win against him. So I think this is why Zips is just pressured under the turret, waiting for that opportunity to arise when Renekton is back to just go for farm.
That is true. Now you have Pao jumping in. He does have the calling available, but he's not gonna pop it just yet. Maybe he could wait for a Jaw to use the Unbreakable. But again, no actual commitments coming in from the Dragon Lane side. Yamada though, still one level ahead from Zip. Tactical Sweep is gonna connect. Some slows here and there, but Yamada being able to dash his way in and then dash his way out. Rift Herald in the first Dragon is gonna be up in 5 seconds. Action PH already pinging around the map. They want to get their hands on this dragon, but before that, let's see if they can get a pick off.
They won. They wouldn't. They don't want to. They're going straight into the Ocean Drake. They want the objective immediately, and Galaxy Razor has no information that they're going for. Top lane though.
Hexing ultimate connecting onto one. Now you have the stuns coming through. Senna also being able to use her ultimate, but that is the beat. The connecting on Yamada. Doesn't get into Ocean Dragon. Yamada still alive. Killing speed going over to Renekton. GXR, they have choice but to go back. Rift Herald, it's up. I was about to say they could try and get Rift Herald, but no. Galaxy Racer, this time around, they are spread too thin. They can try and force a kill on Yamada though, but they also need to be wary of their Dragon Lane turret because Ryzen alongside Chinelas will be able to get this. So anyway, and Zibs will go with the trade. JC decides to join the party as well. You have Tyson Dice, here comes Tactical Speed, you have Red Lotus, and Yamada being bursted down. He shut down on Renekton. Here comes Kazuya being able to use the exhaust. Could he chase down Zibs? Will he chase down Zibs? That is going to be a no. Draw at the side. Being ready, he does not have Glacial Feature though. So Galaxy Racer, let's just go with the recall.
Yeah, because even though if Galaxy Razor are all low HPs, you still have to respect. You're fighting 2v4 in top side of the map where everything can happen, and Galaxy Razor has sort of the side advantage because they're on the turret while Action PH is on the middle of the river on the Baron lane. So they have to respect that. So now that is much more clever to go to the river Rift Herald instead rather than to go for kills.
True. Now blue team being able to get that Rift Herald, rotating immediately to the Rift Scuttler. That's gonna go over to Ryzen. Camille is alone at the lower part of the map, but Galaxy Racer, they could try and box out Yamada and Senna. I mean, they're pretty juicy targets, and here it is. Glacier Fish connecting. Now here comes JC jumping in. Senna sending out the ultimate, but is it gonna be enough? No. Now Galaxy Racer, they're gonna focus on the Rift Herald. Rift Herald already down. You have the roots coming in from Senna, connecting onto one, onto two. Torno is gonna be there too. JC being bursted down. Eli being the next juicy target for Galaxy Racer. She does get kited down by this Lucian. Now Kazuya, the only one left up there. Galaxy Racer, they just want to finish their turret takedown at the Baron lane. Look at the mid lane though. Yamada trying to go up against Zibs. The adaptive defenses already being proc. One shot your way into Yamada or Renekton's heart. The Hero's Entrance not connecting, and Zibs still pretty much alive.
Yeah, Galaxy Razor got the trade in. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off for an Ellie died for JC. But there was a follow-up. Kazuya died as well. So I think that was a further advantage for GXR. And they got the tower on top lane. Even though Ash and PH got the trade-off happening, this is what Galaxy Razor wants. To at the very least, get as much of only a certain difference in terms of gold so that we have the potential to come back later on.
Ooh, okay, apparently the roots did not connect. Galaxy Racer, are they going to run the 4-1 setup? No, okay. Zibs decides to join the party again. So they're gonna commit or stick with their usual 5v5 team fights. JC jumping in. Zibs did use his hook shot to try and catch Senna off guard, or maybe even Ari, but that is still gonna be a no. Ultimates up for everyone from Galaxy Racer. Spirit Rush is the only ultimate as well as the hero's entrance is not available for Action PH. Mountain Drake will be up in 26 seconds, but you have JC lurking at the sides. He did place a ward there. Zibs, just being the very quiet and sneaky champion that he is, tried to take the turret at the Dragon side.
But Senna with Black Mist goes mid.
Two champion root Glacial Fissure connecting, the calling being popped, and Action PH taking a step back. That was a good try. It's just that they were on the turret, so Action PH just could not commit. Now Mountain Drake is now alive. Blue team's turret has been taken down. Chinelas is there at the mid lane too. Again, Jaw does not have Glacial Fissure, so Galaxy Racer, if they want to wait for the ultimate, maybe their initiative will be delayed. You have the roots being sent out by Senna. No actual commitments, no actual fights, no actual pickoffs. Charms not connecting, Orb not connecting as well. Galaxy Racer being very quiet. Now Action PH, they have first dips at this dragon. Will they be able to get this Font of Life being proc? Here comes what coming through from the Fantasy, but it's not going to be enough. You have Ryzen jumping in, being able to go with this engage, but here comes Camille jumping at the middle. You have the Hexing Ultimatum, you have the Calling being coming as well. Lucia has the person to get taken down. Now you have the Kingsway going over to Pantheon. Yamada being taken down. Brom saying goodbye. Now you have JC forced to just jump away, given that Pau and Jaw has been taken down. Yamada the sacrificial lamb, but I think that's worth it. Actually, PH, they could get this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and they're getting it through and through because Galaxy Racer has no potential to do it. And now Ari comes in.
Oh, here comes Panther being taken down. A shutdown onto the jungler. And APH would very much win that trade. Mountain Dragon has been secured. Now, Zibs on this Camille being very quiet. Baron is going to be up in 12 seconds though, and Zibs could just clear out the wave just to have the minion wave push advantage against Action PH. Pau and Josh still together. They are near the Baron pit. We just need one good the calling from Lucian, honestly, but now JC is showing his way in. Yamada just walking away from that disaster of an assassin.
Yeah, he's just, strolling on the mall, getting some farm in, window shopping on those minions. And now, Galaxy Racer, though, they are in sort of a cautious warning because Action PH now brought in Ryzen with their Undoing Omen. So this is in huge effect onto JC and Pau. Because when you're looking at items, JC has the Infinity Orb and Pau already has the Solari Charge Blade. And when you have their Undoing Omen, the crit potential just being decreased by so much by Ryzen alone. So in team fights, I think I'm expecting Ryzen to really just come up in the 5v5 because he is going to be so much important to even also decrease the attack speed of Galaxy Racer.
Okay, now Action PH is really going all in at the mid lane. They almost forgot about Zibs split pushing, but Zibs, his game sense, he felt like, wait, I feel like Action PH is going to the Baron lane. So he just went in with the recalls. Ryzen maybe will be able to get that buff. Just go secure, please, unless you want Galaxy Racer to steal that. Chinelas just alongside Senna. I really don't think ADC Senna fits our meta just yet. But let's see if Action PH can win with this ADC. I mean, compared to Pau, we haven't been seeing much of Elite here. Zibs still alone, so Galaxy Racer from the full-on 5v5 team fight, they're gonna run the 4-1 composition. JC getting the neutral jungle keeps to get more gold, get more items in, get more damage in. Anyway, he has ultimate, so he can be as far as he wants from his teammate Charms used to face check, but no one is actually there.
Yeah. It's the information that matters. When you don't have it, it's just so much difficult to have that next step up and running. And Action PH needs to go for this, Zibs.
Ooh, that was too
invading.
close. That was too close.
Shot away.
I panicked there, but the blast cone being used by Ryzen. They could try and pick Zibs off, honestly, but oh, right, I forgot. It's gonna be very mobile, being able to pop the flash as well, but 4 champions chasing after you. Look at how important this Camille pick is. It gave space to the Baron side for Galaxy Racer, but you have Galio at the mid lane. It could take some time for Action PH to go to where the Baron is, But Galaxy Racer, they want to fight. Like, what's objectives? What's Baron buff? Let's see if we can pick Chinelas off. Zibs not being the charm rather than connecting onto Zibs, but the Orb of Deception did connect. So that is some damage, quite some damage being taken by Camille. And again, no commitments actually from both teams. Gold advantage though is toward the side of Action PH. Kill advantage too. Turret takedowns onto the side of Action PH. On top of that, they got 2 dragons. Galaxy Racer, yeah, they were winning the skirmishes here and there, but they don't actually have any lead at all.
Yeah. And they're just waiting for the Infernal Break at this point. Because they need that dragon, especially for Galaxy Racer, to make it back alive. Because Action PH already has stacked 2 dragon buffs. And when it comes to turrets, they're not far apart from Galaxy Racer.
The culling has been committed, but will the damage be enough? It's a no. Action PH, they could try and pick someone off first, but they still need to be very wary of the Death Lotus from Katarina. Roots will connect onto 2. They could jump in, but they didn't. Action PH being very careful. That is to be a jump in for enemy popping out with that flash. Roots not gonna connect. They still have the ultimate though, but Action PH, they would want and take this dragon. That is the D. They must be coming through from Camille. Now you have Kazuya at the backside. Look at that root now. Bren being the person to get taken down. Fabio saying goodbye as well. And now Chinelas just chasing Camille then and there. JP, the next target for Chinelas. Charm is not gonna come through, but Katarina will be able to shoot for her way out of there. Blue team has slain the Infernal Dragon. It was a 4-0 in favor of Action PH.
This is pretty much so much advantage that I think it has the potential to be over towards Action PH. Right? You already have 3 dragon buffs and you're going for the Baron Nashor, which makes it so much more difficult for Galaxy Racer to now make it back. And I think this is how Action PH wants to play this out. You're looking at Renekton Split pushing top lane. If they get the Baron buff, this is going to be 4 siege minions. Having the Baron buff can push in towards Galaxy Racer's base.
Ooh, okay. No, that is going to be the brand being secured by the blue team. Galaxy Racer had no other choice but to just give that huge objective to Action PH. And, okay, I highlighted this in series number 1. If you have most, if not all of the dragons, that could mean your odds of winning is pretty good. Because if you take this into account, that is extra damage, extra sustain, and extra vamp. Basically, all of the buffs that you're gonna need as a team is right there. And Kazuya was able to scale. Yamada had a good early game too. Senna, I mean, most likely will just be there as sustained, and you also have the roots connecting. That is going to be the Hex Ultimate being popped, but the roots actually connected as well. Now you have Pantheon jumping in with the ultimate. Stuns coming through from Ryzen, but it's not going to be enough. Basically being popped there as well. And the knockup, jump in, Hero's Entrance, no actual target, but Galaxy Racer is still pretty much confined to their very own base. Action PH just storming through. You have a fresh wave from the red side storming at the Baron lane side, but look at the dragon side. Action PH, they are the ones in the lead. Boots are gonna come through, connecting onto 1. Chinelas being able to take down that mid-lane turret, but you know, look at the down part of the map. Yamada actually forced Zibs to pop the Hourglass, so Camille will just force to regain a bit of her health. Action PH with the constant pressure, and the left Galaxy Racer with 1 turret left in their base.
Huge advantage. Action PH is happy with those 2 inhibitor turrets. Natural lane pressure is going to be present in bot lane and mid lane away from Galaxy Racer. So I think they need to have at least 1 member to go for the defense into the bot side and mid side, especially if Action PH constantly gets that lane control in their favor through just clearing out the wave in the bot lane and the mid lane. But Galaxy Racer wants to pressure mid. This might change things up.
Now you have Kingsley going over to this Galio, but you have the ultimate coming from Senna as well. You have Anyway being charmed, but now Galaxy is just forced to go back. Double kill going over to Chinelas. A rampage at that. Now you have Pantheon, the other champion that got taken down 2-0 in favor of Action PH. GXR forced to just defend their base this time around. Leandri is available to JC, but JC is a lot of damage. Have the Unbreakable coming through. Charm connecting onto one. The roots are there to plus that taunt. Kirispi going over to Xin Zhao. Katarina saying goodbye. Heroes entrance in. Action PH forces the series to a game number 3.
Well, Caster's curse is real. 2 series, 3 games successively today in the week 3, day 2. What a series so far. Action PH has shown us their capacity in this game number 2, and they showed up big time. They got all the dragon buffs. They got a lot of kills, probably like triple what Galaxy Razor has in this particular game. They got the Bren buff, and it was over.
It really was over. So this pretty much confirms my hypothesis that whenever Infinity casts, there is game 3. So to the producers, to the prod out there, if it's possible, I do not want to be paired with this caster anymore. Just kidding. I mean, the curse could be with me, you know, for all we know. But yeah, that has been game number 2. 18-4 on the scoreboard. Zim's split push was good, but I guess it was just Kazuya being able to keep JC at bay. Even though JC's Katarina performance was good, the track record is good as well. If I'm not mistaken, Otelo said he is top 10, if not top 6 for the SEA. Yeah, so it was a very good Katarina, but the damage was just not there. Not much front line for GXR, honestly. It would just get withered down by Yamada, which stood at a 7-2-6. So that's a very scary crocodile right there. And yeah, right. Action PH finally being able to get their footing in the team fights. So they could keep on doing this. Apparently, this is I'm not sure if this can be the first win for Ascena ADC, but it's a win with Ascena ADC.
Yeah, it's probably the first time that we have seen it. Now let's look at the Oppo and for play of the game though, in game number 2. I just want to commend Galaxy Razor. Even if they lost this particular game number 2, they had a very, very good draft coming in. But the problem is, here in the early game, Action PH got the triple kill in the first 4 minutes into the match, where Xin Zhao got the lead. The other champion was already fed, with Renekton being there, and we know how Yamada plays this game. It's just top notch. And when you're giving that much lead for Action PH, you have that early game that is in favor of them. They control the mid-game, late game fights, and Galaxy Razor has to play what Action PH is doing. And this is not something that they want to do with a Braum Lucian and Katarina as their composition.
And yeah, there's a lot of things that, well, I wouldn't say that went wrong with GXR. It's just a lot of things went right for Action PH. And the fact that, take this fight for example, JC had no other choice but to take a step back. The ultimates from Anyway are good, but when you jump in, that's just a secured target for Senna. And if the other members in GXR is near Pantheon, it's a easy route for Action PH. And Kazuya, see that flash in and then charm, it just bursted JC then and there. Sustained game is definitely real. This was the play where Anyway was just left by his teammates, and the last few moments of that game number 2, GXR tried to defend that as much as they can, but the number of CCs that they have to go through before they reach Kazuya, before they reach Yamada, was just too much to bear. Massive damage is going to be Ryzen on this Xin Zhao. KDA of 15.00, damage per minute 726, kill participation 83%.
Yeah, and Xin Zhao was the early game champion. He was the source of everything that had happened in this game. And I think he's just so deserving of the master of the match, because he played very, very well on this champion in the first 4 minutes onto the matchup, which punished Galaxy Razor's plan to scale in this early to match them in mid-game, late-game fights. And you're looking at such of the items that has a lot of adaptability against Galaxy Razor as well. Randuin's Omen, huge counter onto Lucian, huge counter onto Katarina, onto their crit rates in this particular game too.
And let's see if they'll be able to translate that into game number 3. It was actually Ashen Page being able to win the early game and then just bag it, or at least get the advantage towards the late game. GXR though, I kind of saw the miscoms here and there, but their draft overall was quite good. It's just that in that game, again, Ashen Page, they were the ones on top. Another game 3, huzzah! I'm so happy.
Surprise!
These are the draft for that game number 2. Galio has been the first pick by the blue side, and even though I was kind of worried that Camille went over to GXR, apparently it was no problem for APH. Why? Because they just believed in Renekton, they believed in Ari. On top of that, the micros coming out from Shinja was so on point. I mean, it's not the usual highlight or montage kind of place, but it's the reason why APH was able to just set their footing and then go crazy or just explode by the latter part of the match.
Right. And I think the latter part, even if this is the case, if Action PH did not get the early game, Senna still has the potential to scale. Because this champion is infinite scaling, he just needs to stack up on souls. And I think in every 20 interval that Senna is stacking, he has sort of an increase in damage, in AD, in range, in crit, and even in lifesteal. At 100, he gets 8% lifesteal. So at that point, he's just too much to handle. So I think Action PH sort of has these potential steps. If it's not followed in the early game, they still have a backup plan prepared with Senna as being the ADC. And you're looking at a Maramune first item, Mortal Reminder, then Rapid Fire Cannon. So I think Senna is just like spam out skills, you have long range, you have the penetration to match it up against a Braum, a Camille, and a Renekton from Galaxy Razor.
That's actually that was actually on point. I mean, that pretty much summarizes what happened in the previous game. So I guess the Pantheon pick just did not work out for GXR. Again, I said this earlier, Katarina being kept at bay. So maybe keep Kazuya on Ari if Action PH would want to use Ari again in game number 3. But Kit, I would like to address the elephant in the room. Yamada as a Baron laner. Crazy. The mechanics on this guy, you definitely could see how well he knows Wildrift, how well he knows the limits of his champion, and I expect nothing less from this guy jumping into game number 3. Maybe you're gonna be seeing another Renekton, but what if GXR takes it for themselves? Because Zibs also uses Renekton, right?
Yeah, Renekton. Crocodile. It's just a menace of a champion, right? A menace of a champion. Yamada's interesting take here is he played the Renekton, I think, fairly well. Not as much, but I think he played in a certain extent that he played in synergy with Sinjao coming on top lane early game, that he was able to scale out with Sinjao. So I think that was sort of the landslide, the snowball that Ashen PH was doing in this game against GXR. They were able to capitalize on it. And I think in next game, if Renekton's still going to be open, it's still going to be an option for Ashen PH to pick up. But if Akali is open though, this is going to be much more favorable for Yamada because we have experienced how good he plays on the Akali.
Being able to just take everyone down. I guess my problem with Akali is, I mean, logically speaking, she has so much damage, but she's very squishy. So, if the Galio went over to GXR, I guess we won't be expecting much Akali, but because of the fact that Yamada, I wouldn't call Renekton balanced, but the ratio of its damage and sustain is okay. I mean, he can try to 2v1 anyone, especially maybe the Lucian and the Katarina from GXR. But jumping back to our point about GXR, so no tweaks in the draft. Again, more on the execution in game because Lucian was not able to meet his power spike or peak of power. And Pantheon or Anyway would always just jump in with this awkward ultimates. And JC, he tried his best, but most of the time he would just be forced to jump back and not even have the chance to use Death Lotus, because even if he does, I mean, that's a Galio, that is a Renekton, so they can pretty much just soak up on the damage.
Right. I love your point. I love your point on that. I think
It loves you too.
Yeah. You know what? We have like, you know what, the analysis and the and me have you sort of an agreement. You know what? We like each other. Have some analysis there and down. Anyways, now looking back on the draft though, Olaf, Jarvan 4, and Gragas. These are sort of tank champions that really punishes the jungler for Galaxy Razor, I suppose. Because I think Action PH was on the blue side, if I'm not mistaken, right? And Galaxy was on the red, right?
Yes.
Right. So Action PH was the one who banned this, and we just saw how Jarvan 4 played that. Onto the side of Galaxy Razor, and they really don't want to just leave it open for Anyway. Because Anyway with the Jarvan 4 just roams on other lanes. He just sneaks himself into these crevices onto the map that enables his team to be confident enough to engage onto those champions. And I think that was a phenomenal ban coming from Action PH. And as well as that, I think Galaxy Razor has already a plan of, you know what, let's pick up Xin Zhao. It's a level 3 power spike champion. If we give away Jarvan 4, it's also a level 3 power spike champion with the flag and drag and with the mobility and the skills that can disrupt how much the laning phase can go for Galaxy Razor.
Let's see though. It basically, to summarize it, it was just a chess game of who gets to win the early game, or looking back in the game number 1, even though Action PH had the early game, will they be able to hold the lead? So okay, this is also the first ever game win by Action PH. Let's see if this is gonna be their first ever series win. GXR, their performance has been a-okay so far, but Action PH jumping into week 3. This is just their second week, but for the Icon series, it's already week 3. Day number 2, it's character development right there. Team development art. It's their chance to actually get their first W. So we're just waiting for the players to load into the lobby. Looking forward to what they will keep, though I still am expecting a Twisted Fate ban. I will not be expecting another Katarina because JC struggled in the Katarina for that team number 2. Action PH though, they could just stick with their previous bans. I mean, that's Olaf, that's J4, that is also Gragas. A lot of flex picks and a lot of champions that can just surprise you or just make you freeze on your tracks. They could let go Pollution. They found the answer to that, and maybe another Braum for their team. I don't know. It's a possibility. A lot of these possibilities, and we don't know what they're actually gonna pick up.
Yeah, I do agree. Actually, having the same bans are already very, very good for the set of Action PH, because if they once again go for the blue side selection, having this put away, the Gragas away, the Jarvan 4 away, means that Galaxy Razor cannot pick this up in their first rotation since they have 2 picks available for the red side. Right, so that was phenomenal plays here for Action PH. But I think this will change things up, because I think in the game number 3, now Action PH is on the red side and Galaxy Razor is now on the blue side. So now this will depend. Now Action PH, what are they gonna ban away? If you ban out the Gragas, you have Galio open. If you ban away Jarvan 4, you have this champion open for GXR to pick up. And now GXR has the creative authority on what they want to ban away, because there will be the first pick. They will be the first pick in this game number 3.
And if we're gonna look at the trend, a huge chunk of wins actually come from the blue side so far. I mean, just for this day, okay, just for this day. So maybe we could see that trend even here in series number 2. But of course, guys, do not forget to share the live stream, invite your friends to watch. This is the English stream. We also have a Tagalog stream back at Facebook on PPGL Facebook page. So if you want to see, I think it's Yasumiao and Guyang casting. You could take a peek there, but of course, come back here because we guys need you. We're still the casters here, and we're waiting for the next possible draft. Really looking forward to see which champion will they pick up first. I still believe that there's a high priority on Galio and Gragas. Basically, the flex picks. Camille even. Yeah, sure, GXR was not able to get the win on that Camille, but her, as she is as a champion, still pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. I think yes, Galio and Gragas is just so much of a priority. Now I'm thinking Camille. Because Camille is, yes, banned away from time to time. Camille is being picked up from time to time. But this is no longer like the patch 2, patch 1, wherein we saw Camille being sort of the key player in the jungle or the Baron. I think players are now adjusting. Now the question is Camille still going to be so much viable into the game to have that access into the backline?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really just debating on myself. It's just gonna be good and trade for maybe a better champion. Maybe let's say onto the Baron lane, onto our Nectin, onto Anakali. Because you're bringing in these sort of engages into the backside.
Now, here it's Champion Select brought to us by Riot. Go. Zed is going to be the first ban for GXR. Action PH, they could stick with their usual bans. J4, Gragas, and Olaf. But that is going to be the Senna banned out for GXR. Okay, Action PH, high chance of them not being able to change their bans.
It's tradition. It's a good band already. Don't change it if it's not broken. Only Galaxy Razor will change this though. Banning away the Sun means that they have respect onto this champion, but Jarvan 4 will also not be available. That's just a quick bait. Camille's got to be locked in, Sinjao to follow through.
Tonyo's going to be the first pick up by GXR here, and Action PH will have their hands on that Camille and that Xinjiao. Twisted Fate is now open. On top of that, they have Renekton in their pocket. So, draft for GXR starting off very, very strong. Kazuya still has an RE. Let's see if he will pick that up, or are we going to be seeing a different champion? Hover on Fizz. Is this true? And they knocked it in.
I'm gonna throw this out there. What if we see a Pantheon for Galaxy Razor? What if? I don't even know, because you already have the Twisted Fate, you have the Galio, and even it's a Pantheon! 3 global ultimates available for Galaxy Razor. They're gonna play this global presence game against Action PH. This is the first time that we see these 3 champions come into a single draft.
I am very surprised to see them in one team, honestly. And Galaxy, the team will be, this lineup rather will be wielded by Galaxy Racer. And that's looking at the draft for Action PH. They're very much short to mid-range. I mean, Kaisa is kind of long range, but overall, Galaxy Racer, they want to fight. That's it. That's the only thing I can say.
Yeah, imagine going for a push mid lane. There's a lane control top lane that is favor of you that is currently pushing. You could use all your ults top lane, push that, get the security on turret. And I think that could possibly happen when it comes to inhibitor turrets being taken down. So I think really this is just so much potential for GXR to utilize. Now the question is, can they execute this to a point that they have the bigger potential and the advantage against Action PH? Having this sort of draft that is sustainable, that is mobile in the form of Kaisa, Fizz, and Camille and Sinjao.
Let's see if that will indeed happen. But again, Galaxy Racer, they just want to play the tempo game. They would want to be the ones to just play the music, and Action PH will just be forced to dance to their music. JC finally has his hands on this Twisted Fate. Kazuya, though, will be using Fizz to try and, again, keep JC. Say you have to jump in, but stuns are going to come through, again, early game whenever Kazuya is going to jump in. JC is just going to throw the guard right at his face.
Yeah, and I think Kazuya in this early game would not have a great time. Because of the gold card, the range advantage of JC in this early game has the better lead against a Fizz, which is a melee champion. The only time that Kazuya can go in and clear out the waves is if he has his Q. To really just have that invulnerability time frame to get the AoE damage out to clear out the waves. But after that, he doesn't have that potential to even really dive in against JC and evenly match those farm and trades. And I think that's going to be the trouble for Action PH in this early game.
Okay, so let's see if they'll be able to survive that one. But Kazuya just really jumping in with the damage, and he would proc that that invisible frame should JC try and just throw out his cards here and there. Anyway, looking at the sides, but Ryzen is just following anyway. Now you have the stuns coming through. Ryzen receiving a lot of damage. Here comes Yamada, the SCB, the exhaust coming through, but you have the passive of Camille being able to proud. Now you have JC jumping in blue to be able to get first blood, but here comes the other members of Galaxy Racer. Brandon being taken down. It's coming through. It's coming through as well. What will he do? Nothing. Just embrace his death. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Zip stun coming through. Kill being finished by Galio, by Jaw, and now GXR will have their hands on this Rift Cutter.
Yeah, and Ryzen is strong at level 3, but the remaining of his team's not that strong with level 3, especially up against JC and pretty much anyway as well. Because you have so much crit damage when you're low HP in the form of Pantheon, and JC has the golden card. And at that, you have the CC potential. Kazuya's CC is at level 5. Yamada's CC is at level 5, maybe aside from the hook shot, and Ryzen's knockback is on level 5 as well. And they fight against JC, which has like 1 second stun to 2.5 second stun on the golden card, which at that really gives you at the disadvantage. And now Galaxy Razer 3-1 in favor of them, 1k gold lead.
Sounds coming through as well. You have the adaptive defenses, and Zibs is just forced to take a step back. He doesn't have barrier, nor does he have flash, because he used it earlier into the match. Yamada doesn't have ignite, does not have flash available as well. I guess both teams are still taking a feel on the map. We won't be seeing much of Pau just yet. It is a Saya. It's all about the late game. Galaxy Racer, they still would want to bank on their late game. JC alone at the mid. Kazuya making his way down into the mid as well. Just few pokes here and there. He is untargetable, but the cards are just gonna cut through Fizz's skin.
But it's not gonna kill him though. That's the important thing for Action PH for now. Not get slayed, especially at this phase when Galaxy Razer already has 2 kill lead from them, already has 1k gold lead away from them. With the Mountain Dragon Rift Herald summoning in 20 seconds, they need to keep everyone alive and at their very, very best state so that they can match up against the enemy team.
Okay, Yamada's just playing, surprisingly, he's playing this one out quietly. Ashin Page will be able to secure their buff. Chinelazo will be wielding this channel. Let's see if we're going to be seeing these Moonsoons here and there, Eye of the Storm, as well as the Howling Gale. But Ryzen, he's pretty much secured in the hands of this channel. Vision given to Action PH. You have 3 champions at the mid lane. Dragon is already up, as well as the Herald. Howling Gale will be used, will be landed at the push. Did not connect though. Rift Cutter will be targeted, will be prioritized by Action PH. Sai is sitting at the sides as well. Additional Baron lanes will be nowhere seen into the earlier parts of the match. Draw just focusing on trying to poke Eli and Chinelas away. Pretty quiet game. I was also expecting them to prioritize the objective this time around, but apparently it's going to be a no. So now, Action PH, they already have their eyes on the Mountain Drake. IK and Rain being used. Jaw does have the hero's entrance. Pao could jump in. Sonics will connect. That is the BA no, because you have the Moose coming through. Blue team being able to steal that Mountain Dragon. Here comes Knockup, and I have that is going to be the heals coming through. It is Minifier Storm being popped by Saya. Flash in, jump in. Saya saying goodbye. She gets percent down, but fate, it's gonna be 1-0 in favor of Galaxy Racer. On top of that, they are gonna have first dibs on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's a triggable ultimate that we saw into play there against Action PH. And that was like Destiny first gives information for Galaxy Razer, followed out the Pantheon with the Starfall coming into the fray. And then after, you have Draw with the Hero's Entrance, knock up all around. He did not get anyone, but the zoning capabilities just enabled Galaxy Razer to just bring in Action PH and get the kill down.
Here comes the Hextech Ultimatum connecting onto one, but the stuns are gonna connect onto one as well. JC tries to go with the outplay, but it's not gonna be enough because that's Camille, that's the Fizz, the sustain, and the damage is definitely right there. JC saying goodbye now to Dragon Lane side. Action PH will be able to get one turret at the Barrel Lane side, though Galaxy Racer will be able to get one, and they summon Rift Herald then and there. Action PH rotating over to the mid lane. They're forced to go with their recall because they have to defend the last outer turret at their Baron lane side. Ryzen just taking a few more items. No more outer turrets for Action PH top lane. Kazuya jumping in. You will have Yamna as well. That is going to be the taunts connecting. IK the rim being popped as well. That is going to be Gaio left unchecked. I mean, he actually literally just got left there and there. Stuns are coming through. It's not going to be enough. It was a 2 rather to none in favor of Action PH.
And the Rift Herald's still alive. They're going for the inhibitor turret, putting it around what, 1 turret plate's taken down, and you have Ziz split pushing bot lane. So Ashen PH, even if they got 3 kills, Galaxy Razor will trade that for a tier 2 top lane, a turret plate top lane as well, and an inhibitor turret, and also the tier 1 bot lane. So that is pretty much even. So Galaxy Razor still have the sustainability on the 2k gold lead of their team right now. Now I want to talk about the items though. Twisted Fate has already built the Rod of Ages and also the Lich Bane. So this is just so much damage when it comes to the team fight.
Yeah, so I guess this is just a green light for Galaxy Razor, but I just have to ask, why did Action PH leave the Rip Herald alive in the Baron lane? I'm surprised. I mean, teams, even if once you see a Rip Herald as your lane, you're bound to take it down. But Action PH, they prioritize the fight. I guess they just really want to win this game. But yeah, jumping back, Yamada still has Hextech Ultimatum. Zibs, I don't think they're gonna duel anytime soon. Both teams just want to proceed with the fight. And there you have Pal coming in with the kites, the beautiful skin. You also have JC with Fate cards and feathers. They will definitely hurt a lot. How long are they gonna come through? But here comes John being able to reunite with his teammates. Stuns coming through. It is gonna be Ryzen down to the last 5 bars of his health. Connecting onto 2. Here comes Yamada popping in with a Hextech Ultimatum. Here comes Phantom. He's going over to Fizz. Gaio saying goodbye. Ultimate coming through from Fizz as well. You have the Musu coming through. Double kill going over to Fizz. A Rampage at that. Saya saying goodbye. JC being left. Pantheon being taken down. Here comes Zips. Decides to join the party. And Shinja being taken down. Destiny being popped to try and help out his teammates. Double kill going over to Zips. Will you get more? And it's the BAS. JC jumping in with Destiny, but he does get bursted down by this fish. Double kill going over to Zips. Maybe even a quadra kill at that.
Oh my goodness, that fight came for like 1.5 minutes for these two teams. They were constantly getting that damage up. They want a trade-off to happen with the Cloud Dragon now alive. Action PH wants to try and defend the mid lane. But can they really go for it? Because now Galaxy Razor has the dominance. They have the ultimates up and ready as well. So if ever Action PH wants to punish, they have to respect that you have Galaxy Razor with these champions onto the river. But you know what? I think they have the understanding that Galaxy Razor doesn't have any ultimate for every single one of them.
That's true, and I love play-by-play because right now we have another fight. Cloud Dragon being taken down. Gaio saying goodbye. Again, already being used now. Your fist being disseminated onto the ground. Double kill going over to Kaisa. Fist is by saying goodbye. You have to jump in. Feathers are being committed by Pao, but Yamada is going to be A-okay. It was a 1-2 in favor of Action PH. Now they're going to rotate over to the Baron. Maybe. Well, Shinja is there. Baron now up. Looks like Action PH, they are not gonna commit just yet, but the gold advantage though, still in the side of Galaxy Racer. The only advantage I can see is the turret takedowns plus the gold, both in favor of our blue side team.
Galaxy Razor. You know, this is the first pick advantage for GXR, right? I think the pattern here is the blue side selection has the advantage. You know what? In the first series, Team Secret had that blue side selection, changed it up. The second series is doing the same thing. Maybe, potentially, I don't even know. But in reality, jokes aside, Galaxy Razor just got the early lead from that. And I think with those objectives that they were able to take and those early kills that they were able to kill, this is really just going for a stagnant run for Galaxy Razor having the 2k gold advantage. Because if we're looking at the turrets, is 1 turret difference against Action PH, and that 1 turret difference is focused on top side. But Action PH is gonna fight.
Coming through now, you have this being popped by just by then and there. But look at the damage being dished out. Here comes Yamada. Here comes the Enders connecting onto 4 now. now you have the Arnas being popped. Let's be Orlando saying goodbye. Jana being busy with yourself, the red team being able to get a double kill, a rampage onto Kaisa, a shutdown on Renekton, triple kill for the ADC of APH. That is gonna be the blue team being able to secure the ace. Team Ace official mobile partner, Ongpo, and a non-contested Baron. That is gonna be the Baron buff going to members of Action PH.
You know what? This might be the reverse comeback for Action PH. Galaxy Razor took the lead. Action PH is now controlling the game. And having the Baron Dasher, there is a lot more potential, especially on top-sided map where Terra 1 turret is available for Action PH to take in. After they take that, I'm expecting them to now pressure in mid lane. And now I think Galaxy Razor wants to answer that by clearing out the wave easily with the 3-man roam from GXR.
That's true. Okay, so let's see if that is gonna happen though. And now the advantage is actually on the side of Action PH being able to win that one game. Kaisa was unreachable in the previous matchup. That's why my voice cracked. That's how intense the matches were, or the fight was. But yeah, JC had no other choice but to clear the minion waves yet again. Galaxy Racer, they love their team fights, and I guess picking up Jamna is good news to Action PH because again, Monsoon is all about that disengage, and the fact that Yamada would always jump in at the last minute or mid part of the match or the fight, it would just catch Galaxy Racer off guard. Void Seeker did connect, Howling Gale gonna connect as well, but looks like Galaxy Racer had no other choice but to watch the turret disappear from their lane.
Because they have to. Yeah, they have to. Because Galaxy Razor is splitting their manpower into mid lane and top lane, and they have to focus on one. Now, mid lane is gonna be their focus. Now, Action PH returns back because this is a 5v5, and I think Action wants to play it very safe. So then they have the Baron buff later on and just pressure in lanes and then go for the Infernal Dragon.
Okay, now anyway, we'll just try to defend. These are Baron buff minions, and he is taking quite damage. Infernal Drake already up. Action PH would want to get more buffs on their side. Galaxy Racer only ever had the Mounting Drake on their side. Ultimate available for Pantheon though. And now you have Horizon at the front line. Just few pokes here and there, you know, just waiting for an opening that will be given to them by their opponents. Pao Saya not having the best time so far, but let's see if they can still turn things on. Destiny coming through, but their team has taken Infernal Dragon. Now you have right in the front line. Is the most being Pao at the line, but you know what? Stuff are gonna come through. Gaio saying goodbye. Roxy being able to get all the kill. Now you have them coming through from Yamada. You have Panda jumping with the ultimate. It's coming through, but there is actually no good. Camille saying goodbye. Can it be going over to this Fizz? JC just isolated. He gets taken down by the Kaisa, dominating for Eli, Kaisa, and now Action PH, they just want more blood. They smell it, they did not see it, and it is gonna be Jibs being able to recall back to base.
Wow, what a sneaky player. He just came into the bush, got the recall in, but I think Action PH, you know what, even if they did not get that kill, even if they did not secure Zibs, they still got the tier 2 turret mid lane, which is so much more important because now Galaxy Razor needs to be wary on where they step into their very own jungle in top quadrant, because if they don't, Action PH has that control, has that visualized for their team. Galaxy Razor has no information even. So I think this is so much advantage for Action PH coming into the Baron Nashor, wherein Galaxy Razor needs to play very safe, needs to be wary of where they go and what they want to do.
You know what? Look at the itemizations of Fizz and compare it to Twisted Fate. That's just how much lead Action PH has. And let's not even get it started with Kaisa. Again, whenever Ely would jump in, it was just a lot of skills already being exhausted by Galaxy Racer. We mentioned this, that before we jump into the game, the draft advantage is toward Galaxy Racer's side. But for some magical reason, Action PH, they made things work. They just played it out. They turtled their way into this game. Ryzen being the tanky frontliner that he is. Yamada, I mean, let's not forget this, how good this player is. G already available for Camille, by the way, so whenever they're gonna try to target this champion, she would just be brought back to life. Now, some pokes here and there from Ryzen on this Xin Chao. Yamada lurking at the lower parts of the map. Still a pretty quiet map. They could go with the 4-1 setup, but still the advantage or the power Action Page has in this game number 3 just depends on their team fight tactics. And Galaxy Racer, they are just left to wonder what are they gonna do? Who will they target? Where will they try to go with the pickoff?
Right. And it's just so difficult because you have a lot of selections to pick up. You have a lot of selections to try and target. For the side of Galaxy Razor, you have Kazuya, you have Ellie. But if you don't get rid of Chanelos, that's going to be extra sustainability for Action PH to sustain themselves in those team fights. Now for Action PH, they have to target JC, they have to target Pau. If they don't, just too much damage coming in. So really, it's just a lot of selections. It's a matter of focusing on one and committing to it. Because if your team gets a lot of targets, it's not gonna be the most efficient and quickest way to kill someone right now for the 5v5.
Speaking of 5v5s, it's not happening just yet. They could go with the Baron Dance, and still Action Page 3-18 on the scoreboard. A 8k gold lead. It's a 6k. Okay, back to 7k. 7k gold lead in favor of Action PH. They were able to take down 5 turrets and they got 2 dragons. Galaxy Racer, they only got 3 turrets down and 1 dragon. So again, it's all gonna boil down to the objective game, being able to secure the buff, yada yada yada, all that stuff. Action PH though, they're not pulling the trigger just yet. They could wait for the next dragon to spawn just to have that nail on the coffin. It's an Elder Ocean Dragon. Yamada already has vision on that area. Now Action PH, they're gonna set up a death crash. Okay, let's see if Galaxy Racer. Oh
Destiny.
No. You have the Destiny being popped. Vision given to Galaxy Racer. That was kind of funny, not gonna lie. Action PH, they're just forcing. Okay, I mean they know where we are, so let's just say hello to them and make our way back into the Dragon Pit.
And they're gonna take it. They want it. If you get the Elder Dragon, you have sort of much more damage. And considering that Zibs is on top lane, only anyway JC, Pau, and Draw can contest this.
Looks like that is going to be Galaxy Racer. They have their eyes on the dragon, but the path ultimate already available. That is going to be the knockbox after knockup, but that is going to be the kite counter as well. Root is not there. Yeah, this is the brand at the front line. Looting once out was actually able to steal the Elder Ocean Dragon. Now you have Action PH. They're going to go with the Rampage. Guys saying goodbye. Jaina not actually able to survive that one. She's just saying goodbye as well. You have this in the back line. Gone going over for Kaisa. Kite's coming through. Double kill, maybe even triple kill going over to Eli. Legendary for this Kaisa. You have the only champion, the only player left alive for Galaxy Racer. He is forced to go back. Action PH, there's only 3 of them, but they are charging at the mid lane. They have 1 minion plus 5 other more because there's a fresh wave of minions coming in. They are targeting Pau. Saka saying goodbye. This fizz, and he does get taken down as well. The death timers are just too much. Action PH being able to get their first series win this fall season.
What a game from Action PH! It went straight to 3 games. Action PH went to take it home for the very first series win in the tournament. What a clean series that we have from Action. They have played to a T. They have played their very, very best to get that 2-1 away from Galaxy Racer. And now they have it down. And I think that rooted from how they played this into the mid game. Even if we have Galaxy Racer taking the first couple of kills, taking the 3-1, 3-0 away from Action PH, Action was so patient mid game that they were not forcing something that they know they can't. Because you need to look that level 5 is something that Action PH is waiting for, and they waited for that. Once that is down, they have some more counters onto Galaxy Racer, because if draw comes in with the hero's entrance, Action PH can now walk away. They have a lot of mobility. Yamada with a hook shot, Horizon with his ultimate, potentially Kazuya is there with his Q, Ellie with the killer instinct and even the his third skill, and Chanelos is there with the Zephyr and pretty much his self buffs to have that mobility. So Action PH can miss that. Anyway, with the ultimate, Action PH can also miss that. So I think it's just the micro mechanical play that Action PH has highlighted in this game that they were able to take back the lead in the mid game after winning a team fight. And then when they got the Baron buff, they were pretty much at a good standing because they were pressuring it against Galaxy Razor, wherein they can't really do anything about it for the side of GXR.
That is true. And of course, here your Oppo A94 plays of the game. I had to catch my breath there because that was indeed an action-packed series. Disengage coming through from Xinjiao is very on point. But I guess, to summarize it, Galaxy Racer was just not able to utilize the range that they had. I mean, we talked about this. We were very much happy to see Twisted Fate, Pantheon, and Galio in one team. But what happened once they loaded into the game? Action PH, this Janna pickup by Chinelas really worked wonders for them. Actually, to be fair, they kind of have two disengaged champions, Xinjiao and Janna, to, force Galaxy Racer back, and the space created, farm given to Kaisa, which pretty much helped them towards the latter part of the matches, probably not being able to get in with the kites as well. Killer Instinct from the Kaisa, very, very deadly. And if you can see this highlight right here, JC, the moment the golden coating, the golden plating came off, he just got bursted down by this Kaisa.
Right. And it's just the amount, right? Action PH having that sort of methodical playstyle in this particular game, wherein you have this 5-kill lead already. You know that you are in a 6-kill lead or 6k gold lead away from Galaxy Razor. You can force it out. Even if you don't win that dragon, you still have that potential to bring down Galaxy Razor, because the only one that can tank them is probably gonna be Zivs and Galio. Anyway can do, but away from Aegis Shield, he doesn't have any tanking potential to go away from that, because Action PH has a lot of burst potential onto Ellie with a Caitlyn Rain, Kazuya with pretty much every single skill that he has. So I think after that, it was over. Action PH got it. They were able to kill every single one from the enemy team GXR, and they were able to take the dub.
Master of the match is gonna be Ili on this Kaisa Flash para your KDA of 10.00, damage per minute 1,501, IE if the Wind King also has that Hourglass units as well, just a huge problem in the late game. He was able to reposition himself with the Killer Instinct and just penetrate the backlines. And what does he see in that backline? JC on this Twisted Fate. So whenever, he could pretty much win the duels up against Twisted Fate, and that is one of the win conditions that Action PH was able to meet. And even though they lost first game, looks like they actually cleared and suave their way into victory with a 1-1 and then eventually a 1-2.
Yeah, it's a victory that is victorious. Right, LD, Infinity Edge, Mortal Reminder, BRK, Renan Sarkin. This is the traditional and the most standard build for a Kaisa, but he made it work, which was actually quite surprising. But I think the standard is what everyone's going back for if everything else has failed. So, huge commendable play from Action PH on the ADC on Kaisa.
That's true. And also, I just can't highlight this enough. Ryzen, he was really good in game number 3. Yamada, we did not see much highlight plays, like no triple kills, no quadras, but him being able to isolate key targets from GXR, that's what actually mattered. And the fact that he would be in control of the wave push in either the Baron lane or the Dragon lane. Plus, he's very tanky. So, tanky Camille plus the adapt defenses, of course the damage would be negated from GXR. And again, all of this engaged from the side of Action PH. I'm pretty sure they're happy because not only did they get their first game win, but again, they were able to get their first series win of the fall season. So maybe we'll be seeing more of this kind of Action PH. They finally found their element, that sweet spot, that kind of tactic or draft that can bring them the wins or the victories.
I do agree, right? Action PH had to really just adjust against GXR. Their bans was phenomenal. They adapted from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. They have adopted. These bans are great. We have punished their jungle anyway. So we can now adjust and play our comfort picks instead. For Action PH now scale against GXR.
And JXR again was not able to utilize their lineup. So I would still like to see more of GXR tomorrow. I wonder what kind of adjustments will we see rather for day number 3. This win actually made me think, what is the updated status of our teams in this specific group? Maybe the panel will bring that or explain that to us later. So first, we're gonna jump into a very short break. Again, we have been your casters, the Game 3 duo, Yuko and Infinity. We're gonna have a very short break, but when we come back, we have the panel to break down what actually happened in series number 2.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back to the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season, where Action PH have finally claimed victory after the whole of the summer season. They got their first win here in the Icon Series against Galaxy Racer. They will win the series 2-1 and they will take home 75,000 Globe Cup points. I'm so happy for them! I'm so happy for them. I feel bad that, of course, like we don't have the player cams up right now because of the current conditions, but oh, that must have been so great for the team. Let's jump into our series highlights right now because there's a lot to unpack with this in our second game 3 of the day right here. I was actually surprised with how Action PH were able to take the game with the game number 2 with the Senna ADC, just because we didn't see them with a lot of success on that champion before, but they were able to make it work.
That's the beauty of playing Senna, because you don't really know what to expect. All we know about Senna is it allows you to play a support that will really go for the minions, right? They will go for the farm, and what is one of the best champions to do it? That's the Galio. Galio, if you give gold over to Galio, that's your secondary mid laner, right? I think it's a perfect fit on the Ziggs that we saw MGen use as a support killer per se. But really, when we talk about Action PH, first off, I'd like to apologize to Action PH for doubting them. I didn't really know.
I think we all do. I think we all do.
Yeah, and now I'm just so glad that they now have a victory for themselves. I didn't lose faith during the summer season, but over the course of the fall season, things were going dire, and I feel like I had to let go of the expectations of them at least winning one game. But they proved me wrong. They proved us wrong. Not just one game. They went on to win 2 games. That's a total of 1 series win, 75,000 Globe Cup points. Very well deserved. Congratulations, EPH. And I think for game number 3, it was just Action PH cementing the win with an Elder Secure Elder Dragon. No,
Yeah.
It was actually not a secured Elder Dragon, but rather it was a stolen Elder Dragon. But we saw again, time and time again, that's the Fizz, a counter pick to the Twisted Fate, being utilized correctly this time by Action PH mid laner Kazuya. Hey, Bren second, let's go.
Yeah. And it was a really good play. They really completely, if you're going to check the highlights coming in from POW, it is leading mostly onto the Kaisa, and they completely denied it for the whole duration of the series. And at that point, it feels like we are missing one members already. And the power of APH with the aggression, it really paid off. The mid lane Riven really worked wonder for Kazuya, worked well. Although, yes, there's so many questionable plays from Galaxy Racer. All in overall, is Action PH was able to exploit it at this point.
Yes, indeed. And they did such excellent work with their team fights and all. And there's just like I know we talked about this. The character growth, oh my goodness! It's it's of course their first win, and it is one win, but it feels like they just won, the playoffs or something. It's a huge moral victory for the team, and I cannot wait to see what they do with this, and eventually into future competitions and everything. I am looking forward to seeing this Action PH take this victory and run with it. Definitely 75,000 Globe Cup points to Action PH, and of course probably the biggest moral victory here in the Icon Series PH fall season. Congratulations indeed to you guys. Now we head on over to our third match of the day, and this is a match with a lot of daring. This is Bren Esports versus Liyab. And checking out the Bren Esports lineup over here, we're only taking 2 teams from Group A. We're only taking 2 teams. And of course, first, we can safely assume RRQ. But the second is up for contention between Bren Esports and Liyab Esports. And I gotta say, I think a lot of people were expecting, a little more from this team, or maybe they don't have the summer season buff, but Bren Esports, they really have to win this if they want to really, have a chance at that second slot for the playoffs.
Yeah, again, when talking about Bren Esports, They have two playstyles. One is to go with the Twisted Fate that was banned 2 times in a row by RRQ yesterday. Such respect, and I think that respect did award RRQ the win, because when talking about RRQ, right? They respect their opponents a whole lot, and they would give out respect bans. And if Bren Esports would get their hands over to the Twisted Fate, I expect Jeff to be on the Garen. Rebenga, Consi, and MGen will stick together. Yesterday, they played the Zig support. That was a debut. But we saw the struggle of the Zig support that wasn't really challenged during their time in the community tournaments. Here in the professional scene, every single thing gets noticed. And if you play the Zig support, you're going to starve a couple of your teammates when it comes to gold. And that, I think, is the reason why it's not as effective. Maybe with a Senna, it will be effective.
Yeah, and we are talking about the Zigs that will poke everyone on the lane and kind of destroys the lane equilibrium. The minion counts will push even further to the opposing lane. That prompts you more onto the ganks of the opposing side. But of course, I want to put in the solo player highlight in the hands of Hayes, the mid laner of the mid laner of Bren is having really a good time with his own spotlight, and he meshes well with the team, looking for the targets, playing across the map, and with the Rebenga on his side. There's so many attention being put on to the side lanes that they can gank over here, they can go over there. And at this point, it was really in the hands of Hayes, who's really in the hands of the mid laner of Bren. And he is going to face, of course, Liyab's for mid laner. And yes, we are maybe expecting EXO, but he's not going to be a 6-man for fall season. So Hayes, 73% kill participation, and the damage per minute is 889. So we are seeing that he is an effective mid laner playing on most of the assassin, and you have also the Twisted Fate, which is we know how good he is with the current meta.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be it's like mid laner showdown today. As all of our solo player highlights have been so far in the mid lane. But of course, Bren Esports, it's a name, of course, that everybody knows in the Philippine esports scene and everything. And now here with Wild Rift, they are going up against Liyab Esports. These are two very important organizations, and I feel it's kind of poetic, and it's really exciting too to see that it's these two teams that will have to. I know it's these two teams that will have to fight it out for that final slot from Group A into the playoffs. It's like there could be only one, and if you had told me the lineup before the start of the fall season, I would have said maybe that it would be Bren and Liyab taking those top two slots. But yeah, checking out Liyab Esports' lineup right here, they're doing pretty good this fall season. But like many of our other teams, they will need to take it up a notch as we enter the last days of the group stages. Bren will certainly do their homework on this team, and we caught glimpses of Liyab's brilliance early in week 1. There's a lot riding on this match in particular, but you know what? I think Liyab can handle the pressure.
Yeah, I was also thinking that they can handle the pressure, as they always play on a clutch moment. We saw them also at summer that they had a hard time. They got this shaky part wherein they need to win. They always win. And we also saw them on the playoffs that they played on the lower bracket. They shake things up against the other teams that surprises everyone. Now, I'm not sure if there's still more surprises coming in from the coaches and Chiso from Liyab, but so far everyone is really showing a lot of improvements, and everyone is surprising us with their own recipe or ingredient of victory.
That's right. The transition by Liyab Esports from having Exosen in the mid lane and pushing him over to the six man is a very bold move. And I believe this has something to do with the support system that we know is always up there, right? In the rankings when it comes to coaches and support. Now the question is, who's going to take the lead for Liyab Esports? And I think one of the most what I would say qualified candidate is Miggy in the jungle. As we highlight the jungler for Liyab Esports with a KDA of 3.33, the damage percentage is 17%, and that's okay, right? Whenever you are the initiator and whenever you're the one setting up fights, it's not really the damage that's going to be counted. Rather, it's going to be the kill participation. And at 76%, I would say, is pretty much doing his job, right? On that Gragas, on that Lee Sin, and on that Vi, multiple masters of the match for the jungler of Liyab Esports. This is really going to be a tough task if you're going to ask me against Rebenga, because Rebenga still has the experience advantage, but Miggy is starting to become the face of Liyab Esports.
Yeah, thinking about this clashes, it's already giving me goosebumps and stuff. And let's check out our Globe key player clash as well between Dawn and Jeff. Now, these two guys in the Baron lane. How do you guys think this key player clash is going to go down?
Jeff. Garen, man, I would say.
The Battle of Garen.
Yeah. Because the thing here is, it's not just us, right? I believe that the community knows that Jeff really favors the Garen, but it's not the only pick that Jeff is really efficient at. I know that Garen is his main man, and he's going to do wonders with it, but he also has the Darius. He also has the Renekton. Talking about Dawn, though, this is also one of the rookies that Liyab Esports trusts. And looking at the numbers, 44% to the 66% kill participation, you can see the disparity. But that has something to do with the playstyle, right? Dawn often goes for the side split push, and meanwhile, Jet wants to be in the fights, wants to be there for the team, hence the Garen.
Yeah, and you can see that both of them are really effective in terms of being not the flashy top lane, or let's say more on the tanks on the front line. They may not be the one as how we saw the one who's going for the high risk and high reward. They are mostly in just to protect the whole squad in behind them, and they are the ones in front that's looking to stop anyone. The peeling power is in the hands of Jeth and Dawn. You can see the kill participation. It's fairly high for Jeth, as he is mostly present during those objectives, as Dawn, as what Autolus told us, he is going for those split pushes. So at this point, we are seeing a lot of Renekton being utilized even better. So I'm not sure if they're going to stick with the Garen or they are going for a different shakeup onto the Baron lane.
You know what? As I was listening to all of that, I just kept thinking, now I'm going to ask for your predictions. Where is it going to go? Oh my goodness. Is this going to go to Bren Esports, or is this going to go to Liyab Esports? And Liyab cannot lose this match. If they want to be able to secure that slot into the playoffs, they can't lose this match. This has so much bearing on the playoffs. Which way do you think this is gonna go? I say this because I'm like, oh my god, I still don't know.
I'm going to enjoy the ride, to be honest. But predictions-wise, if I'm going to put my mind onto it,
Can we pass?
I believe that Liyab Esports still has what it takes to get the series win, and I favor the outcome of us at least having one tiebreaker, because that's a new experience altogether, especially for the fall split. So let's go, Liabers. Liyab is going to win this against Bren. Now, the only concern for me is, what is the score? 2-0, 2-1? I don't care. Let's go, Liyab.
Well, if Otto is hyping up Liyab, of course, I'm gonna join him, as Liyab also is. I am in favor in Liyab also, and they are showing a lot of signs that they can go in. I can hear also that many of the casters are Liabers as well. Most notable is Riku right there. So I know.
That's the name drop.
I mean, ever since it was a supportive Riku right there. So everyone might be on the panel and going for Liyab, Mika.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give this to Liyab Esports as well. But I think, oh my goodness, this is gonna be our third game 3. I feel Bren Esports isn't gonna let this go without a fight. And oh my goodness, you guys, let us know as well. Are you going for Liyab Esports? Are you going for Bren Esports? Are you just like Odalus, just gonna sit back and enjoy the ride as well? Let us know via Twitter. Just use 2 simple hashtags: hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And you could see your tweets featured over here. You could be like our guest, of course, panelist of sorts. And of course, you can also step into the PPGL community Discord server. We can check out, of course, all of the Wild Rift happenings on the Discord server. Whether or not we have a broadcast, actually, we can always hang out there. And guess what? You can even cross over to other PPGL events as well. It's a PPGL cinematic universe happening over there on the community Discord server. So I hope you get on there and hope to see you there as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our third match of the day. Strap on your seatbelts and put your hands and feet inside the gondola at all times because you're in for a bumpy ride. This is the battle for that second Group A playoff slot. Bren Esports versus Liyab Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you very much, Panelist Desk, and welcome back, everyone, into the Fall Season Icon Series, Week 3, Day 2, Series number 3. It's gonna be Bren Esports versus Liyab Esports. I'm Infinity, and I'm joined together with Riku, joined for the cast today. And I think I am very excited to be here because I'm expecting this to go into Game 3.
This is basically potentially your ninth games, a ninth game so far, if ever they do reach game number 3. And it's a possibility because this is such an important match. There's just so much at stake. So the panelists did have mentioned that Liyab must win this, especially if they get a 2-0, because 2-0 in this tournament format, if you get 2-0, you get 3 points on the board. The current points that Bren has is 5. Liyab has 7. Both teams after tonight will only have 1 game left. If Liyab wins 2-0, then the gap between Bren and Liyab will be far, which means they will move to the playoffs. So this is such a very, very, very dicey situation for both of these teams. So of course, Bren want to take this to 2-0 as well to increase their chances as much as they can to get into the playoffs as well.
A lot of stakes in the line, and this is the beginning of it. It's the draft of Bren Esports versus Liyab Esports on this very game number 1. Rakan and Camille banned away.
Yeah, this is, Bren canceling out the potential Xayah and Rakan. Remember, day number 1, Alien got a pentakill on the Xayah. You remove the Rakan, you remove that innate peel, that secondary peel as well. Yasuo being taken out by Liyab, so a targeted ban up against Hayes, and the Galio being taken out as well. What are the options? A Lucian first pick could be possible here if they decide to do so.
Renekton will be rather locked in though by Bren Esports. This leaves Gragas and Lucian open for Liyab Esports to pick up. Very flexible Gragas if they want to go for it. But we know Liyab Esports, they have brought in some cheese picks in the past. And I think Garen could be locked in for their team, removing it away from Bren Esports and picking out top for themselves.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. Will you pick another duelist as well as to get that 1v1 matchup, or you pick up a neutralizer? And the Garen is one of the neutralizers at top side if you're up against a Renekton. Xin Zhao, though, I'm pretty sure that's going to be towards Rabenga. We talked about the Lucian sort of being fallen. I believe it was Leoric that talked about this yesterday. A little bit not as prioritized as much in the draft. But look at that. This could be a Kha'Zix pickup from Miggy. This is...
Actually.
Yeah, potentially, because you brought this up, Infinity. Gragas is open. Liyab loves their Gragas because they can flex it in anywhere from 4 different lanes. But this is Miggy on the Kha'Zix.
But they're not opting to go for the Dragons, instead locking into Kha'Zix and Varus. They're bringing in back the Varus here for Liyab Esports. Bren Esports has the option to take it for themselves, put it in support or mid lane, or if not, just put Lucian mid lane and have other champions go into the bot lane. But with Katarina now hovered in for the side of Bren Esports, Braum is available as well for their team. If they want to do it, it's going to be a Braum Lucian that's really, really strong bot lane. But instead, hovering onto the Janna to then go for the Nami locked in. Very aggressive level 1.
Exactly. This is a strong lane right now. We're seeing it from Bren. We talked about this before. The Staff of Flowing Water really synergizes well with a Nami, and as well as if you're paired with a Lucian. So that is going to be an easy ability haste for the spammability of skills for Consi and Elion over on the Varus. So a ton of pokes from the Ziggs and as well as this Varus pickup, and you get the Braum as well for that disengage in case things get a little bit too dicey when Bren goes all in, because this is very scary. They have a Renekton, they have a Xin Zhao. These are basically picks that are going to be up front and personal, up close and personal rather. And Twisted Fate is just going to enable all that and possibly unlock the lanes. Come level 5, expect a gank at top side, open up the lane, possibly give early kills to Jeff possibly, or maybe even to Rabenga.
Right, and I think this will be sort of the facing game for this specific game number 1 for both Bren Esports and Liyab Esports. Because Xin Zhao is a level 3 power spike champion that can really wreak havoc at level 3 in the first minute and a half. And I think Bren Esports wants to utilize that on Rabenga being so dominant and hyper-aggressive in the early game. And Liyab Esports is back into the poking composition, wherein they have Nixu on the Ziggs, Elion onto the Varus, and I think this too, when it comes to later on, in terms of the objective game and later team fights, this can deal so much against Bren Esports to get them the HP advantage.
Exactly. Imagine Dragon fights, Rift Herald fights will be a whole lot painful for Bren, especially when we look maybe 3 items on the board, 2 items actually, maybe Nixu, second item Rabadons, I think would be sufficient to inflict pain on Bren on these Dragon and objective dances in general. I think the biggest problem is there is that tidal wave from MGen that would basically stop any of the poking for a little bit of that time. So there is a window that Bren can jump on the Liyab.
Right, and I love how you mentioned about the Nami with the tidal wave, because that can reach onto the backside wherein Liyab Esports is trying to be safe. But on top of all that, we have to look at Braum as well, onto Marida Boy, because it can cancel out the tidal wave from Nami. And we saw this in the past, these type of counters coming from Liyab Esports to deal with this sort of hard engaged champion by the side of Bren Esports. So I'm expecting later on for Marida Boy to have the exact timing onto those shields to remove the tidal wave, let Varus and Ziggs have free time in the backlines.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty huge exchange. A normal ability versus an ult. We'll have to see if the unbreakable timings are going to be on point. But looking at the map right now, Bren is able to secure that Rift Scuttler already. At least even a double Scuttler start, perhaps, as we're looking at Jeff already starting, actually just zoning the first one, actually taking it already. So this is a very good start in terms of control over the Riverside for Bren.
And the reason why they took it, because they have the information that Kha'Zix was on to the bottom side. Go in to the right side quadrant jungle for the side of the Esports. So Bren just had that free go into the top side river, get the Rift Scuttler for their team. And that is just the importance of information at this stage of the game, especially in mid-game, late game. And if you're looking at the map, the Bren Esports has all of it. If you're looking at the riverside, you have a ward there into the pitch against Liyab Esports in bottom side of the map. You have another one into the bush and also another one near the mid lane, and the Rift Cutter onto the top side river bed for the side of Bren Esports. So when it comes to the information game, Bren Esports has the advantage at the moment. The question is, can they sustain it later on to the mid-game, late game?
Yeah, that is definitely the biggest question, and we might put that to a test right now. It might be a 2v2, actually a 3v2, because level 5 already has arrived. He's actually manually walking up top side. Again, it's so difficult to be a Twisted Fate if you're up against the Ziggs, because if you use that Destiny and that is put to waste, you don't get anything out of that, you will lose a plate or even 2 if the Ziggs stays in the lane and it's gonna most likely punish you.
Yeah, and a third overall if you overstay in those team fights, because you don't have any more chance to really just go in instantly into the mid lane, you have to walk the traditional way of going into a lane. Right, so I think that is what Hayes needs to think about. When you're going all in, you have to secure the kill, especially if you're going to waze onto those summoner spells and the ultimates available for your team. But rather, I think they're not going for that. Bren Esports is going for the safe play at level 3. Rebenga doesn't want to go for the early engage because he understands. You have Murata Boy onto the Braum, very, very strong early game, even at level 1 because of the passive available onto these champions.
Yeah, it's absolutely difficult and risky, especially I suppose their wards are starting to expire. I mean, there is still a deep vision over there at the blue buff of Liyab, so this gives them information whether or not they want to overextend or lay low for a little bit. Meanwhile, I believe Dawn is going to be fine. I want to touch upon the first item pickup of MJOT, the Twin Shadows, right away. First item pickup, which means they're really focused on targeting Miggy, making sure that even though he goes invisible and would reposition, he is still going to get tracked by the spooky ghost coming from MJOT later on.
Plus, in a team fight, if ever it's not used, you can use the Twin Shadows to actually put out CC against the enemy team onto the form of a slow. So I think that's really huge of a pickup for MJOT to get those securities onto CCs and also onto Miggy, as you stated. Now it's going to be Hayes, though. Going for the Destiny, gives off information. The Liyab Esports doesn't really want to go for the contest. And now, Bren Esports got the Rift Herald.
Yeah, this is full control by Bren here. No contest whatsoever. Still no opportunity. Again, we're looking at Elion here and Nixu. These are picks that still require a lot of, well, not a lot of items, but perhaps 2 to 3 items to be effective and to be more comfortable in these fights. So it's a little bit difficult for them to contest objectives. We'll see though if Liyab is able to get a pick at least. Maybe an assassination attempt coming from Miggy. Maybe someone who will get, you will not be in the best position. But so far though, look at Bren. They're now starting this dragon.
Yeah, and they're starting it very dominantly as Miggy is now going to be sighted by the Twin Shadows. Have Miggy going for some pokes. Tidal Wave now be casted here. Murata Boy will come through and it'll come into the fray. But Bren Esports will go for the Cloud Dragon, will secure it down for themselves as Liyab Esports is now carrying down back away because Bren Esports is going for the 5v5. Hayes goes for the golden card onto Ziggs with a huge response from MJOT as well, going for the bubble trap. And that will be the knock-up down. No first blood as of yet, but Bren will get the objective that they were looking for.
Yeah, this is a lot won by Bren. First Rift Herald, they can choose to open up the map a little bit more for themselves in preparation to equalize later on, especially Nixu's on this Ziggs.
They want to go for it. Rebenga is going for the defense. That's going to be the flash knock-up onto Miggy. He's low HP. Hayes went in for the golden card, not going for the buy. 6 attack. Now cowering away. He's going for the retreat as Liyab Esports will not take any turrets, but will take a turret plate instead.
Yeah, this is a slow burn on the towers, I suppose. There is 1 turret plate apiece from bottom lane to top lane. So this is a mini consolation prize, I suppose, from Liyab because they gotta at least squeeze a little bit of leg room in this game because Bren has been taking all the objectives so far in the 6-minute mark, the 7-minute mark. But in their attempt, look at Liyab, they've planted 2 deep vision in the jungle of Bren, so that information will help them if either they want to keep pushing the mid lane, or if ever Miggy can attempt an assassination for isolated targets.
Well, they don't have any information into the top river. Now it's going to be Jet coming in. That's going to be stunned onto Miggy as Miggy will jump back away into the river bed. He's going to be safe, but no turret will be taken down by Liyab Esports.
They're whittling it down. I think that's almost 2 plates already. Just a couple of auto attacks.
Destiny got gonna be the TP onto the bot side of the map. Elyon gonna be carrying away. That's gonna be the first blood going to the side of Bren Esports. And Murata Boy trying to go back as well. He's running away. He's walking away. He's gonna walk away with 1 HP. And Bren Esports not gonna take it down, but at the end, they're gonna take the tower for his blood as well. But top side's gonna be Jet taking down. That's gonna be stunned down. And Dawn, half HP. We have MJOT going for the damage output. Huge potential. As Dawn will be safe, but he will be forced to go for the recall. If he stays, that's going to be huge potential for Bren Esports now to jump in under the turret to get the kill. And Jet just responded very quickly. And Murata Boy is late to the party.
He walks into the Aqua Prison. MJOT, what is that bubble? That is... Dawn, unfortunately, stepped on the trap there and... At the moment, Bren has been taking everything. They're able to eliminate Elyon from earlier, and now they're able to scare Dawn, basically denying another turret take away from Liyab. And this is looking to be, Liyab being a little bit starved here. Again, they still have Elion and Nixu anyways, even though Miggy hasn't exactly been getting these early kills. Ludenseko already picked up by Nixu. Of course, Manemune will still be fully stacked on that Muramana. So, again, both of these picks so far will not be as effective. We're still looking at 2 items for both of these picks, these poke champions. So, Bren, this is a big window for them to keep pushing with their lead.
Right. And I think they want to go for it. But Jet is now going to go for the face check onto Dawn. They both lane swap. Bren Esports went in for the duo top. Liyab Esports reacted quickly onto that as well, with Elio now going in mid and Ziggs coming up on top. Means that they really want to give gold onto Elion because of how much delay he has into the bot lane a while ago. Now Jet is just here stealthily sneaking against Liyab Esports, but huge respects because Liyab went for the 4-man mid lane and Brent Esports has the information. Miggy now has the side there with a ward there. That's gonna be the justice served by Liyab Esports, getting their first kill off this game. I want to go for more pressure into the mid lane. Infernal Drake gonna be alive much soon. 5 seconds up with Rift Herald still pushing top.
Yeah, I think you're right. That was I guess a greedy ward, I suppose. But Liyab is able to get that, numbers advantage. Now they're chiming in over this Infernal Drake. Brendo lingering around the corner.
But they're not going for the contest here because they have the information that Remenga's still alive, still has his smite up. They have the gold lead, the 4K gold, and now we're looking at top lane. It's gonna be a 1v1. Dawn versus Haze, zoning him away. Rift Herald is pushing into the inhibitor turret, but mid lane it's gonna be a different story. Braum went in for the Glacial Fisher, knock up onto Rebenga. Rebenga is half HP. That's gonna be potentially the first start for the Liyab Esports as well. Make it second one, as they have already taken the top lane a while ago. This will be the 3-4-2 turrets taken from both sides.
The value of the Rift Herald, though, I think that was, 3 charges. Was able to remove the second tier tower and then 1 charge over to the top side inhibitor tower as well. This is good value. Bren means that, okay, you take MGen, we take your tower, and now they're starting this Rift Herald, or rather the Dragon. It's so fast!
Destiny had the information. Liyab Esports still gonna go for the contest though. Brent Esports now will take it down for the Infernal Drake. And they will go for the retreat. They don't want to fight on a 5v5. And I think this is the basis of having so much single targeted CCs, but none when it comes to AoE. Only Tidal Wave.
Yeah, only Tidal Wave, but it is enough for Liyab to respect narrow spaces when they attempt to go near that dragon. Now that's 2 dragon apiece already. We get to see Sterak's completed Triforce already for Rebenga. So he can survive a little bit more in the fights once he go in. And Essence Reaver and Bork already completed for Consi. He's definitely going to hurt a little bit more in the fights. And now we're looking at, once again, 2 items. More mana already fully stacked for Elion, so that's a really good spike. Still no Rabadons just yet for Nixu. They really haven't exactly found the opportunities just yet. But something to note when it comes to Liyab games, so far, especially from yesterday, we are going to be expecting low kill count games for tonight, especially what we saw from, again, the day 1 of our week 3.
Yeah, they want to play very safe, so that is the reason why we have so much lower kill count for these 2 teams right now, because they want to prioritize onto the objectives. Now Bren Esports is jumping on top side of the map. That's going to be Jet coming in. That's going to be the stun, not connecting. Liyab Esports went in for the Glacial Fisher, but too much damage coming from Bren Esports. Puts down 1. Elion's going to be away, and that's going to be the ADC. Killed by Bren Esports. This is going to be numbers advantage for Bren as well into the later fight, if ever it occurs.
Yeah, they might even pursue... the thing about pursuing the Baron is it's so hard if the Ziggs is alive. They have to make sure that Nixu is low. They have to make sure that there's vision down over outside the pit. But then again, this is a time where the death timers are relatively low, so Elion will be back up for 4 seconds. But as we can see, the chain of corruptions is so crucial to these fights. And on paper, it's air quote easy because Bren's composition is very straightforward. They basically go at you straight. So the chain of corruptions will be very important later on to deny and punish Bren, especially when they go for these aggressive plays inside the jungle of Liyab. There are wards laid down already on the red side jungle of Liyab at the moment. So we'll have to see what the next move is going to be, especially Destiny is up. That's going to be another window of opportunity where Bren can take another pick off of Liyab's, one of their members.
And I think that's the reason why he was split pushing bot lane. Because if ever a danger occurs, if ever everyone comes bot lane suddenly, out of a miracle, out of the open, he can use the Destiny to go back away into the mid lane potentially, or even go back with the Destiny and get information for Bren Esports. And even if Liyab Esports go for the 5-man roam into the bot side, Bren Esports can then start onto the Baron. So I think it's really just a well-thought plan by Bren Esports coming into that. But they have not planned this. Zig's damage is too much. And Lucian will be forced back away. Rebenga will do as well. Liyab Esports will try to punish them. But look at Jet. Now split pushing top lane. That's going to be Proto Belt back away. And Liyab Esports going to go back as well.
Yeah, that is something that they cannot do. They cannot do a mini AREM, in the middle. Because Nixu is there to rain bombs on you. He's porting back on the ward.
Oh, the ward gave him information. And Jet, he needs to go back away. That's going to be the ultimate cast it down. Because he needs all the sustainability that he can.
This chase.
Elyon will be there. That's going to be the 4v1. He will go down. Jet will be erased and deleted by the Esports. And now it's a 4-2 when it comes to kill standing.
That was unfortunate for Jet. You just wanted to go home, but I guess the plan in mind was to set up a flank, most likely. That is why he ported there instead of porting back in a faraway place. He was prepared to port, and then if there's a flank being set up, an attack from Bren. Anyway, though, Dragon has been started by Liyab right now. They're still incomplete. Bren is still incomplete.
When Bengal wants to go for the contest, Geisha Fisher will knock him off, so Liyab Esports has the advantage. TPs are not coming in. That's going to be Mickey trying to go into the front lines. Don will be there as well. Go for the silence onto one. That's going to be just his serve as Conti will die. And this is going to be the 5v4. TPs are not coming up. Jet will come into the fight. Liyab Esports respect this and they will fall back.
They've decided, okay, it's Jet already alive.
Not going to be enough though. Liyab Esports wants to go for more kills, but just a little bit of a trade. Liyab doesn't want to go for all-in fights and Bren will retreat as well.
Nixu doesn't have mana. A little bit worrisome here. He has to make sure there's a Destiny being popped.
Yeah, that gives information for Bren Esports. That's going to be golden card. Try to go for the basic attack onto Dawn. Not going to connect through. But that will be the root. Chain of Corruption will put Twisted Fate onto a single position. But no follow-up will get him the kill. Elyon will die though because of Jet. Coming through into flank. Getting the kill down. And Dawn is just too overextending against Bren Esports. And Jet gets the double kill. That was the 1-for-2 in favor for Bren Esports.
And the dragon still stands. No one still gets this dragon. Liyab has to back away because every single time they want to fight, they always have to think of the building minions at top side. And now this is going to be a secure for Bren. That's 3 dragons on the board. All the objectives on Bren's side. And Liyab is struggling in this game, especially, again, I have to reiterate this. Top side, minions always building. They can't overextend or else a Destiny can be activated. If they lose a fight, Hazel Destiny, go push top, it could potentially be game over.
Yeah, the lane control is just too much. And look at the way top lane. It's pushing constantly, as you stated a while ago. And the third HP of the top side is too low to really just give you sort of the capacity to let the minion waves flow through. It's just too much, and I think Liyab Esports needs to be wary of this. Now let's move on to another, because Brand Nasher is alive, and Brand Esports is hovering onto this. If ever they take the Brand Nasher, I assume it's gonna be over, because they already have 3 dragons in their favor. And Sinjao, Rebenga is just a champion or a player that's just hyper-aggressive into the team fight. If he has his ultimate up, that can be countering onto Nixu, onto Ziggs, onto his projectile, and Elyon as well, as Renga has its sight onto Miggy. That's so much damage as Miggy jumps out the way.
He's gonna be fine for now. Dawn doesn't have teleport up, I assume, but he is gonna be split pushing over here. He did just use it. Look at that, they're starting Baron.
This is a 5v4 though. Destiny will give information. The Liyab Esports is on to the bottom side of the map. That's gonna be Dawn. Trying to go back away. Lucian goes in for so much damage. And that will be the kill coming in. Elyon will fall back. Double kill for Lucian. Making one more triple. He wants to go for more. He goes into backside. That's gonna be dash away. Dawn goes for the silence. Clever move from him, but 5 men alive for Brand Esports.
What a fight for Bren. They knew that Dawn had to manually walk from the bottom portion of the map and then go to join the rest of Liyab. And that was a 4v5 situation that Liyab was definitely not ready for. Again, when they have the Ziggs, it's so good to rain down bombs from behind the pit. But unfortunately, Bren knew this. They decided to just bring and take the fight to them.
I mean, they have the advantage, right? What? That was like, from a blink of an eye, he was gone. And Nixu is gone for 45 seconds. Probably one of the clear wave potential champions for Liyab Esports. Can't see too much damage, that raw potential against Liyab Esports. Now Twin Shadows to just slow them down. Inhibitor Turret will be secured by Bren Esports though. They're going for the top lane. This might potentially be 2 Inhibitor Turrets down for Liyab Esports. That's gonna be bubble trouble coming in. Nami going in for the bubble trap onto Dawn. Still, they're going for a cautious play for Bren Esports. Not gonna take it down too soon. Jet is split pushing bot lane. Gonna get that tier 2 turret. Now Inhibitor turret is gonna be open for top lane. Liyab Esports gonna fight this down. Chain of Corruption will connect onto one. Glacial Fissure to follow through. That's gonna be Justice onto Nami, but Jet will finish this game and Bren Esports will take the advantage in the series.
Look at that. Bren, what a statement. What a game. Full control and just doing... there's a lot of tempered plays over there that we just saw from Bren. And it's very impressive, very clean. And we saw Liyab struggle a little bit. But this puts Bren closer and closer to reaching that, top 2 spot. And this is going to be absolutely scary for Liyab, especially if Bren wins a 2-0.
Yeah, we talked about this a while ago. You mentioned about the point system that these two teams have accumulated. Bren Esports 5 prior to this fight, Liyab Esports on 7. If Bren Esports win this 2-0, this is a lot at stake. They will be even at points and the deciding factor will be tomorrow. And I think Liyab Esports wants to take every single point that they can and Bren Esports will do as well. So I love though how Bren Esports was very patient in the early game. And I think this really just translated mid-game, late-game pressure coming in from this team.
Yeah, look at them. This is very, very clean from Bren. They just wanted to split the numbers of Liyab, deny any sort of early game kills. And look at that. We talked about this before. The Staff of Flowing Water coming from Mjan on the Nami just synergizes so well. Just put in a lot of heals basically onto Consi as well. So this is just a perfect synergy. The Nami, it is not the Lucian Nami. Oh wait, no, it's not the Lucian Braum dual lane that we fear. It is the Nami Lucian here in Wild Rift. Exactly.
I love how you said Nami Lucian, how I said Lucian Nami. It was just complimentary onto each other. But regardless, coming into this game, I think we mentioned very, very slightly how Bren Esports has so much single targeted CCs. And I think Bren Esports understand this so much that they were not engaging in the early 5v5s because Liyab Esports has so much when it comes to the team fights, right? You have Elion for the Chain of Corruption. You have Marida Boy for the Glacial Fissure. And Nixu has his ultimate if ever the roots happened against Bren Esports. I think Bren Esports has that knowledge and has that information and they just go for those ganks, they just go for their skirmish to gain the edge against Liyab Esports.
Yeah, they basically won the laning phase in a way where they utilized Haze to keep using the Destiny and going over to the side lanes and making an impact. And this, again, for Liyab, unfortunately, they couldn't really use Nixu and Elion early in the game. It's very difficult. Again, these are, they spike quite towards the 2 to 3 item power spike. And the fact that these are poke-centric champions means that you can't poke if Bren is going to be in your face. It's going to be up close and personal all the time. And this is exactly what we saw. Bren denying every single setup that Liyab wanted to do. And this is how they won. Full objectives every single time for them.
Right, they got every dragon, they got the Baron, they were pushing in. And in the early game, the top side was already being pressured because of the Rift Herald being coming in for the third charge onto the Inhibitor turret that gave them the edge on getting that second Inhibitor turret as well to finish that game off. The master of the match for this game is going to be Consi onto the Lucian.
there we go. Even picking up a QSS just to make sure that if the chains of corruption kicks in, if a silence grabs you from the Garen, from Dom, over a top side, it's no problem. Just QSS, it's just gonna skedaddle out to there. And this is, the very scary combo of the item build path, especially on Illusion. The Navoris plus Solari Charge Blade, this is just immense amount of crits and immense amount of cooldowns as well. So Consi is able to proc his passive time and time again, and as well as the assistance of Mjan on the Nami with the Staff of Flowing Water is just insane.
Yeah, ability haste fest, because the Essence Reaver gives you 25, the Quick Blades give you ability haste if you give crit damage against the enemy team. And with the Essence Reaver giving you 25% crit rate, and the Solari Charger Blade giving you 25 as a passive, and another 25 as its sort of unique...
The stacking, exactly.
Unique stacking for this item. You gain 75% crit rate. Quick Blades will give you so much cooldown. And as you stated, Flowing Water will be in synergy as well onto Consi. And on top of all that, it's not just about the ability haste, it's also about BRK being in synergy with the passive. Getting 2 attacks in, that's 16% damage already. Or not 16% per se, but more on percentage damage that is continuing through onto the passive procs of Consi.
Yeah, that's why we saw him, no care in the world. I'll 1v1 this Garen, no problem. I've got the QSS, I've got the Shred as well on your health. So this is crazy. Lucian is still absolutely insane, especially when paired with a support like a Nami. And I feel like this duo should be more prominent. And it is Bren being very confident that, okay, we don't need... Nami can be half and half, can be engaged, can be disengaged with the tidal wave. But at the same time, it's okay. We don't need a tank. It's fine. We have the Nami for that movement speed to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, and they have Xin Zhao to act as sort of a tank if ever he has the ultimate up. So I think that's just going to be enough for Bren Esports. They understand, let's focus on damage. Let's leave Renekton. Let's use Xin Zhao for the tanking positions here, tanking roles against Liyab Esports. And I think Xin Zhao is really good because you have Ziggs and Varus as the enemy champions. So those pokes from Varus is not going to be as ideal against a Xin Zhao. And pretty much the early game was really just so patient for these two teams that they were really just up in store for mid-game, late game. But regardless, let's look at the draft. Coming into this one, Rico, what are your initial thoughts coming in?
For me, looking at the pickup, Kha'Zix being picked up early-ish, and that's the response coming from Bren. Okay, you pick up a Kha'Zix, we're gonna pick up a Twisted Fate here. The Destiny, of course, we've seen it before from Bren. You pick up a single target CC in the mid lane, either an Ahri or a Twisted Fate, and then you pair it up with, one of Rebenga's carry picks. And this has been the combination that we've seen from Bren time and time again, even from 2 weeks ago. But the thing is, this Twisted Fate also acts as a soft counter to the Kha'Zix because of the Destiny, basically revealing this invisible cockroach as in one of the instances in one of the fights. So this denies the aggression for a short window, denies the ability of surprise, and therefore Bren just really played this draft really well.
And I want to put a quick point on the Twisted Fate Xin Zhao now that you talked about Twisted Fate. Because I think level 3 Xin Zhao has a power spike, even though we didn't really see Rebenga being hyper-aggressive at level 3 because he was waiting for that opportunity to arise, not making it himself. And I think Twisted Fate comes in synergy with this early lead because they could go into the mid lane up against maybe Ziggs. You can have Xin Zhao come in, you have Twisted Fate to stun up with a golden card. That's really long, and Xin Zhao can go for sort of the engage, sort of the knock up to follow through with a CC chain and get that first blood. So I think if all else fails, having Bren Esports have this early security with the early aggression, if ever they want to, is available for them to do in this game number 1.
Yeah, I love you mentioned the CC chain, you mentioned the gold card, and then, Renekton stun, or an Aqua Prison from this Nami, starting from the gold card, and it just works out so well. I also want to bring up again what the thought that you mentioned, the Twin Shadows as well as another CC to engage in the fight, because it's so good. You slow a target down, that means Haze can land more gold cards and start the fight. So Bren, clean all over. Every single aspect in that particular game looks good, especially when we what we've witnessed yesterday when they went up against RRQ. It didn't look pretty. You know, basically Chaz was in Rebenga's jungle time and time again, and this is, you know, Bren getting that reset, and they look pretty good up against Liyab tonight.
Yeah, I think Brand Esports we've learned from that. You know, we're not gonna let you jungle invade because we have Sinjao. If ever you jungle invade, we have Twisted Fate to follow up. So we're gonna be having an easy time here in the early game here for the jungle. So I think that's just how Brand Esports thought. Liyab Esports has thought, you know what, let's play Kha'Zix because the enemy team has sort of the Lucian, and we may have that assassination attempt onto the early game. As Lucian is something that if punished early cannot scale out into the mid game, late game so quickly. So I think that is what Liyab Esports is thinking. But now let's dive in.
Dive and
dive and jive, you know, dive into one by one for each and every picks and bans here. Now, Rakan has been banned. You already told us about the Saya, that you really want to remove the Rakan. Disables this duo, dominant duo to say the least, and I think Bren wants to go to Revolution and Lee Sin to be banned though. What are your thoughts coming for Lee Sin instead of going for maybe another ban, which is Kha'Zix, that has been constantly being picked up by Liyab Esports?
I think it has something to do with the game that they saw yesterday. Miggy has been back-to-back MVPs up against the GrindSky matchup last night. So, you know, massive respect for sure to Miggy's pick on the Lee Sin. Something that still puzzles me is the Gragas. Gragas has been one of the best picks for Liyab, even during the summer season, because it can be played basically by everybody, well, except for the AD carry role. And at the same time, it has been Miggy's iconic picks in the summer season. So seeing it open and seeing it not picked is, I wouldn't call it a mystery, but at the same time, you'd think that this was the go-to, especially there's just so much at stake in this particular series.
Yeah, it's a huge question mark, right? Because when you have the Gragas, you can explosive cast disengage onto Renekton and Sinjao, and even then have so much effect onto Lucian, Twisted Fate, and Nami onto the backside as well to bring them in. So this is just a question mark that Liyab Esports is doing. I think they really want to focus on into rather going in for sort of the disengage stability type of composition. They want to go for the assassination in the form of Kha'Zix and Varus as their picks into this game number one. Maybe Gragas. Maybe I'll make a new meta. I'll make Gragas ADC. I'll make it.
That little wink, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen mid lane picks, mages in the mid lane that are played in the duo lane role. I mean, we've seen that from Elian before. He did pick up the Ziggs back then, and then it was Nixu being the AD carry on the Lucian, bringing it to the mid lane. But last time we saw that formula, it didn't work out. So I assume this is the standard that they're comfortable with, and maybe we get to see interesting picks in the next draft. Perhaps, remember, Liyab landed in third place last playoffs. They were the only ones that brought up the Ashe and Varus combo in the duo lane, which synergized with a Rengar. So Rengar, I think, was open in the draft. I mean, we just saw the little preview, unless I forgot immediately. But maybe we get to see that again, perhaps. I think this is, again, they have to take it to 2-1 at least. They still have a chance. And I'm so excited to find out what happens.
I love to see that. Having an Ashe Varus has sort of a new, fresh take into Wild Rift meta currently. But this sort of brings in a weird question. What will Ashe build? Maramune, Black Cleaver, traditional? Or will she, since Ashe is a girl, will she go for sort of the new items onto the Essence Reaver, onto the Quick Blades to deal off massive amounts of damage, but at the same time, have that spam with skills and get information with Ashe? Right, so it's really just a question mark right now, and even go for the Font of Life as well if you want to go for that type of analyzation for Ashe and Varus, right? But will it be sort of better than going for the traditional ADCs considering the match 2.4 is a question I think that the esports needs to answer. If they go for the Ashe Varus, their bot lane is going to be so susceptible, especially at level 3, pre-level 5, because Ashe doesn't have any disengage for his ADC to come back. Varus is a very slow champion, also doesn't have mobility, doesn't have any blink in comparison to maybe a Kaisa, in comparison to a Corki, Ezreal champions, right? Because Corki has Valkyrie, Ezreal has Archonshift, and you have Kaisa with a sort of mobility, runaway type of situation for him. And Ashe and Varus doesn't have any of that. So I think when you're going for that route, it's sort of a huge risk. But if it's successful in happening, I guess it's a huge win for you.
Yeah, I think it's a last blue side pick, or you last pick the Ashe if you're going to be on red side. I think that is the scenario. Look at what your dual lane matchup is going to be first, because I imagine they're going to get obliterated with a Nami versus Lucian dual lane. So this is, again, if they're going to opt for something interesting like an Ashe and Varus, it is going to be the blue side last pick, and as well as the last red side Ashe pick.
What is Senna Varus though? Trade Ashe for a Senna. You have sustainability, you have the Black Mist for the getaway, and you have the ultimate for shield if ever it comes to level 5.
I like it. There's also punish potential as well when we look at the tower dives. If because we've seen that before. Bren tower dove once and then eliminated Elian. So I feel like the Senna has that heal, has that root, and as well as the shield. So yeah, I think it's a really good combo. I think it's just a matter of surviving that laning phase and up to level 5, and it could look potentially stable, but I think my worry is if you're up against Jarvan and Galio, I think that's where maybe Senna couldn't do as much, because there's just so much tankiness, shields as well, just to counter out the ult coming from Senna with the Galio hero's entrance. So there's just so many possibilities. I cannot wait what Liyab decides to do, because Bren is at match point. This is 100%, 200% pressure now.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of Liyab Esports, a lot of stakes on the line. You already have highlighted it time and time again what Liyab Esports needs to do to secure their slots onto the playoffs, and Bren Esports is catching up to that. They want to contest that slot, they want to go into the playoffs and match it up against Liyab Esports down. So I think this is going to be so crucial for Liyab Esports to win this game as much as possible, and similar to Bren Esports, taking it home for their team as well. It's really going to be so much trouble. It's going to be so much pressure. It's so much anxiety, I think, for each and every single players on this tournament right now, specifically onto the series.
Yeah, imagine if they're tied today. That's 7 points apiece. And then look at the matches that they're gonna fight tomorrow. Liyab has to face RRQ, and they're undefeated in Group A. Bren will face GrindSky, I believe. So that is, something that we saw, that Bren was able to win up against GrindSky. So the same result could potentially happen. Liyab has lost up against RRQ in the first round robin. So if the same results happen tomorrow from the first round robin, then it's looking pretty dicey for Liyab.
Right. So I think it's just gonna come down what the compositions are gonna be, what the executions are going to be strategized by these two teams, and how are they gonna be having that step-by-step process, or rather having that quick reaction on what happens in game, rather than having that set of plan on they need to do this first before they can do this, because that's not gonna happen always. And I think this is what I love about Wild Rift, is it's not about, having this, get this specific thing to then go for this. If we don't get this, we can't do it. Rather, you need to react quickly, in quick second changes, in quick second successive spontaneous plans that your team needs to do. And I think that will boil down into team coordination and team communication for these two teams right now, jumping into the game number 2.
Yeah, there's just so much death here in this game, and it's just very crucial. You mentioned the milliseconds, the item builds, especially the decision. What is your first prioritization, or what is your first priority, rather, when it comes to the items? And what we saw, like MJan going for that Twin Shadows, and I love it. It's just so exciting. It makes things even more exciting as we head on over to the Riot Go Champ Select.
Right, and this is gonna be where everything starts. Bren Esports banning away Rakan. Once again, Sai will not be available, with Camille now being banned away by Liyab Esports as well.
This is looking to be the same ban so far. We'll have to see if Liyab will try to change up their bans. I mean, if you ban out the Sinzao, if you ban out the Twisted Fate, then Bren can go for Xin Zhao plus Ari. And there you go. We might see Jesus Ari this time around. Will Bren decide to first pick up the Lucian this time around? Or it's fine. They can leave that out. Liyab doesn't exactly prioritize it as much, especially when we look at the first draft. It is still going to be the Renekton for Jeth.
Now, will Liyab Esports pick up the Gragas? This is a question that we keep on asking from game 1 into the game number 2. What are they gonna prioritize coming into the draft composition? And I think they're thinking it through. 12 seconds into the clock. I think they're gonna waste, or not waste, but utilize every single second to think of something. And Fiora is something that they've thought through. They want to go for the split push potential late game if they have the disadvantage, and Diggs is now being hovered.
Yeah, it is a 4-1. So we are, Fiora hasn't exactly been as prominent as before, but she did manage to win a couple of games even during the week 2 of the Wilder Falcon series. Look at this draft. This is looking to be the same. Take the Nami, maybe. Deny the Nami Lucian lane. This is just going to be an oppressive beginning. There we go.
They're going to do it.
Exactly. Do not let the Nami in. And it's now going to be a Nami versus Varus. Oh, no. Nami Varus duo lane, rather. And it's a ton of pokes, a ton of healing. I really, really like it now. So for Bren, they can opt to choose to get the Braum for themselves. It's the classic League PC Braum Lucian combo, which works well because there's a ton of poke on the side of Liyab Esports for now.
But they're going for Irelia instead.
No!
This might be into the mid lane in Blitzcrank. Is this going to be the first time we see Blitzcrank coming in? Blitzcrank?
I don't want to be excited too.
Oh, it is! It is! Blitzcrank gonna be locked in by Bren Esports, and Liyab Esports gonna counter that act for the Gragas coming into the mid lane. And this is an exciting day to be a Wild Rift Esports fans. Ladies and gents, we have a Blitzcrank for the side of Bren Esports.
This is Amjan. All the hooks in the world. Now, I'm excited. I'm excited to see this on the side of Bren for sure.
It's a Kali. We were a bit coming into that Irelia mid lane, but rather the highlight still is gonna be Blitzcrank. And I think Bren Esports wants to go very, very aggressive because Blitzcrank, when it comes to the mid game, late game, not gonna be exactly the best champion, but sort of the early game, you can expect him to really just wreak havoc because at level 1, at level 2, he's gonna have that power spike already. At level 3, further power spike coming in, and Lucian is an early game champion that can scale out and have that snowball up and running. With Xin Zhao available for them, I think now Rebenga could be aggressive bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose even without Rebenga in the equation, this 2v2, you mentioned this earlier, Infinity, Varus is not a mobile champion. Nami, maybe with the movement speed if you cast your skills, but oftentimes it may be too late. So with this, the pick potential from Bren is gonna be spicy. And now the biggest question is, Liyab has to definitely up their vision game because they have to prepare for Mjan roams and potentially sneaky hooks from out of nowhere.
Right, and this is going to be very devastating, but you have that quick action here with Bren Esports, right? You go for the leash onto a Xin Zhao, onto the red buff, so that Rebenga can scale very, very early and then go back away for that level to immediately for Rebenga into the bot side of the map, potentially go for the Grok after, or even the bot side Grumps as well, if he wants to go for that route and get that early lead level 3 against Liyab Esports.
Yeah, power spike with level 3, incredibly strong. When we take into account the Renekton as well here on Jeff, we'll have to see how Dawn deals with this lane, because it's gonna be, the vital points being that target. Level 1 is strong for Dawn, by the way, but when level 3 comes, it is the timing of the riposte to counter the stun. So this is going to be a very skill matchup in the early game.
Right, and I think that's gonna be crucial for Dawn and also crucial for Jet, and I think that's the reason also why Jet is just playing very safe, playing very passive. If a minion is gonna be up, he needs to really just come in close, but you have Dawn just going for the type of aggression that really doesn't want for Jet to counter into the wave. Just let them push. Regardless, now we have the bot side Rift Scutter for the side of Bren Esports, and top side is gonna be Liyab Esports. Both gives them information on whether both junglers are toward.
Yeah, they know what's up. They definitely know what's up here. It's very scary. As you can see, look at Elian and Morai the boy. They're hugging their tower. They cannot advance. Especially Rebenga is there. Are they setting up for a dive? Because Amjan can hook from far away, and they can possibly do that in the tri-brush
that's
right
gonna be
now.
hook. Whoa, first blood. Rebenga, Amjan, and Kansi doing miracle plays here into the bot side of the map, and this is what we're expecting in the level 3 game for Bren Esports.
Hope they can even get more if they have, advanced wards.
Well,
Oh,
they won't.
did they get it? No, they didn't.
They are.
Oh, they did. I'm blind.
Liyab Esports gonna be actually rendered like a couple of seconds to think what's happening onto the blue buff. Is this gonna be a steal? Is this not gonna be a steal?
Yeah, Rebenga was porting back, so I was checking if the blue buff was there, but yeah, it is acquired by Liyab. They did have vision over there, at least, on the brush near the blue buff, so they're able to, get the pokes in, at least deny any sort of steal, but it still doesn't change the fact the first blood already goes to Amjan. And now look at Jeff. His life is in danger.
Low HP, but he uses the ultimate. He gives more HP towards onto him, but he will die instead. This is gonna be the 1-for-1. Those Rebenga comes on top. This is gonna be a 1v1 onto the jungle. Miggy versus Rebenga. That's gonna be a flash away. Smite go in for the slow onto Miggy. Will he flash is now gonna be the question. Rebenga, it's all up to you, but he'd rather not, as he's already used it to initiate topside fight. He's just happy to go for the push top side of the map.
Yeah, that is a 1-for-1 exchange. Really nicely done counter gank from Rebenga there. Just trying to stalk out where Miggy is going to be. So it was a nice little bait by Liyab, but Rebenga was there lying and waiting in the corner. 20 seconds on the clock for the next objective. This spawn both objectives. It's going to be an air drake. Oh,
no hook. No hook. He's just visiting. Nixu, are you okay? Are you doing all right? And it looks like he is. So he's going back for a recall, same as Nixu.
Yeah, that's a really nice timing. Might as well utilize the back timings to make a visit in the mid lane, see if you can, force a flash, force a barrier out on the next fight. Very important, especially with Careless spawn. And now, though, look at Bren Esports. They're focusing their efforts on the air drake. What is the response from Liyab? Because they know this is happening. There is a little bit of vision over there in the brush as they now go over there in the river.
Oh, now their action is coming in. Liyab Esports is now trying to go his pathways towards onto this Dragon Tidal Wave. Now going to be casted. 700 HP. Who's going to get it? Rebenga's going to take it home. Cloud Dragon in favor for Bren Esports. Because that's going to be the Aqua Prison going for Amjan. The lane does fight, but topside got to be the 1v1. It's Dawn dashing in. Grand Channel will be forced. Ignite going to be burn him down. 1 HP. Literally one hit is not going to put him down. Bren Esports will go home only with a Cloud Dragon.
What is happening? Unfortunately, Elian's Chain of Corruptions did not hit. And with that, Liyab had to watch the air drake fly by to Bren's buff pool. And now they are starting with the Rift Herald once more. Liyab doesn't have any ults to use in this fight. And that means Bren is free to take this one for themselves.
Oh, but Amjan wants to go in for the hook. He does not get it. And Miggy, I think, just saves Bren Esports alive with her explosive cast.
Yeah, it is again, this disengage tool coming from Miggy on this Gragas is extremely important. And with that, I get to see Dawn. He does have barrier though. It has to be careful whenever Dominus is up because Jeth is out there to kill. That is when it comes to ults versus ults, for Dawn, you still have to proc it. For Jeth, you instantly get it. So with that matchup, I believe Dawn should be okay as long as Dominus isn't off cooldown for the 1v1 duels, but doesn't change the fact that, the junglers are still in the equation. So far, though, it's a pretty dark map so far, as Miggy's going to make his way as well towards bot side. Look at this, 4v4 possibly at bot.
Yeah, we have to look at it, but first, here at topside, it's going to be the 1v1. Jet tries to go in. Dawn's going to be grand challenge. A lot of vital points being targeted down, but 1 HP. Dawn is going to take it home with that kill. And that will be a kill for Liyab Esports, making it even in this game 1. Game 2, rather, for a 2-2-2.
Yeah, what a duel. What a duel that happened there. We talked about that. I was just talking about it. Like, look at Hayes, though. He wants the assassination kill. It's possible.
Can he do it? Can he make it? He's going for the face check. He does! 5-point strike with Ignite. Gonna put him down with final execution. That's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade-off. Bren Esports with a late trade, but at the least, it's gonna be a trade happening for Bren Esports. Is now MGen going for mid lane, going for the hook. Not gonna connect though, and Nixie will stay alive in that fight. What an Akali play from Hayes.
Yeah, he manually walked to top and he made it in time. He knew what was up and is able to cancel the ports, but look at Consi, so low there.
Ooh, it's gonna be fight onto the Rift Scutter, hooks onto Miggy, that's gonna be Tidal Wave, cast it down, not gonna connect onto enemy, but Babble Trap will connect onto Jet. Jet will try to dash away, he will say survive, but Explosive Cast will bring him down, that's gonna be a kill from Gragas. Liyab Esports will make it a 3-3.
They're really nicely done by Liyab. They're able to win that skirmish over here.
Pressuring into the mid lane, Sinjal goes for the ultimate, knocking them back away, clearing out the waves, that's gonna be them backing away.
At topside, a little bit of a mini duel though. Looks like Dawn is not prepared for Hayes just yet. And is gonna be happy if Jeth comes by, but looks like it's a switch of lanes as we get to see Jeth making his way down at bot instead. And moving towards the mid lane, actually, if they're going to start a fight. Remember, Rebenga just used his ultimate. There is no ult for him. Rift Herald, though, is still available. So they can unleash the Rift Herald in mid just to see if they can get more space to get this dragon. We'll see.
We'll see if it happens, but currently, yeah, Rebenga still really hugging onto the Rift Herald, not actually letting it go. Wants to utilize the Rift Herald buff to go for the early recalls if ever possible. But the Liyab Esports is really just pressuring in mid lane. I think Miggy is hovering bot side quadrant of their very own jungle because you want to pressure and react fast if ever Bren Esports wants to go for that early Ocean Dragon. The Rift Herald now spawned though. I think this is where it's at. And Sinjong now hovering bot side of the map.
Yeah, 4v4 situation here. As we get to see, that's a slow push by the Rift Herald. Oh!
Flash, knockback. That's gonna be it. Elyon will die. The Liyab Esports will lose their ADC as Bren Esports will get the member advantage. Jet will come into the mid lane. They will try to go for the stun. He will go for Nixu. That's gonna be CC chain. The flash away will be burned. Nix will go back and go for the retreat as Rebenga goes for the Ocean Dragon.
This Blitzcrank MGen has been doing a lot of work on this game in particular. Really nice catch. And now this could be a potential 1v1. Looks like that's going to be a no, but that's the second dragon of the game once more for Bren. And it's starting to look similar to what we've seen in game number 1.
Will history repeat itself? Will Bren Esports get every single dragon in the game? As now, it's going to be Bren Esports hovering bot side of the map. Yes, it's a 3-man roam. From them, 3v3. Sinjao uses the ultimate. Gets a tier 1 turret down. No more damage extra for Liyab Esports in this 3v3 alone. The hook will connect. Miggy will lose the body slam onto the hook. MJon doing miracle work here against Liyab Esports.
This guy is a crazy Blitzcrank player. This is a statement. This is scary. The pocket pick Blitzcrank so far has been doing a lot of work. We'll see though in the mid lane if they're able to catch off Hayes there.
Remember, we have Esports. Bren Esports is acting this up. This is going to be the 4v3. Tidal Wave to disengage. And both are safe. Both are safe. Just pressure in.
Yeah.
You don't want to fight.
They're just okay. The Tidal Wave for the disengage. So it's not going to be there just yet. I want to take a look if ever Nixu has already acquired the Rabadon. So I feel like that is a really good spike. Top lane is going to go down. So First Blood Tower has already been acquired. And Bren is taking more off of the map. The map is very open at top and bot, and this gives a lot of space for the Infernal Drake to spawn later on.
Bren Esports has been sighted. Information for Liyab Esports. Clever move from them, backing away. Because that is a 4-man roam from Liyab Esports. If they continue to fight, they will be in a disastrous position. So currently at the state of the game, it's 5k gold lead already for Bren Esports. Huge lead from them. Can they keep this up? Because now Liyab Esports is pressuring in mid.
Yeah, they want to try to clear the wave as much as they can. As you can see, Consi is zoning hard. He doesn't want the Ziggs to be in range of the satchel. So they're doing a good job protecting the mid lane tower. And as you can see, Liyab is itching to just get that down.
Right, and huge clever move though from Don. To defend onto the split push from Hayes into the bot side of the map, getting that ward on. He dashes back into his very own lane to just clear out the wave because he doesn't want to go in 1v1 with Hayes. In this state of the game, wherein Bren Esports has the 5k gold lead. So pretty much it's very a stalemate for now. Bren Esports is just waiting for an opportunity that gives information right boy doesn't have any ultimate later on.
Yeah, and this has ward. Okay, Spooky Ghost though, at least there's a fallback of information. If they don't have any vision, they don't want to risk it. Nixu.
Oh, Culling now be out. That's gonna be a lot of damage onto Nixu.
Look at the damage.
Wow. 50% HP remaining from Nixu onto one Culling alone. Amjan is going for the face check. The flash is gonna be burned. So Mariah Boy doesn't have flash or even ultimate available later on.
That's insane. Look at the value.
Amjan going for the flash. That's gonna be hooked. That's gonna be the ultimate from Benga as well, knocking them back away. Takes a lot of damage though. That's gonna be safe play from Liyab Esports, hugging the turret down. Information for Bren Esports with his Scar's Bloom. Now Ziggs is going in. Miggy's going in as well. That's gonna be flash. Body slam onto Rebenga. That's gonna be hooked.
Oh my word!
Once again, getting them the kill. And now it's gonna be the 5v4. Tidal Wave now getting casted down, zoning out the enemy team. But Jet is still gonna be there. He is gonna be a tanky Croc. Going to die, getting the kills. But in the end, Consi will die for 2 kills for Liyab Esports. It's a 1-for-2 in favor for Bren.
What is that? He's going again.
He wants to go for more. That's gonna be Shuriken coming in. That's gonna be the kill once again. And Mickey will die in the hands of Bren Esports. That's gonna be the double kill. It's a 4-for-3 trade. And the Infernal Drake will come out in 15 seconds with 20 seconds for the Liyab Esports to bring back their jungle. Now the 1v1 happening into the mid lane. Dawn versus Hayes. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be the Ignite. It's gonna be the Barrier. Actually saving Dawn's life.
That clutch barrier! What a duel! What a game that we are witnessing right now. I gotta say though, I'm calling it now. Emjan, if Bren wins this game, he should be MVP. He should be the master of the match. He's doing a lot of work, setting up for the team, just putting Liyab in an awkward position, you know, burning a lot of summoner spells, especially the flash. A hook, a normal ability for a flash is such an amazing exchange. But Infernal Drake now being started by Liyab.
Rebecca is there to go for the contest if ever Liyab Esports pursues the Infernal Drake. But topside is going to be the 1v1. Jet tries to go for the stun. That's going to be the hit. That's going to be grand challenge. Being procced down by Dawn. Low HP to a T. Rebenga here. 4k HP for the Infernal Dragon. If everything comes down, it's going to be St. Zhao going in. That's going to be the ultimate, knocking them back away. Mickey goes for an explosive cast as well. TVs are not coming through. And Bren Esports will take the third Dragon of the game. Liyab Esports is down to 0 on the Dragon buffs, and Bren Esports has all the buffs that they need to go for the huge advantage. Plays here as Consi's go for the flank. It's Amjan here. Jet is here as well. There's gonna be a 3v5. That's gonna be Consi dealing so much damage, and Mickey is gonna be half HP. Make it 1% as he zones in. He gets the stasis out. But no, he just delays the inevitable. And Bren Esports takes 2 kills out of that.
Oh, no!
One more as they take it down. Amjan with a hook goes on next to 1 HP once again. It's 3-4-1.
That 50-50, you can see that Nixu was walking back and forth. But he lost that 50-50 and that Amjan was able to get that hook in. What a game that we're witnessing right now. Tidal Wave.
Knocking him up. But here's the support. He's coming through. Hey, so much damage. And Nixu will be obliterated. And Liyab Esports will be deleted from the face of the earth. But Dawn is alive though. That's going to be 5 seconds in for Miggy, for Leon to come up. This might be a good defense, but he cannot defend the tier 2 turret into the mid lane as Bren Esports secured another for their team.
What a game. Bren Esports now. This is I wouldn't call it a copy-paste, but the results are looking like a copy-paste. They get all 3 dragons. They got the Rift Herald, and now they can potentially get this Baron for themselves. It's being very, very difficult for Liyab to take control of this game because looking at the carries, Alien, so far, getting picked first in the fight because of Amjan's crazy homing-like hooks. He has been fighting the AD carry time and time again. Nixu being the only one left to be that consistent damage dealer. And so far, it hasn't been paying off. He has 3 items on the board already with the Morello added on top of the Rabadons. So if he has space to get the poke in, he can kill people.
Amjan hook onto Miggy, no follow-up. Bren Esports doesn't want to go for the 5v5. But they have the information that Fury's on bot side of the map, so they could get the numbers advantage in the 5v4. Liyab wants to go for it, or Bren wants to go all in this fight. Miggy has the ward up. This can give them information. Rebecca actually goes in, but he goes back away. Bren has their sights on the tier 2 turret, instead top lane.
Yeah, they can definitely get that one. They have massive respect onto Amjan. Is he going to get a hook in, though?
That's the question. I suppose Miggy is not the best target to get the hook in because you're going to be, open to a body slam, open for a free explosive cast.
But there he goes. That's going to be the hook onto Miggy. He really wants that Gragas in. The calling is now by the caster, but the Raptors will get that through. So much damage coming in. Miggy going for the stasis of 1 HP, but Hayes comes in. That's going to be the triple kill. So much damage built into Akali, and Bren Esports has removed everyone from Liyab and only Dawn to be alive. But we have Jet going in. That's going to be delay for Dawn, and Liyab Esports will fall down as Jet will go for the TPs into the base, and Bren Esports is rushing for the Nexus. They're going in, and they're winning 2-1 with a swipe against Liyab Esports as Bren make it for a win. Clean wipe out against Liyab.
And that means they get 3 points in this 2-0. That means they are ahead. Bren Esports has 8 points, I believe, after this 2-0 win, and Liyab has 7. So tomorrow is gonna be incredibly spicy, and it's gonna be shaky for sure, especially for Liyab. For Bren, they look really strong in this series, and I'm very happy to see what else they bring, especially when we look at their last match tomorrow.
Right. This is going to be everything where it comes down, where Bren Esports has the lead currently, and Liyab Esports needs to punish this lead from Bren. But before then, we're thinking in advance. Let's look at the present right now as Bren Esports has won this 2-0 against Liyab. Let's look at the stats where Hayes 8-1-1 and Consi 3-2-10 having that MVP and even having the dance here for extra sustainability, so 100% crit rate built into his item kit, regardless of the Solari Charge Blade on terms of stacks.
Yeah, it's insane. This is, again, we talked about this, the 100% crit, and as well as the massive cooldowns. No need for the Staff of Flowing Water. We don't need the Nami. We have the Blitzcrank with their first blood kill onto Elion here. Or rather, onto Marai the boy.
As we look at the 0.94 play of the game number 2, how Bren Esports came into that game, won this in a 2-0 series. As you look at Hayes, right? Into the top side, this is so much of a highly mechanical play coming in from him. It just amazes me up until now.
Yeah, Hayes was really good in this game. He seemed low-key in the first 5 minutes of the game, but again, Mjan has been landing all these hooks, and if there's a low target, he just follows up with the damage. He just clean slate, and it has been massive in this game in particular. Also, everyone, Consi's cullings have been incredibly on point, forcing Liyab to body block for him, but when they end up body blocking, they're the ones who are low HP, therefore setting up for Hayes to the finishing touches.
Though I hugely commend Liyab Esports though. Up until this 13-minute mark of the game, they were slowly trying to match up the duels of Bren Esports. Even if they lost so much dragons in the process, they're still catching up a little bit by bit, not really enabling Bren Esports to have that 10k gold lead. But this is where everything failed, wherein Bren Esports got the Infernal Dragon already, Mjan got the hook constantly, and that CC is just too much to handle for this team.
It is just too much. Look at them. After the tidal wave, they just go in. No CC, no disengage or engage. That is basically go time. Look at the culling. Look at how low. Look at how they're body blocking for each other. But they end up being so low for Hayes to finish. And this 1v1, it's just the cherry on top for Jeff, because they've been dueling it out at topside ever since the early game. And so far, it has been Dawn that has been winning. And at the end, it was Jeff that won that duel.
It's an added extra flavor as we look at the master of the match. It's going to be Consi on the Lucian from Bren Esports.
Yeah, Consi's callings. Usually we get to look at the rest of Lucian just landing in all the auto attacks and the sequence of skills. But this time, I want to compliment his culling timings and the way he uses it. It just basically blew Liyab under the water. They just wanted to run away, but at the same time, there's just too much damage from Consi. No threat whatsoever, and Lucian is still, I believe, the flavor of the month, and he's proving it to be such an important pick in this current meta.
Just look at the items, right? 100% crit rate. What? Phantom Dancer. You have Quick Blade, you have Solari Charge Blade, you have Essence Reaver. Pretty much these 4 items, regardless of any unique passive coming from each and every items of these items, gives you 100% crit rate. And Consi doesn't care, you know what, Solari Charge Blade stacks, we don't mind it. We need to have that 100% crit rate immediately when we enter the fight. We don't have that much time to stack up 3 stacks to get that to 25% more.
Yeah, no need for the Radiant stacks, basically. So it's just such an insane game from Bren. If I were to have like an honorary master of the match, I'd have to give it to Emjan. I think his hooks are absolutely insane. The way that he used the Blitzcrank is just so impressive, and something that we really, I'm sure, did not expect to show up. This was their game ender. No, this was their series ender pick, and I'm so excited to see other picks to sprout in the fall season, because again, this is the time when you're pushed to a corner. You gotta win these games because you gotta go to the playoffs and of course get more of that Globe Cup points, and as well as bragging rights to get a chance to be again titled the best team in the Philippines. And I love it. There's just so much spice so far in the fall season.
Yeah. You have the Varus Ash from Liyab Esports. Bren Esports have the Lucian Blitzcrank. These duo champions, so much to deal in this game. And as you stated, Emjan just highlighted how much hooks he provided for his team. Maybe there's like a magnet built into his hook. It's maybe metal. You know what? Maybe it's connecting onto Ziggs's bombs or something. But regardless, that will be series number 3. We saw some huge plays coming from both Bren Esports and Liyab Esports. I'm Infinity and this is Riku. We're going to step away for now. When we come back, it's going to be the panelist desk giving us more insights what had happened in this series 3.
play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back to the Sea Icon series fall season, where I have once again found the inspiration to pick up Blitzcrank. Bren Esports will win that series 2-0 versus Liyab Esports, and they take home 75,000 Globe Cup points. You know what this means, guys? You know what this means, guys? This could be a tiebreaker. This could be a tiebreaker that we could be seeing very, very soon. Let's jump into the series highlights, because we have Bren Esports here, and the secret that MJan has apparently been hiding, he is apparently a brilliant Blitzcrank player, and I'm not sure why they didn't bring this out, in the beginning. It really works for Bren Esports.
I believe whenever you're selecting one of the champion that will really be off the meta, you have to find more reasons to pick it rather than finding reasons not to. And I think that's the mentality that pro players have, and I understand that, right? Because you cannot just pick whatever you want. It doesn't work that way. You have to respect the meta, and right now MGen and Bren Esports just showed that, you know what, we don't care about the meta, we care about just right on cue. That's a Blitzcrank. Just grabbing one of his victims. And this is another
one.
Yeah, and that's Bren Esports in reality, right? They do not, or they're not afraid to let MGen have the reins. And they trust the support player, having to go with Ziggs, and this time around with Lestram. Overall, Bren Esports made a statement 2-0 against Liyab Esports, and this is really going to hurt the chances of Liyab Esports escaping this group towards the playoffs.
Yeah, and super high levels tactics, yeah. The Blitzcrank, you know, there's so many thoughts coming into it. I mean, if you're a Varus player and you are charging a lot, it opens up more opportunity for MGen to hook you up. And even as Ziggs, you need to use the cooldowns of your satchel. And you know that satchel is the only choice to escape as a Ziggs to destroy the tower. So it as what the Rico told us in Infinity, that this pick is burning a lot of resources, especially Flash. We're getting so many openings, so many loopholes for Liyab, and at this point, the surprise is coming in from Bren to secure themselves in another point. Really did make wonders for them.
Yes, indeed. Wonders. And you know what? Bren Esports, I'm sorry I doubted you. I had to say that. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Yeah.
But yes, indeed.
The other way around.
We also brought we also brought this up, that this could actually be Bren Esports preparing for future metas. This could actually be Bren Esports looking far ahead into future patches. So I love it. This is the kind of of things, of strategies and metas that I really am such a fan of in Wild Rift, and I'm so glad that it came from Bren Esports. They will be taking that series, and again, 75,000 Globe Cup points home, and 2-0, putting them at an edge for that second slot to the playoffs. This fight is to be continued. Stay tuned to how it resolves tomorrow, as of course we find out whether it will be Bren Esports or Liyab Esports taking that second slot. In the meantime, though, we do have our final match of the day. We have GrindSky Esports versus RRQ. Now let's check out the lineup of GrindSky Esports over here. They're a team that I believe is the only remaining team in this in Group A and B that has yet to get a win here in the Icon series, especially with Action PH getting that victory earlier. We did see them perform really well, though, in the first week, in week 1. What are those sparks of brilliance that make GrindSky work? You know, that sparks of brilliance that were present during week 1.
Week 1, they already have a very good dragon laner. So at this point, you are secure that Tactical and Bo will be the ones who's going to perform consistently. And in terms of mid lane, this can also surprise us, as Yato really delivering on his own. Meng and Majo, they are also performing in their own terms. It's just that this will be, let's be honest, this will be a tall order for them. This is RRQ, and this is the undefeated team. And they have yet to score. The same as what we saw with Action PH. They are not, they don't have that score yet, but I can feel the hungriness, Autolus, or the hunger coming in from GrindSky.
Oh yeah, definitely. Every time that hunger is in the statement, Autolus has to be involved. I don't know why, but okay. But again, GrindSky, similar to Action PH, you did mention that they're having a rough fall split. No wins as of yet, no Barons as of yet. It changed with Action PH, and I expect at least somewhere down the road, if not today, at least tomorrow, GrindSky will find that victory. Now, I just would like to focus on Tactical, because Tactical has been the mainstay here for GrindSky Esports. In fact, last season, during the summer season, this GrindSky Esports was under the banner of UCE. When they got into the qualifiers, their name was actually Tyson Esports.
Yeah.
As in Mike Tyson. I think that has something to do with Tactical, because I remember his name is Tyson. So let's go into the boxing ring. And by the way, congratulations to our silver medalist from earlier just today, Carlo Paalam. Okay, I had to send
Yes.
that in.
Congratulations.
Tactical. There you go. Oh, he doesn't have Tyson. But never mind. KDA
But he's a jabber.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the save, Cyrus. All right. 1.72 as the KDA damage per minute, 1020. And this is huge. 33% of the damage is actually coming from tactical. So that would mean that if he's out of the fight, GrindSky will most likely lose the skirmish or lose the fight. Kill participation is also very up high there at 80%, especially knowing that Dragon Laners is all about finishing what he can finish and just dealing the massive final blow. Now, GrindSky isn't really clapping up as a team so far. I've seen Majo being left on an island, but Tactical is still very decent when it comes to numbers.
Yes, indeed. And I just have to say, make it make sense somehow, some way. That whole bit made sense. Yes, coming from Mike Tyson and going into congratulating our silver Olympic medalist. Yes, somehow it all tied together, and it was actually quite beautiful. I just have to say. And of course, a team that is very, very good at tying everything together is RRQ, and this team is pretty much our shoe-in for the playoffs right now. Checking out their lineup, their, so far undefeated lineup over here for the fall season, and I think it's safe to say RRQ, they're already thinking about the playoffs at this point. Their heads are already weeks ahead of us, maybe even beyond the playoffs.
Yeah, it's RQ, the one team that really surprised us the most when it comes to development, right? Check this. Numbers-wise, total of 8 games, 8 first dragons secured by Chaz. RQ, first objective, always is going to be on their side. Number of dragons that they have secured over the course of Fall Split is 21. So that's an average of 2.6 dragons per game. That's a whole lot talking about RQ. I have so many numbers to back my statement here. I believe this team, if not the best team right now in the Fall Split, is one of the top 3 teams. And I just can't wait to see them in action in the playoffs.
Yeah, and at this point, you can hear that the Dragon is really strong from their side, and that's a really good shakeup in their own stats, as they are mostly on the summer season. They are the ones who's objective trading. They are getting the Baron Laner tower, and then they are leaving the first Dragon out to other teams. And right now, they're giving out a huge emphasis to it. Of course, for the solo player highlight, I believe this is Hex and RRQ. There's no big of a question. They are performing at the top notch. You can see the really good KDA of Hex 12.25, and then the kill participation is 76%. So at this point, you know that they are the top team. Even the support is getting a really high KDA, and everyone is really functioning with a very good kill participation for the reason that they are one step advanced. Then you can see Galio, Nami, and Rakan, mostly on the initiation, can go for a front line, can go for their own conservative type of approach, as long as they are making safe. They're making Marky, putting him on the safe side and being the primary carry. Hex is doing his job.
Yeah, definitely Marty has to set up Marky for success over here. And yes, the Marty and the Marky.
We're getting names.
Yes, so many puns. And of course, the Triple H combo over here that RRQ has. And, Hex, this guy, I am such a fan of this Nami that he has. And, I remember seeing it in the first week 1, and it worked so well for RRQ. And then he brought out the Galio, showing that he can also run the tank supports as well as the Enchanter supports. So, there's really no stopping RRQ at this point. And, you wouldn't want to be at the receiving end, at this point of RQ with this kind of final evolved form that they have. They are looking really, really good. And of course, we're going to be going into our Globe Key Player Clash for this series, and it will be Hyde, Another H, and Majo. Now, Onlus, you mentioned something earlier about Majo usually being left on an island. What exactly did you mean by that?
I feel like Majo is, whenever he's going for the plays, he's doing it by his lonesome, and he don't really get the amount of support that the other teams would give the Baron laners. Hence, you can see that the kill participation of Majoy here is at 48%, but the damage is still up there. That means that he's still doing the duels against the Baron laners, and this is going to be a tough task. I never imagined myself to dub multiple rookies super rookies, but I think this is going to be the safer player to highlight as a super rookie. Remember, Hyde is one rookie that we have to remember from here on moving forward. One member of the Triple H, multiple masters of the match under his belt, under his name. He's really just going for the sledgehammer every single time I see this guy on the Renekton. Oh my god, he's just out there. Royal Rumble, let's go.
Yeah, and at this point, it was really Hyde getting a really good stats compared to Majo, and there's no questions asked for the statistics because RRQ is performing well for the reason that also the Baron laner is on par. He is on fire with anyone he's fighting with, and you can see even that the KDA is really looking good for Hyde, and it's raining super rookies at fall season. From summer to fall, we are seeing a lot of them, and that's a really good improvement or adjustment, or let's say discovery from the Wild Rift PH scene.
Yeah, definitely. And, it's so nice to be able to see all of these new teams as well. And, especially these new players that are given this opportunity, much like Hyde, of course. And yes, we are going to be keeping our eyes on that Globe Key player clash. And guys, just to remind you all that, of course, you can send your thoughts over onto Twitter. You could see your tweets featured over here on our panel segment. Just use the hashtag #CIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And don't forget to check out the PPGL Discord community server, where of course you can interact with the players, coaches, talents, and the community of Wild Rift. Now, before we start our match, Odalus, Osiris, your predictions?
Time to play the game. Let's go RRQ 2-0.
Okay, so we're going to see the truth, the pedigree of truth as we are heading with GrindSky. Of course, GrindSky should be the smackdown of RRQ's raw power, and this might be it. I'm going for the money in the bank RRQ all in.
I am definitely going. I know I can't beat Osiris. I can't beat Osiris' buzz. I don't think he left me with anything. But I will be following suit. I think this is going to RRQ. This team has just been impressing us ever since the summer season. They fell short a little bit in the playoffs, but now they, I believe, are going all the way. They are gunning for that championship. And it started in week 1. It is going to be continuous all the way up until the playoffs for RRQ. I think we are looking at a preview of who could wear that crown for the fall season right now. But first, they have to get through GrindSky Esports. They have to see if they can raise the sky indeed. It is the final match of the day. We have GrindSky Esports versus RRQ. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
All right, let's go. Last series of the evening, but definitely not the least. Good evening, everyone. I'm Leoric, and with me is the lovely Riku. Riku, how are you feeling after the intense match earlier?
It's very happy, very entertained, and it's just so intense. And I'm sure it's gonna carry over to tonight for sure, especially that there's a lot. RQ still, of course, want to make the statement that they could possibly end the round robin in an undefeated streak on straight to the playoffs. And of course, for GrindSky, the days are very limited. They only have 2 games before this game so far, and they'd have to make it count. They definitely want to win those 75,000 Globe Cup points before exiting the stage.
Right. Win at least one, right? And who best to win it against but the undefeated team RRQ? It's gonna be a very hard task, but we saw it earlier. There were who was with the GrindSky, who was undefeated. Which team was that? Which
You
team
mean
was that?
winless? Action.
Yeah, it was winless. Action PH,
yes.
right? We saw
Yes.
that Action PH. They were able to win today, and I think most probably there's definitely going to be a chance for GrindSky to win this one. It will not be easy for sure, but there's a big chance.
Yeah, this could be the night of upsets. This could be it because, Action PH was able to start that off. GrindSky can follow through. But yeah, just as you mentioned, RQ has been a very strong team in Group A. They have shown no weaknesses so far.
Right.
And it seems that they have no signs of stopping. I mean, when we look back at history, back in, when, the GrindSky roster was still under UCE, they won 1 game up against RRQ. But this is a different RRQ in the fall season. We've seen them incredibly strong. And I'm curious to see what the picks are because, again, this is backs against the wall. This is the time of a do or die situation.
Right.
And make every single game must count.
Yeah, but interesting to say, sometimes, most of the time even, when you have your backs against the wall, it basically pushes you to really play good because you have nothing to lose at this point. So it makes you feel more comfortable to just play and win this out. And maybe that could be something for GrindSky, and maybe they can find something up their sleeves to win against RRQ. But yeah, RRQ is still very strong. I will say that they have the confidence right now to win this one. So I'm expecting, we're asking about the picks, I'm expecting for them to maybe experiment a bit. You don't really want to really give away so much of your strategies, and this is a good time to really check everything out if ever you can.
Yeah, I guess they can be confident in the picks. If they want to use something that they wanted to use in the big stage, then this is maybe the confidence could be there. Or just as you mentioned, maybe they don't want to show anything too early, especially, again, the aim for the group stages is to head over to the playoffs. So they want to save as much as they can and bring it over to that stage. So for GrindSky, this is them. The ball is basically on their court. This is them wanting, if they want to bring up a blitzcrank out of nowhere, just like what we saw from Bren Esports, maybe something we've never seen before. This is the time to bring it up because you're up against RRQ, and it's just as the panelists have mentioned, it's going to be a tall order. And while it's possible, we saw Action PH, winning their first game earlier, and that means GrindSky definitely has that window as well.
Yes, it's going to be interesting if we see the picks right now, but I really want to look at the Baron laners right now. Majo, we saw that earlier. Majo is one of the players that you really want to look at. But before that, that's right, go! This is the champion selection screen, and the bans should be up already. Lee Sin will be the first ban.
Yeah, take note, Chaz is an amazing assassin jungler, and GrindSky wanting to remove the Lee Sin right off the bat. We'll see what Chaz decides to pick up later on, maybe a Kha'Zix, maybe our Rengar. GrindSky, though, Twisted Fate being removed. Helios is such an amazing Twisted Fate, and it also disables the potential level 5 into the Renekton, but looks like we potentially may not see that happen if the Renekton is banned. No, it's going to be open instead. GrindSky, will you pick up the Lucian first pick here on blue side? No, it's going to be a Renekton priority over for GrindSky.
I like that because you know that Majo is a very strong player when it comes to Renekton, and if you give that no, they're not gonna go for the Renekton, they're gonna go for the Akali instead, knowing they're gonna be giving up Renekton, knowing that Hyde is a strong Renekton player. So yeah, it is what it is. So Renekton versus Akali maybe at the top side.
Yeah, it could be possibly a top side. It could be possibly for Yato as well in the mid lane. So it is going to be a matchup for sure because RRQ, we still don't know where the Galileo is going. It could be towards Hex as the support. Now, Corki versus Nami. This is a really good rotation because it denies the Lucian Nami pick as a response of RRQ. So this is what is a good call. This is going to be the Kha'Zix return. It is going to be the Kha'Zix.
All right.
Again, Chaz has been an amazing assassin jungler. He has been prominent on the tank junglers back in the summer season, but he has shined a lot in these assassin picks.
Yes.
Lucian, though, on towards Marky.
Yeah, you can remember the Rengar yesterday. Chaz was really scary on the Rengar, but right now one of his signature champions really is the Kha'Zix. So, right, we're in for a treat right now, but Lucian is available, so it is going to be picked by RRQ right here. This is a very powerful lineup right here from RRQ, and they are yet to pick their last champion. Let's see, as Garen is going to be locked in by GrindSky Esports.
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to lock in a support, because we still don't know if the Galio is going mid lane. If Helios wants to play something that he wants to challenge the possible Akali, there we go. It is going to be a Galio mid. He's going to set up for the squad. This is a very strong skirmish, because look at Chaz. He's on the Kha'Zix. He's on the prowl. And then here comes Hero's entrance. Helios will join the fight.
Right.
Meanwhile, for GrindSky, this is a lot of assassination potential, a lot of skirmish heavy as well. There's a lot of damage on the board with Meng and Yato on these two picks. So I expect this 2v2 to be spicy.
Yes, definitely. I love the Garen pick right here, knowing that there's a Lucian, plus the Xin Zhao right here. Lucian, we saw Lucian dominate the Rift in the earlier series, in the earlier matches. Xin Zhao has the ultimate to really nullify the ultimate, the culling, and all his other skills. So I love the Xin Zhao pick right here. I really am interested once again in the Baron laners, Akali going up against a Renekton. Who will dominate this? I think the Renekton strategy right here, because there's this possibility of Renekton going for a split push, so that will take Akali away from the fight. But then again, we are just everything's just hypothetical at this point. It will be up to RRQ what they're going to be doing in this fight. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Wild Rift. GrindSky on the blue side, RRQ on the red side, 3 champions here on the RRQ side just to get priority, but everyone should go to their respective lanes after.
Yeah, it's the usual. Either the top lane decides to help out gain priority for the mid lane and soak a little bit of that experience. If the level 1 isn't as a happy matchup as you'd expect it to be. But yeah, I assume this is going to be similar to what we've seen in a Renekton top and a Twisted Fate mid lane. Helios is going to use the hero's entrance to impact the side lanes and potentially, possibly dive if Hyde gets priority. But this is a Garen matchup. Uh-oh. Majo gets a tower hit.
Yeah.
That's not supposed to happen.
That's bad for Majo right now. So Hyde knows about this. Let's see. As Hyde goes for the flash forward, Majo will be fast enough and he will be okay. Will be forced to take the fruit, both of them, but still 0-0 at this point.
The thing is, at least Majo is able to survive that ignite tick. So that's a little small victory, I suppose. That's these micro happenings is just so crucial to the 1v1s, even though you're like a neutralizer as the Garen pick.
Right.
So this is now a summoner spell in favor of Majo. We'll have to see what the Rift Scuttler fight is going to look like. So far though, RQ is able to secure the first Rift Scuttler, and they could potentially even contest the second.
And that's bad for GrindSky at this point. You really need to take control of the map, especially one of your win condition of this fight really is your early game. Xin Zhao, Akali has this early game spike where you can take advantage of the game and snowball from that point on. But with the Rift Scuttlers denied, no, it is gonna be it is GrindSky who will take the bottom Rift Scuttler right here. Top side, little exchanges right here from Majo and Hyde, but everyone's gonna be okay.
Yeah, Hyde proxy the wave there. It's something that you don't usually see, but he's able to get one wave, I suppose, and as they saw Meng focusing more at the bottom portion of the map, so there's really no threat. Again, Garen is still not level 5. It is going to be a long tussle if ever Majo decides to be aggressive on that wave proxy. But for now, Ignite is up once more from Hyde. He is also level 5, so I assume this could be a fight.
And that it is. You're right. And Majo is already running on, and that's not going to be enough, my friend. Majo goes down. Hyde will take first blood for RQ.
This is Hyde. We talked about this before. Renekton on Hyde is such a scary pick. And he is one of the kings for sure when it comes to the Renekton. He gets first blood for RRQ.
Mess with the Renek and you get wrecked as Majo goes down right there. But yeah, so much respect for Renekton right now. that champion at the top side really is very strong. I'm not really sure with the numbers, but usually Renekton, if ever in the early game he gets the condition that he has, usually wins the game. But here it is. Next 30 seconds of the game, the first two big objectives of the game should be up. It's going to be interesting how both teams are going to pan out for this one.
I wonder if they're going to double down Hyde's lead here. He did get a solo kill. Not even needing the assistance of Helios, not even needing the assistance of Chaz. And, you know, Meng, of course, he wants to focus his efforts on another lane.
Right.
If the top lane is failing, then focus on the bottom side. As we saw there, Meng attempted a lane gank, but it's so difficult when Hex is there with Marky. The Howling Gale, the Monsoon available. Once Meng decides to jump in, then it's, you know, an easy disengage. Another proxy again from Hyde, by the way.
Right, definitely.
Attempt.
But let's see. The objectives are already up. GrindSky Esports will want to go for the Rift Herald, but RRQ reads this one beautifully. So everyone is already here. Rift Herald is already being started right here by Meng. And here comes the fight. Meng sends out ultimate, and the tidal wave is going to be used by GrindSky Esports. Let's see. Meng is going to focus on the Rift Herald. Rift Herald is still alive, and it is going to be Corgi who goes down first, and with tactical down, Marky will go in for the cleanup. That's a double kill for the Croc. Hyde will go for the second kill right there. Yato will be able to escape with a sliver of HP, but that was RRQ's fight for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that ain't pretty. Hyde already getting a solo kill and then a double kill in this Rift Herald fight. That is gonna be insane. He could potentially snowball the game out of control. He has 3 kills already, even having a board in his pocket. And nice attempt though, coming from Hex. Unfortunately, the Zephyr damage is not enough.
All right, but Marky taking a lot of chunk right here. Good rocket by Tactical right there. But Marky's gonna be okay. Here is the fight, potential fight for the first Drake of the game. Mountain Drake's not really high of a priority, but if you're GrindSky, you're already down in the game. It will not hurt if you get that for yourself, and you don't want to give that up, RRQ. But they're not gonna go for it. I like this right now. But Rift Herald is gonna be summoned here on the mid. That's gonna be pressure for RRQ. And here comes the fight. Tidal Wave is gonna be used to start the fight here. But off the bat, Xin Zhao goes down before he could do a damn thing. And that's very bad for GrindSky Esports. Garen will tack up, but will go down as Kha'Zix on the Chaz gets a double kill. And this is a big win once again for RRQ. 6-1 on the board, 5 minutes and 50 seconds in.
That tag team play. Helios with the setup. He taunted. Meng was forced to take auto attacks from the tower because of that taunt. And then he's so low, he wanted to get out. Chaz comes in from the side to finish the job. And this is, again, RQ being so clean, being so coordinated. We'll see an attempt on a steal, possibly not, as they're far away.
Yes, that is going to be the first Drake going to RRQ side, and with that is the Globe Dragon taken moment for RRQ. They are now up 3K at 6 minutes and 30 seconds in. That's very big at this point. You are going to be feeling that at this point whenever you try to go for a fight. At the bottom side, there is priority onto RQ side. Good ultimate right there by FaZe and Hex, and they're going to be okay. I thought Yato was going to go for the kill, but yeah, that disengage. That's the power of a Janna.
Yeah, Yato was about to go in there, but the Monsoon timing was just so perfect. It denies the kill. And that is, just as you mentioned, Leoric, the power of that big disengage from that Janna. Now, GrindSky, they lost the Dragon. They did get the Rift Herald, but they didn't get to maximize it because the mid lane tower still stands.
Right.
And they have a huge problem, and they have to deal with it right now. I think that's what their plan is.
And there it is. They are going to be catching Hyde right here alone. 3 champions onto GrindSky's side. Oh no, it's Garen who goes down first. So is Renekton, 1-for-1 so far, but that's a big shutdown for Meng right here. Let's see if they can go for the punish. I don't think so, as Hex is already here to protect the team, and 1-for-1 trade 2-7 on the board.
Yeah, they want to take matters into their own hands. They know that Hyde is a huge issue. So they decided to try and get a gank. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to get Majo in, but first blood tower will go in favor of RRQ. Solo plates, by the way, towards Marky over there is able to get that down. So we talked about Hyde being a threat. Of course, Marky will be another threat as well, especially if you manage to get more items on the board, perhaps for him, especially the Solari charge blades in as well as the Navoris. He's gonna be insane.
He's gonna be dashing all over the map later on. But then again, I thought it was Marky who took the first turret of the game. I didn't notice that mid turret did go down already in favor of GrindSky Esports. So that's something that will help them in this game. But looking at the gold lead right now, it's a 4K gold lead. RRQ, the lead is starting to snowball, and GrindSky will have to look for a way to stop the bleeding right now. RRQ with the map control, this is gonna be hard for GrindSky.
A little bit of good news. Tactical has that wave clear on the Corki. So I think the biggest question is, will Tactical be given space? Because look at Hyde, he's massive. He was basically the first victim earlier in that Rift Herald fight. It was Hyde using a flash, stunned to Tactical. Bo couldn't really do anything in that fight just yet, and it could happen again. So we'll see if Tactical will be forced to maybe use a QSS, maybe play defensively.
Yes. At the top side, Manjo taking a beating right here from Hyde. And here comes everyone. Twin Shadow is going to be used right here to slow down Garen. Garen will be forced to use the flash right there. Garen will be okay, but the turret will not. So that's another small win for RRQ to further up their lead at 9 minutes and 25 seconds in.
Yeah, they're looking for the kills, they're looking for the dives, and they've managed to get another tower down. And with that, Infernal Drake, look at the pings. RRQ wants to secure this. I bet GrindSky wants to secure this too. There's just so much that they need to get back into this game. And look at that, Tactical already has the Solari charge blade. So the crits are going to be there as well with the Radiant stack. So that's going to be a really good source of damage output. RRQ, though, Essence Reaver. Staff of Flowing Water. We talked about Lucian being paired with Nami. It synergizes so well because there's just a ton of heal. Hex, though, Monsoon, biggest source of heal on himself, but it's from an ultimate. And now, Infernal Drake has spawned.
Let's see if we can see the power of Staff of Flowing Waters in this fight. Rift Scuttler is going to be available right here. Rocket will hit Chaz, but will not do a lot of damage. Tornado is going to be on point. Chaz is silenced right now in a bad position. Tidal Wave is going to be casted right here, but Yato goes in too deep, will take the brunt of the force of RRQ, will be forced to use the stasis right here. Rampage already on the Chaz, and this is a scary bug, and he is on the hunt. That is Lucian taking down more champs with a double kill. Make it a triple kill for Chaz. And a double kill for the Lucian. And that is going to be your Oppo Team Ace. RRQ just eats everyone up, and they will take the Infernal Drake as their dessert. This is big.
Yeah, it is huge. It is absolutely huge. And they get an Infernal Drake to boot. It is an ace, and then they get more of the dragon. I did mention, the Staff of Flowing Water. Yes, you got the Monsoon. You also have at least the Eye of the Storm to proc that ability haste as well. Right. So it synergizes pretty good for GrindSky, though. There was an attempt. We've seen them target Chaz. The silence kicked in from Majol. They got the exhaust down, but he was able to escape. And then they pretty much couldn't find the necessary targets to win that fight, and then it just fell like dominoes, basically, as Helios was able to zone everybody away. As we get to see now, though, looking at the item Solari Charge Blade, acquired by Marky, so he has been painful, and he's gonna be even more painful.
The hunt right here by Chaz, but Sinzao will be forced to use that ultimate right here for the disengage. So Meng is chunked already, doesn't have the ultimate, will be forced to go back home. So this is RRQ just really firing on all cylinders right now. They're not stopping. And I like that from RRQ at this point. If you know that you're on the lead, just basically go for the juggler if you have to. Right now, let's see. Bren is already available. Everyone is ganged up right here for RRQ side. There is the Croc at the bottom side. GrindSky Esports will have to check this out. But the Death Bush is going to be on point. Tidal Wave will be a tad bit too late. But that's a big control right there from GrindSky Esports, but it will not be enough. Yato is gonna go for the backlines, but will go down just like that. Majo, run for your life, my friend, because 4 champions from RRQ is on your backside. Are you tanky enough? That's the question. One more poke and godlike for Chaz on the Kazakhs.
He wanted to get the Demacian Justice onto Marky, but he couldn't reach them. There's just too much damage from RRQ, and it is the Death Brush set up by this team. This is, unfortunately, GrindSky doesn't have the necessary tools to just run away, and the tidal wave might be a little bit too slow. And with that, RQ gets more kills on the board. They even get to push down the bottom portion of the map. Here's the thing, though. Yato waiting for that Rabadons. He has that Zonias, so he is going to be a very huge threat. If Marky survived that fight earlier from Yato's engage, I feel like in the next, he wouldn't survive. He wouldn't survive if Yato has that Rabadons.
Right. But there's a setup right here on the chest, but will be spotted with courtesy of the Twin Shadows right there. Very good by GrindSky Esports. They are going to go for the priority on the mid side. Marky is going to be here to make sure that the wave is not going to push any further. GrindSky Esports, I love their effort right now. They're trying to regain control on the top side of their map, but Hyde is free at the bottom side, taking the jungle camps, doing the split push. The pressure is there, and if Majo is not going to be able to join the 5v5 fight, it is bad for GrindSky Esports. Majo will be tanky enough though, but what can he do? Just soak up damage, and he is forced to back out. So Hyde is pretty free here at the bottom side.
It's hard. He's 2 levels below Hyde. He is massive right now, and the Ignite doesn't... Ignite being carried by Hyde doesn't exactly help Majo's cause to be the damage soaker of the team. Now this is the Baron. RQ looking to see if they can end the game. GrindSky, they have an idea that this is happening, but the waves aren't shoved in their favor, and Hyde is lying and waiting for GrindSky to advance, and then he can set up a flank.
And Marky is in the mid side, so really GrindSky could not, it's not really sure. It is going to be a very big risk for them to check this out.
Look at Chaz.
But here you go. Chaz will go in. No, GrindSky, it's already too late for them, so they are going to be backing away. But Marky is going to cut their exit right there. The bubble is going to hit onto 2 champions. That's going to be very big. But here comes the exit. That's going to be cut right there. Tornado's not going to be on point. Rampage for the Lucian as Nami becomes Sushi right here. Yato will go in. Bottom side, inhibitor turret is already down. Look at Hyde working on that Majo, and with the grand entrance right here, this is bad for GrindSky Esports. RRQ is just gonna go directly for the juggler. The Nexus will just go down just like that. RRQ for the win.
It's the return of the Kazakhs, and I'm speechless. This is RRQ. This is them wanting to end the group stages in an undefeated streak, to make a statement, to make a statement and continue their momentum up until the playoffs. And they're definitely the team to watch out for in the following stages. And they're looking much, much stronger with this combination of Chaz being the assassin jungler, Helios being utility, and Hyde being the scary Renekton at topside while waiting for Marky to scale up. I love this formula from RRQ, and I don't think it has any weaknesses so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the weaknesses right here is if you ban out Renekton, so that could be something. But Hyde as a player has a deep campo put. I just really want to see people, other teams want to just deny that Renekton to see a different version of RRQ. Renekton on the top side is just really scary. The chance on this Kazakhs just adds up to that. But there you go. Chaz is going to be our MVP, 8-0 and 7 assists in that game. All over the map, this cockroach is scary. It's just that it is very, what do you call this? It was very hectic for GrindSky. They couldn't really go into their jungle freely because of the threat of Chaz, and that is a good jungler right there.
Yeah, look at that. Triple Twin Shadows. They're on the hunt. They want to go inside the jungle of GrindSky and then pick a target. Whatever Chaz wants to pick up, Helios will follow after. And it's just such an effective way to use this Kazakhs.
Right. And here is your Oppo A94 play of the game. That was the first blood right there. Please run this through for us, Riku.
I love this first blood from Hyde. Rather, not first blood, for a second kill for him, rather. He flashed in, landed the stun onto Tactical, and he couldn't do anything and run away. He did have a flash, but it's just so hard to react from that instant stun. And in the meantime, you know, this is an attempt GrindSky was able to get this Rift Herald, but look at the taunt from Helios. That means Meng gets auto-attacks Helios, and then he gets tower aggro. He's so low, basically, it is Chaz's job to finish the kill. Everybody was pretty low, and that is the dangerous part when you're up against assassins.
Right.
GrindSky cannot afford to have low HP, or else they're just gonna get cleaned up by Chaz.
Yes, and this part right here, they were able to get a shutdown onto the Renekton, but this is RRQ's game. Very good response from the team. We were able to reverse that one. This was a messy fight right here. Yaro did go onto the backlines, but Hex was just fast enough and survives with that Janna, and this was the downside from this game. From that point on, it was downhill for GrindSky, as they will get aced in this fight, and because of this, the lead just ballooned to 10k after that.
It is Infernal Drake acquired. That is additional damage. I gotta hand it to Bo, though. His bubbles were really, really good. It's just that there's not much follow-up, just because most of the lanes practically couldn't, you know, get by. And I feel like Yato was one of the best players in this game for GrindSky. He tried his best just trying to eliminate Marky, but again, he needed that Rabadons to be highly effective. He needed that Zonias as well to be more confident in diving the fights, or else his survivability will be pretty much null and void.
Yes, definitely. Here is the push on the bottom side. That is a very big win by Hyde, and at this point, it was 5 versus 3. Nothing much GrindSky could do at this point. RQ just went for the juggler. They smelled blood. They went for the kill right away.
Yeah, Chaz, master of the match. He smelled blood. He saw champions with Twin Shadows, and he just went for it. He was legendary. Look at that KDA though, 15 and 83% kill participation. This guy is huge. He also opted for the Cyrildus Grudge, which I think Marky also opted for that. So a good utility on the board to just, you know, make auto attacks much easier, just because you slow people down after using an ability, and as well as that armor pen is just such a huge value. And Chaz is the man. Again, this guy, he claims your jungle, and that he owns that whole territory, and this is this guy's play style. And for game number 2, I assume if the Kha'Zix isn't banned, then oh well, Chaz might pick it again.
Yeah, if you ban Kha'Zix, we saw how scary Chaz's Rengar is also. So it's a case of choose your poison at this point for what do you call this, for this RQ for GrindSky. It's gonna be a very hard draft for them in game number 2. Hopefully they are gonna be able to look for a solution for Chaz, as Chaz is just putting on a clinic right now in this game number 1.
He's flexing that he is definitely like one of the best jungle assassin junglers, by the way, in the Philippine scene so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing him shine even more. But of course, it's GrindSky, of course, back into that drawing board. What can they pick to weaken RRQ state? Because as we've seen last week, Bren couldn't do it, Liyab couldn't do it. And for GrindSky, you know, I wonder what else they have in store. Their pocket picks to bring up in their second to the last game, actually, and series-wise.
Yeah, let's try to review the draft. Let's see if there is something that we can maybe think of for GrindSky to adjust in game number 2. The bans again were Gragas, TF, and Lee Sin. That's a good ban right there on the Lee Sin, but then again, it opens up the Kha'Zix for RRQ. Would you rather give Lee Sin over the Kha'Zix this time?
That's actually, yes. Actually, I feel like Lee Sin has been I think he's strong when the players are very comfortable with Lee Sin, but so far it hasn't exactly been the primary jungle go-to pick anymore. But the thing is, if it's a Renekton red side first pick, most of the time you fear the Renekton Lee Sin. priority over that
True.
side. So that is the reason why we want to pick up. We're not going to first pick Renekton, but that's the reason why we want to ban this Lee Sin. But the thing is, they banned out the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate has been a huge assistance to a Renekton's growth at top side, because when level 5 comes, you activate Destiny. They remove that away from Helios. But what is the other solution? What is the other semi-global ultimate in the game that can help assist the rest of the squad? The Galio. So this is exactly what Helios has picked up, and they've managed to utilize it so well. And the thing is, they didn't even need Helios at that time. Helios was basically on babysitting duty for Chaz. Whenever Chaz would find a target, he goes in solo, get that isolation as well. Then comes in the hero's entrance. And it's just a perfect formula again that our RQ has been using time and time again.
True. One thing I can think of, one adjustment right here is do not give Renekton onto RQ.
Yes.
You saw how strong Hyde is on that Renekton. So at least don't allow that to be available. Maybe you can get it for yourselves if you have Renekton under your champion pool, or maybe this one. Don't pick Garen. Go up against Renekton. All right. Once Renekton has the Bork, it's just gonna be a shredding party for the Croc. So I'm not really fond of Garen going up against Renekton. Even in solo queues, it's not a very good matchup.
It's again, the way to fight against a Renekton, based from what we've seen so far, at least in the group stages, is the level 1. The level 1 is so important against the Renekton.
True.
You have to win that level 1. You have to whittle him down as much as you can. What happened in that lane there is that, unfortunately, Majo got one tower hit at level 1. He was in range of the tower, and basically right there and then lost the 1v1. You know, Hyde took advantage of this and then pushed his lead even more.
True.
And didn't even need the help of Chaz, didn't even need the need of Helios.
Right.
And with that, maybe Garen, the great neutralizer, may have fallen from grace just because there's just perhaps there's another option. We saw back in Team Secret has played the range carries at top side. We've seen Kaisa 2 weeks ago. We've seen Lucian as well
going
at
up
top side.
Right.
Exactly. So maybe it's another world that we're excited to see at top side, a Renekton versus range matchup, because back in League PC, it didn't really end well for a Renekton in a range matchup.
True. That's how you neutralize Renekton. Right now, one of the best champions really who can go toe-to-toe with a Renekton is the Camille. But Camille is usually banned this time. So it's going to be very hard to match up against Renekton. Fiora may have a chance, especially in the early parts of the game. But if ever Renekton gets that snowball, it's going to be very scary still.
Yeah, it's Hyde. It's Hyde on that Renekton.
True.
So I wonder what GrindSky decides to do this time around. I really like this Corki Nami rotation though. I think my biggest concern was, why wasn't it Lucian Nami instead on this rotation?
True.
And they decided to opt for the Corki. Maybe they wanted to aim for pokes. Maybe they wanted additional safety, better range. You're out of range of any of these relatively shorter range, because of course Riku, they're melee. So maybe that is a comfort pick for sure when we look at tactical. But looking back at Tactical's pool, he can play everything. He played Tristana, he played Misfortune, he played even Graves, I believe, in the summer season. So I guess out of all his champions in his pool, he wanted to play this Corki, and I see it. Big range, still affected by the 2.4 changes. And that is, so far what I've seen in their second rotation in blue pick.
Right. Yeah, the game of the Lucian for a Corki, I would say just give up the Lucian, just ban the Lucian instead if you're not picking him. If you want to go for the Corki, at the very least, you deny a very strong pick on the opposite side. That could be something that the GrindSky can do in the next draft. But we'll know for sure in a bit. But anyways, on the last part of the draft, again, the Garen, I'm not really a big fan of that pickup, knowing that he's going to go up against a Renekton, and then you have a Xin Zhao jungler, not a fair, I would say, compared to a Lee Sin, it's not really good for the early game pickoffs. But Xin Zhao has the power spike really for the first objective, so that's still very useful. But going up against a Renekton, you're a Garen, you will need control on the top side if you really want to win the Baron lane. So that could be something that you can adjust in the future, because right now Renekton on RRQ is just scary. You saw how dominant Hyde was on the split push, on the side pressure. He didn't leave. There was not enough pressure to really push Hyde away from the map. So that was how comfortable Hyde was in the jungle and in the bottom side of GrindSky's map.
Yeah, no one can really deal with him. Again, I believe he was the highest level over Majo there on the Garen. He was 2 levels ahead. So, GrindSky had to invest resources, maybe a 1v2 situation, maybe a 1v3 situation.
Right.
But that's too much resources, and Baron was on the line. And they wanted to make sure that they were near the Baron in case they want to steal, in case they want to contest, in case that any of the squishy members might be low health, and that's the time that they can swoop in and win the fight. But RQ did not give that situation at all. And looking back on the picks, this Janna pick, I mean, I remember me and Infinity were discussing this, that I feel like, Nami is one of the best champions with the Staff of Flowing Water, just because you pick up Airy, you have the shield, you have the innate heals on her ability, and you just procs everything almost all the time. Sure. For Janna, of course, the Monsoon as well as Eye of the Storm will definitely help. But it works out still for the Lucian. The Nami have been denied. Janna is still there, available for the disengage, as well as all that ability haste that you wanted to give to that Lucian.
All right. So, speaking of adjustments, we are going to be seeing the adjustments GrindSky is going to be doing for draft number 2 as we enter the champion selection screen, brought to you by Riot Go. Lee Sin is going to be the first ban, and so is Camille on RQ's side. Looks similar.
Like the same bands, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's looking like a similar situation where the Senna RQ doesn't want to do that, doesn't want to let that out of the rift. Yeah, Gragas or Kha'Zix or Akali. Oh, all right. Okay. They decided to go for this. Now, if they're not going to ban the Renekton, they take it. GrindSky, will Majo pick this up perhaps? Looks like that's going to be a no. Gragas is open.
All right, Gragas is going to be first pick for GrindSky Esports. For sure, you're going to go for the Renekton once again. And there we go. Hovering over the Renekton is Hyde. And again, the Galio. Power picks right here. 1 power pick so far for GrindSky. They have the Lucian available. They have the 6 available. So let's see who they are going to be picking right here.
Pick Lucian Nami in this rotation for GrindSky. Lucian Nami, I feel like, well, RQ can fall back into the usual. They can opt for the Corki matchup. Of course, you outrange again the Lucian, especially once you get
Denial.
Meng. Is he gonna? Oh, he's gonna challenge. Yes, he's gonna. It's just too bad that Rengar is banned, so we can't see the Kha'Zix and Rengar matchup. But Kha'Zix, rather Kai'Sa, is gonna possibly get picked up by Tactical. This has been a staple by Marky, actually, back in the summer season. And looks like the Lucian Nami may be available for RRQ.
Lucian will not go through. It's going to be Corki. They're hovering over Corki right now to go up against the Kai'Sa. I like that. Oh, but they're going to go for the Fizz first. And this is RQ flexing now. They're going to go for... I think this is going to be a jungler Fizz or...
Could be. It could be. It fits the bill. It fits Chaz's playstyle. He wants to be an assassin jungler. Right. Unless this is Helios in the mid lane. And then we get to see Hex on the Galio support. And we could possibly see another jungle pick. But Zed is going to be in the mid lane. And now Darius as well for top side. Gragas
mid Renekton.
Oh, it is. We'll see. It still could be a Fizz jungle, just as you mentioned. You're right.
Yeah, right.
Unless Helios, Fiora. He played that in the summer season.
Right, he did.
I love it.
Interesting. But yeah, this is RRQ. This is what we talked about. They have the confidence right now, and they already have game number 1. And with the confidence in that game 1, you are allowed to experiment in game number 2, not really give off so much information for the entire competition. So this is them trying out something else and showing the competition that they can go with this. There we go. Renekton, Fizz, Fiora, Lucian, Galio. Still a very, very good lineup right here. GrindSky is going to go for the Darius going up against a Renekton. That could be, I would say, pretty almost equal. With Kha'Zix on to the side of GrindSky, this is going to be very interesting. Who will have the better Kha'Zix game? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Rift. Welcome to game number 2. GrindSky Esports on the blue side. Once again, RRQ on the red side. Early game. Again, 3 champions here from RRQ just to help clear the wave, and these should be off to their lanes after this one.
They're just trying to get... Actually, it could be a lane swap. As we can see that Yato is already at the bottom portion of the map.
Okay.
And it is most likely a threat because Fizz, you know, Yato, it's already a -1 in the death mark. He can't exactly put the death mark on Chaz because of, again, the way that Fizz moves is he's able to sort of cancel that out. You prop the... what do you call this? Animation and invulnerability, I suppose, is the best way to describe it. So this is going to be a Fiora versus Zed matchup.
Right, definitely. Interesting. It's a 1-3-1 lineup for both sides. All right, at the top side, this is what I want to see from GrindSky. They want to get into Hyde's skin at this point in time, but Hyde was prepared for that. Will be able to escape. Still 0-0 rotation is going to be wasted on that Gragas.
That is going to be an attempted gank for sure. Rather a 1v1. We talked about this before. Level 1 is very important. Level 3 is where Hyde is supposed to win.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, Kha'Zix is in the area. Rift Scuttler is already available. So we are going to be seeing that in the map. All right, I think Hyde spots this one out, but Meng will be able to sniff that one out, and Meng will get the first blood. At the very least, this is going to GrindSky. You mentioned that earlier. You need to take over this early game, especially up against a Renekton, and so far so good for GrindSky Esports.
That's what, twice today where that brush where, you know, top laners in general wanted to port back and then they get killed by someone. And it is unfortunate, but that's definitely GrindSky welcoming that they get first blood. Especially this goes to Meng on this Kha'Zix. So they definitely want more gold on the board for him to be extra effective on this scary cockroach, I suppose. Even getting that Krugs? No, he's not getting the Krugs. He's just standing on the brush. He's waiting for something.
All right, at the top side, once again, Bo is going to be here, and so is Meng, but Hyde is quick on his feet. This GrindSky team right now is focusing on the top side. They don't really want that Renek to really do a snowball for Team RRQ, and that's so far the case for GrindSky. They're doing it well, but they're spending so much resources on that, so that could bite them back in the later part of the game. Right? So 1-0, 3 minutes in, it's still GrindSky on top of this game.
Yeah, this is a complete reset for them. I mean, GrindSky, they were winless so far in the fall season, and this is looking to be like, we are unfazed. This is fine. We can get the early game.
Oh, the taunt is going to be connecting on to 2 champions. Chaz will be a tad bit too late. The Chum the Waters will not connect, and GrindSky will be able to escape with their lives in that initiation. But RRQ is starting to make moves all over the map at this point. This is good for RRQ. The top side, let's see, the stun is going to be connecting onto Majo. Majo is not going to connect onto that apprehend, so Hyde will go in for the fight, but so far it's Majo who has priority at the top side.
They wanted to get that level at least because Majo was 1 level ahead. They want this dive in though.
Yeah, and there it is. They are going to go in once again, but this time Hero's entrance is going to be there. The taunt is going to be connecting out to 3 champions. Oh my god, Majo has 3 champions on top of him, and he is going to go down just like that. Barky with a beautiful calling right there, and Bo takes a lot of damage right there too, and that's another kill for the Fiora, and this will open up the map for RRQ, and just like that, they are back in this game.
perfect timing and well read at that. Hex was already, lying in waiting for GrindSky to make the next attempt on Hyde's life. But this time, there's the hero's entrance, and then that triple man taunt from Hex was just so good. It's set up for the follow-up of the rest of our queue. They're able to get kills. They're able to get objectives as well, such as the Rift Herald. In the meantime, GrindSky, in response, this is a good consolation prize. We get the Dragon over here, the Air Drake for more of that roaming potential that they want to use to isolate members away on RRQ side.
Yeah, and that's very useful for GrindSky Esports. At the very least, they got the Cloud Drake, and we know that Darius is very dangerous. If he has movement speed already in the game, he can go into the backlines easy and dish out so much damage onto the backlines of RRQ. So that could be something going in favor of GrindSky Esports. Meanwhile, at the mid, pressure is on for both sides right now. RRQ will get priority, but there is not going to be any engage. Once again, RRQ does have the Rift Herald. They're going to be using it for the bottom side. So first turret is available right here. Hyde is going to be able to sniff the rotation out from the top side. So he's going to be okay. RRQ gets the first turret down. GrindSky will get a trade, but extra gold on RRQ.
Yeah, that's a 2k gold lead on RRQ side. It is not a significant lead just yet. But the biggest question is, will they be able to get Yato on the board? Will they be able to get Meng on the board as well? There's also the option of Majo also getting that snowball potential.
Well, that thought, I think there's going to be a fight right here. Big catch right there separates the team. And here comes the fight. GrindSky Esports will initiate it, but already off the bat, Hyde is already dead before he can do anything at that fight. Chaz will take a lot of damage himself, so will be forced to go back home, and GrindSky will come on top of that 1-0 trade, but it is the bottom side that is already very low at this point.
Yeah, it is. That Rift Herald doing a lot of work because GrindSky decided to, go towards the mid lane because RRQ was basically trying to force that out, and this is the response. They took a while in that fight. Now, basically, the inner tower is one blow away. It's going to be very important because there's the Infernal Drake. It'll be spawning.
All right, let's see a 2v2 action right here. Let's see. Oh, Frieza's going to be joining the fray right here. So this becomes a 3v3. This is more interesting at this point. Let's see. Bo will back away when they saw Chaz in the area. So that is a wise disengage right there. There's going to be a death bush right here. And that is Helios going down. GrindSky now has the numbers advantage, but Fizz will be able to play his way out of trouble. But that's still GrindSky evening the board at 7 minutes and 40 seconds in.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're checking or crossing out things that makes RRQ scary. Number one, isolate Hyde. He hasn't been getting the lane that he wanted. Oh no!
Let's see. Bo body slams in. I think that was a misclick right there. That can't be very sure. But Marky dishing out a lot of damage with the culling right here. They're gonna go for the chase right here. But here comes Majo, and here comes everyone from GrindSky Esports. Zed sends out ultimate onto Marky. Marky, he will be okay this time. So only one casualty. That's gonna be the support of the side of RRQ, and that they can live with that. Only Hex going down. But still, GrindSky Esports slowly chipping away from the lead. And look at that, just a 200 gold lead left on RQ.
Yeah, this is... look at that, though. Meng and Yato are mirroring themselves when it comes to build. So their spikes are going to be very similar. Especially after, I suppose, they get that Black Cleaver. And they're going to be absolutely scary. The Death Brushes are one of their keys to catch RRQ off guard. They didn't really see that coming. Hyde a little bit alone. Now, biggest question is who gets the Infernal Drake? Because this is very important. They want the damage. They want the extra damage. Right. Chaz wants that extra damage. Helios and Marky. There's just so many damage dealers from RRQ. Especially Hyde didn't exactly win his lane because he got camped 24/7, and now Infernal Drake has spawned.
All right, there it is. Drake is already being started by GrindSky Esports, but RRQ is in the area, so GrindSky Esports will not want a piece of that dragon just yet. Chum the Waters is going to be connecting right here, but no follow-up just yet because of the threat of Hex right there on the side Here we go. GrindSky Esports is just gonna slide onto the mid turret. They will get priority, and now they are back onto the Drake. Let's see, everyone wants to fight this time. Zed will go focus onto Chaz. Chaz already very chunked down, will not be able to join this fight effectively. Let's go, Meng. Hero's entrance is going to be used right here by Hex, but GrindSky Esports, Meng is already dead, but 2 champions on RQ though. GrindSky is already winning this one. Kaisa gets a double kill, so that's very good for Tactical at this point, and now they are headed towards the Infernal Drake, and they will take this as their reward. GrindSky Esports winning this one at 10 minutes in.
Exactly, this is absolutely insane because we are so close to seeing, again, remember, RRQ, undefeated, even when it comes to games. And GrindSky is doing it. We talked about that before. What are the potential weaknesses? We haven't exactly seen. But looking at RRQ, losing, 2 fights in a row, and GrindSky coming up on top. This is something to take note of. Meanwhile, RRQ, I believe this is the first time you've ever seen them hesitate in the fall season. And this is such a huge, huge deal, especially GrindSky, winless so far in the fall season. They are very, very close to making this statement, at least for this game for now.
That's what I like from GrindSky right now. They're not giving up. They're hungry. Even if this is just a win for them, they are doing their best at this point. We saw the adjustments in the early game, and it's doing well for them at this point. And now they are up 2K in this game at 11 minutes in. That Infernal Drake that they got earlier, that's going to be paying dividends for them the later parts of the game, because if you look at the game right now, we're at 11 minutes in. It's pretty even. So in the late, this will surely go into the late game, and that percentage increase in their damage will definitely help them in the next in the late game team fights.
Yeah, Tactical is going to be insanely scary on this Kaisa for sure, especially dubbed the late game queen is the Kaisa. So RRQ, they do have solutions for that, I suppose. They do have the Fizz, they do have Helios, but the biggest question is, will they be able to reach Tactical with so much safety? I mean, you have the killer instinct for the shields, and you do have the disengage coming from Bo. We'll see what the next step is going to be, because RRQ is now very reserved in this game. It's so different.
Outside. All right, hold that thought. Top side, Chaz, John Duwaris is going to be connecting onto Yato, but there's no follow-up right here. RRQ is not yet confident in their team fights at this point. But that's enough to really push GrindSky off of their aggression earlier at the top side.
That definitely, I mean, there's no summoner spells even used in the Chum the Waters attempt. And Helios pretty much stuck on split push duty. We'll see if RRQ can open up the map now, because looking at the situation, GrindSky, there's only Yato going at top side. They're setting up a death brush here, and I think they know what's up because they've already exited the brush.
All right, let's see. Zed will be here to try to defend this one, but it's not going to be enough. Top turret is still going to go down at the bottom side. Good pressure by GrindSky, and they're going to take a turret themselves at the top side. Good attempt by GrindSky right here. Void Seeker is going to connect onto Chaz, so they know where Chaz is, but RRQ will just disengage at this point. It was a very good setup right here, but GrindSky is very wise at this game number 2.
They keep moving around. They're trying to find targets here and there as well. If RRQ focuses on another lane, GrindSky is going to go to the opposite.
Right. But anyways, here, there is going to be a fight. Let's see, just testing everyone's firepower at this point. But yeah, very good point. Yato is doing his best on the split bush duty right here, but Hyde is doing his best to really respond on the opposite side. So really, it's a stalemate at this point. But still, it's a 7-4 in favor of GrindSky. Just a 1K gold lead, so this game is still really close at this point.
They're looking at their power spikes for sure. I mean, Marky would definitely need more. We'll have to see if that Navoris will follow suit. Chaz, though, I feel like he's set. He does have that Rabadons on the board already, and as well as a Lichbane. So, cycle through his skills, he's gonna definitely hurt, especially if you combine it. If the Chum the Waters hurt, so for that maximum damage output. Look at Bo, though, he's just standing around, being a human ward. But for now, Ocean Drake has spawned, though. This is the next fight. Helios, though, is at top side, so this is a 4v5 situation.
All right, let's see. This is GrindSky's confidence right now. Whoa, no, that's going to be a very good catch by Majo. The Charm the Waters is going to be used right there. Kaisa is going to take the Dragon down in favor of GrindSky Esports. Hero Interest is going to be used right here, but Kaisa is already dead. This is looking bad for GrindSky. They will have to run away. Bo already very low. Next target is going to be Majo. Majo will be taken down. Kha'Zix, though, has his eyes on Hex, but here comes Cavalry. Meng, try to run, my friend. I think it's gonna be okay. No, that is a very big chase right there by Helios, and Helios will take the jungler down. And would you look at that? It's another Oppo ace in favor of RRQ, and they will take the Baron, I believe so, as their dessert in this win. 8-9 RRQ.
I was wondering why Helios wasn't dying. He had the death stance on his inventory. Imagine 4 people attacking him and he is still pretty much alive and well and survived the onslaught of GrindSky's. Again, focusing as they focused him as his primary target. And he did a good job. GrindSky were very distracted because of Helios being there. The rest of RRQ can easily follow suit. And now GrindSky, despite having all 3 dragons, but losing that fight is definitely not a good sign. We're seeing now more items on the board as well. For GrindSky, triple Zonia's Hourglass. Just to see, not really just to see, just to try and counter it in case Chaz goes in, then you do have that Zonias to buy some time. Also, they're assassins, so if they dive in,
like this one right here at the top side, this is connected into the late game. Hyde will be forced to use the stasis right here. Hyde is still successful in taking down the top turret with the dominance. On the bottom side, there is going to be a catch right here. Let's see. Meng, you're in a tight spot, my friend.
word.
Oh, that's big damage right there coming from Marky, and they will take the cockroach down. There are 2 champions dead. On GrindSky Esports, can RRQ capitalize on this advantage that they have? Bottom turret is already down. They are now sliding onto the mid turret. Another champion goes down. No, that was Chaz going down, so that's something where GrindSky at the very least. Mid turret taking a pounding from the carriage right here. 600, 500. 400.
the cannon minion though.
Done.
Oh, it's still
there,
alive.
One more.
One more.
There it is. That is mission accomplished for RRQ. They got a 2-for-1 trade and 2 inhibitor turrets. That's a big paycheck going into their economy. Now we're looking at a 7K gold lead in favor of RRQ.
It was, this is the one of these exact moments of the tables have turned. In an instant, after the fight over that Ocean Drake, it just went haywire for GrindSky. And now RRQ, look at Helios, he's massive, 613 already. Even a Sterax, if the Death Stance earlier could, assisted in his survivability against 4 people focusing him down, and this Sterax will be, infinitely help him survive when GrindSky decides to focus him again. And now Sterax as well being picked up for Hyde. So now they're going to be those pseudo tanks that will just hammer down the front line and be that distraction as the rest, like Chaz and Marky, do their thing as carries.
All right, definitely. It's going to be very interesting. This Hyde right here is going to be very, very scary. At the top side, that pressure from Fiora with that split push is really scary at this point. And look at that. Elder Drake at 20 seconds. RRQ has control all over the map. This is going to be very scary for GrindSky Esports if they're going to get caught out right here. Meng is going to start the fight though. No, and RRQ Hex will just get away.
He's going to be fine, as they were afraid of the isolation, I suppose. So Hex readily ran towards his comrade to make sure that Meng doesn't get that damage bonus. Look at the fight, though, in the jungle.
Oh, Chum the Waters, and that's the power of stasis right there. It really nullifies the Chum the Waters power right here. But Bo is gonna be caught up with the Croc, but the Croc will not engage here. 1v1 action right here onto Helios. Helios, you are in the wrong side of the neighborhood, my friend. Slam dunk by Banjo, and that is Helios down. Numbers advantage in favor of GrindSky Esports. The Drake is gonna be started by RRQ. Oh, good zone right there by Marky. Let's see if this will go into the favor of GrindSky Esports. Chum the Waters is not going to be connecting right here onto the backside. Majo taking a lot of beating right here. But the Dragon is the focus of GrindSky Esports. But they're not taking it down so fast. Sonic is going to be connecting right here. And there it is. Bo goes down. And the fight will be messy. Stasis is going to be used right here. But Tactical, the death mark is going to be used. Also, there are 3 champions left on GrindSky Esports. This is a messy fight.
1v2,
only
1v1.
one champion left for both sides. I thought it was GrindSky who will come on top. But with the cleanup of Marky, that will even things out. 13 to 15. On the board. Minions! The Nexus. I think Darius has. No, I don't think so. 500, 200, done. That's game over. Are you kidding me? What was that, Riku?
Oh dear, it's the minions. What 5v6 situation with the minions on RRQ side. That is RRQ making a statement that they want to end this group stages with only 1 day left, and they're just so close to that undefeated streak on their way to the playoffs. And kudos still to GrindSky for that early game. They were able to put a little bit of hesitation on RRQ's side, but at the end of that day, after that Ocean Drake, it was basically go time, and things just spun out of control.
Right. So I was hoping they will win this game number 2. Definitely, it looked like a good game for them, especially in the early game. We talked about the adjustment needed by GrindSky Esports to really take this into game number 3. They were in that game plan. It was just a very costly fight at the middle part of the game, and RQ just got back into this game. RQ with the sense of urgency, never let go of the lead that they had. That's just a sign of how strong this team is. And there it is, Marky, with your MVP tag 3-0 to 6. Very painful Lucian here by Marky.
Yeah, it was not the Navoris that we usually see. It was, the Cyrilus grudge once more, getting to more of that utility with the slows after the abilities. And it definitely helps a lot because you've got 3-4 melee champions on your team, so this synergized well, not only for Marky to land more auto attacks, but the rest of his melee teammates. Of course, Helios, this is a good throwback. We've seen Helios on the Fiora back in the summer season, and it's so nice to see him bring it up again.
Right, definitely. So that was a 2 split pusher lineup for RRQ. But here we go. Oppo A94 plays of the game. Please break this down for us, Riku.
This is one of the fights where we talked about RRQ showing hesitation. Didn't seem like they were confident in that fight because, again, they didn't hide in the lead. He didn't win his lane. So therefore, RRQ didn't exactly have all the components to snowball that from that fight they're on. And this is one of those instances where we talked about how Helios was just 1v4ing everybody else, so stopping GrindSky from their retreat. And look how healthy he is, and then he picks up the Sterax right after. He's not letting people escape now. After that, he is on a killing spree, and I think this is one of the question marks, I suppose. This is the Elder Drake, and they basically kind of GrindSky trapped themselves inside the Elder Drake after this. And I think prior to this fight, Majo bumps into Marky, but he didn't apprehend. Marky was all alone. I felt like that could have been an opportune moment to kill the carry, possibly because you're a Darius, you're even in numbers anyways. But the minion waves, the mid lane and the bot lane were basically open.
I really thought Darius was going to be enough to really cancel those waves out, but it was just too much for the Nexus, too healthy of a wave. And that was game over from that point on. Here is the master of the match. It's going to be Marky on the Lucian with a KDA of 9.0. Kill participation is 60% on this Lucian. Damage per minute is 1,219. That's scary.
Yeah, he is absolutely insane on this Lucian pick. And I mean, he used to be the king of Kai'Sa. He used to fall into this Kai'Sa pick in the summer season. And seeing him shine on this Lucian pick as well is just an amazing to watch. And I cannot wait to see more of his picks, especially when we look at the playoffs. I know we're looking far into the future, but they're pretty strong. They're pretty much intact.
Definitely. So well-deserved numbers right here for Marquis. I wished I can see his Kai'Sa once again, because I really want to see how dominant he is on that Kai'Sa. But then again, Lucian is available. Why not get it? It was GrindSky who took the Kai'Sa that time, but Marquis just outperformed the ADC role in this games. Number 1 and number 2. So well-deserved Master of the Match tag right here. And there it is. Game number 2. I thought it was really going to the side of GrindSky Esports. What went wrong for them?
Yeah, it was a difficult struggle for sure. They couldn't follow in their lead. They couldn't prioritize targets as well. I feel like RRQ is so good at team fight juggling, which is where they blow their cooldowns and then reposition, stay out of sight, out of mind. Therefore, GrindSky is forced to look for different targets to prioritize on. And Helios has been solo split pushing all this time. Therefore, he has been farming gold without any problems. And that is the reason why at the end, he seemed pretty low-key, but during the Ocean Drake fight, he was almost unkillable because he had that death stance already, and then add in a Sterak. So he was beginning to be a ticking time bomb as well for GrindSky to deal with, alongside Marquis for sure.
Yes, I like the point. I love the Helios split push Fiora as a mid laner player. That shows you how deep this team is, and that's something for RQ. I feel like it was kind of messy for them in the early game, but I would say I think they just experimented this time in game number 2. That was why they're kind of sloppy on the earlier parts of the game. But experience-wise, they kept their cool, they kept their composure, and they got back the game. And once they had the lead, it was already game over for GrindSky Esports.
Yeah, it's definitely game over for them for sure, as GrindSky was. I mean, there's still tomorrow for them to attempt with their run to get that 75,000 Globe Cup points for tomorrow. And maybe for RRQ, they look pretty solid, and I'm excited to see how they would end tomorrow's group stages.
That's going to be very interesting. Hopefully, GrindSky Esports will be able to get a footing on the next day. But for this evening, that's it for our fights. But don't go away. We will be back as the panels will break the games for us. So don't go away for after the short break.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You're watching the Sea Icon series fall season, and RRQ continue their undefeated streak. They will take the last series of the day 2-0 versus GrindSky Esports, and they will add another 75,000 Globe Cup points to their already sizable winnings here at the fall season. Now, we're lucky to have with us a very special guest on our post show from RRQ. I believe we do have Chaz joining us, and we can ask him a few questions. This is actually the first time we get to interview somebody from RRQ, so I am excited. Hi, Chaz!
Hello po.
Hi, congratulations, and thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. First question, of course, we saw you guys during the summer season, and we were already impressed, and then come fall season, you guys look even better. What were the adjustments that you guys made from the summer season coming into the fall?
Nung una po, nung summer season po, nagkanda leche-leche po kami kasi yung mga player po namin na yung support team po namin hindi po nakakalaro dahil nga po kailangan po namin ng Mindanao representative para makapaglaro ng summer series po. And yun po, nung natalo po kami, naglaro-laro po kami, nagpatak po kami ng mga teammates namin para po magkaroon ng synergy. Ayun po, doon na po kami lumakas, naging confidence na rin.
So it was the adjustment and the team synergy. Well, I think it definitely shows with all of your games so far here at the fall season. Otolus, what about you? Do you have questions for Chaz?
Hey, Chaz. First off, congratulations. Big fan. Your play has been, up there right now during the fall season. Quick question though for the viewers: what's the story behind your IGN, and how did you get yourself into pro gaming?
May streamer po kasi na sikat na parang nakadiscover sa akin, yung Assassin Day po ba yan? Nag-stream po siya ng...
Oh my God.
Opo.
Yeah.
Tapos lalaro-laro po kami, naka-livestream. Ayun. Tapos bigla niya po ang tinawag na Chaz. Tapos tinulungan niya po kung makahanap ng team po. Ayun po.
Wow. I did not expect Assassin Day to be the founder or the
I know.
Thank you.
So hi Chaz, congratulations for the win. My question is, in terms of international professional players, who do you look up to?
Valdez po, sa EVOS Esports.
Ooh.
Champion po ng
Valdez.
Yeah.
Opa.
That is a good...
You have a very good choice right there, right?
Yes, indeed. And so I'm guessing, Chaz, you guys were watching the Summer Super Cup very intently, huh?
Opa.
Yes, indeed. And I'm pretty sure that, Oh, what was that?
Harap po nanonood. Summer Super.
Oh, I bet indeed. RRQ would definitely had their eyes on the Summer Super Cup because, of course, with your performance this fall season, it looks like, we'll be seeing you at the playoffs. And last but definitely not least, Chaz, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give?
Meron po. Shoutout, una po sa lahat, shoutout po sa pamilya ko at sa mga kaibigan ko po dyan. At shoutout po kay Ate Rico. Alvin po, sa boss ng RRQ. At saka sa mga fans po ng Indonesia, maraming salamat po sa suporta. At saka sa Pilipinas na rin po, dahil nung summer po wala pong masyadong sumusuporta sa amin. Tapos ngayon po, parang ayun po sumusuportahan na po kami. Maraming salamat po.
Definitely winning everybody over, of course, with your amazing performance here in the fall season. Chaz, congratulations to you and the rest of RRQ. You guys can sleep very, very well tonight, and we will see you guys tomorrow. And expect, of course, more great things from you guys.
Okay po. Ay, pwede po pala mag-thank you. Sa,
of course.
Sa Riot po at PPGL at pati Globe, Mineski po. Thank you po sa kanila.
Yes, indeed. And thank you, Chaz. Thank you so much. Hope you
you.
have a good night, and congratulations once
Ay
again.
po, thank you po.
Congratulations.
Ay po.
GGS.
All right, that was Chaz from RRQ giving us some interesting insight. And actually, yes, thank you
That
so
was
much
an
to
easy
Globe
close
Telecom as well. Actually, we should bring Chaz on over here, and he can make our jobs a little bit easier. He got everybody. Yeah. Chaz, maybe we'll call you back. Well, of course, RRQ again, just really so dominant here. And he mentioned about reassessing sort of the team synergy that they had from the summer season coming into the fall, and it's really been working wonders. We see it in the way they move. Let's actually jump into the series highlights and check this out. Of course, with RRQ in that recent series, we see how well coordinated they are, and just how how they're really able to maximize each and every one of the roles, each and every one of the players. And it's just been doing wonders for this team, and it's just been incredible. And it's been such a testament to how they've been so dominant over here. And yes, check that out. That is Chaz himself with the triple kill.
That's 5 leaps! Oh my god! That's illegal, right? For him to be able 5 leaps off a fun clash, and that's the comfort that this player has on the Chazix, right? And this is game number 2. Game number 2, RQ went on to pick Fizz, and that makes sense because their composition doesn't have an AP champion in the mid lane. They opted for the Fiora, they opted for the Renekton, and they have a traditional marksman. That said, we saw an outcome, or we saw a game in where the damage profile wasn't really that diverse. RQ knew that, went for the Fizz. I would say it was still effective, right? In the end though, RQ persevered. RQ surrendered first Dragon, finally, out of how many games? But in the end, it's RQ coming on top.
Yeah, I mean, they still got the objective play in their hands. It's just that they kind of weigh in their choices. They also lose some of the fight, but technically, it is RRQ. They know how to play. They understand the game itself, and that's where it pointed out in even the minions and how many siege cannons was there, and that was only one Majo with an axe. And I really love how GrindSky showed the improvement. It feels like it is Action PH coming closer to Team Secret. This time around, it's GrindSky coming in closer to RRQ. There's so many spine busters that showed off coming in from the Triple H we've seen. They are fairly explosive for tonight, and it was really a good game for GrindSky, but it's RRQ. They are undefeated. They are on a 2-0 roll, and this is going to continue up until tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? I actually kind of want to have a meter of how many times I think Minion Esports has come out on top
Yeah.
for the fall season. I don't think that was the first. I think there was another, if I remember correctly, there was another series where Minion Esports came out on top. Good job to you guys, of course. And of course, we'll be checking out the results from today. And I believe for Group A, this will be especially interesting. Right now we have, of course, Bren Esports and Liyab Esports. Bren Esports came out on top, so I believe right now they are currently slotted in that second place, meaning that they are in the top two to advance into the playoffs. However, we still have tomorrow. But Liyab Esports, we'll be checking out the schedule a little bit later. Liyab Esports will be up against RRQ. It's going to be quite difficult for them. It will be an uphill climb for them, and I don't know. It's not looking good for Liyab Esports right now, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible right now. Team Secret, at least, sitting pretty over here with their win against UCFC Esports. They have secured that top spot for now in Group B, and will be heading to the playoffs as well for fall season. And, Audalus, what are your thoughts, by the way, on Action PH's momentous, the best moral victory that we've had here?
Yeah, congratulations! Hooray! Finally, that's Action PH for you. Again, this is a team that has been so hungry that they have been joining so many community tournaments even after they fell short during the summer season. And that is a very good indication that this team doesn't know how to quit, will really persevere out of their minds. And I'm just so happy for them because now they have that one win and they got over the hump.
Yeah, I'm really happy also with how well Action PH executed the battle against Galaxy Razor. Yamada and AIM really proved a lot in terms of their perseverance and hungriness, as they really stick out with their own team. A few, of course, overhaul or change up into the roster, but AIM's coaching is really providing them a lot of improvement.
Yeah, and it's just, we've been cheering for these guys since the summer season, so it was just so great to see them finally get that win. And I'm sure they felt really good about it too. I feel like, they're probably on a high right now, and they'll just take the games tomorrow, I guess, in stride and everything. All they know is that they won. They finally got that win. Checking out, of course, our Globe Cup points leaderboard, and I think this is where it's gonna get really interesting. Right now, of course, we have RRQ on top with that undefeated streak over here. Team Secret as well, securing that slot into the playoffs. We do have UCFC Esports not too far behind Team Secret with in second place, and we have this in Group A: Bren Esports and Liyab Esports. Now, right now, Audalus, is there still a way? Is it still possible, numerically, for Liyab Esports to actually contest that second place?
I believe so, but they need help. Okay, this is a time in where their destiny is not just on their hands, because if Bren Esports does win against GrindSky, then Liyab's chances is really going to go down to 0, because again, the magic number for you to reach the playoffs is currently at number 4. Now, if Liyab does get the win against RRQ and GrindSky defeats Bren, then we're talking tiebreakers.
Yeah, and remember, it ain't luck. It always has been destiny. And this far, this is what they needed. They need to, I believe, Liyab needs to call the superhero himself and the sixth man, the sleeping giant, that needs to play. Just so just to shake things up, might help if Exosen might be present, or this might be a good wake-up call for them, because we are closing into playoffs and tomorrow is the last day. But this is a tall order once again, because if you're going to check the match schedule, you'll understand more from there.
Yeah. Speaking of, let's actually check out the match schedule for tomorrow. And it's going to be the last day, ladies and gentlemen. It is the very last day, the very last chance for all of these teams to rake in some Globe Cup points and to make their final stand here for the fall season, at least for groups A and B. And we will be having Action PH versus UCFC Esports, and we will be having Galaxy Razor versus Team Secret right after, Bren Esports versus GrindSky Esports, and our grand finale, RRQ versus Liyab Esports. Oh,
That's the
this is
one.
looking spicy. This is looking spicy. What do you guys think about tomorrow's matches?
Match 3 and match 4. Again, if Bren wins that, then that means Liyab is eliminated. But if GrindSky rides the momentum that they have right now, gets to beat Bren Esports, then Liyab still has an assignment of beating the number one team right now in RRQ. So again, we mentioned how big of a game it was earlier, the Liyab versus Bren, and Bren really manhandled Liyab with a 2-0, just so convincingly.
And that's the reason why I'm saying it's a tall order for Liyab, for the reason that they're going to face an undefeated foe. And of course, let's say the tyrant of the game for now, because they are the undefeated team from all of the groups. So at this point, it will be a really hard task for Liyab, and there's so many questions coming in, but everything will be answered tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And oh wow, it's gonna be really, really difficult. It's really, really painful to say, to think that Liyab Esports wouldn't make it to the playoffs. But again, we still don't know. There is still, I feel like Doctor Strange holding up that one right now. doing that one out of 1 billion, was it? Yes, indeed. And we're gonna see indeed if that will happen. It's gonna make it really interesting. Nonetheless, you can be rest assured that you will be in for some hot Wild Rift action tomorrow. And again, don't forget to like and follow all of PPGL's official channels. We have, of course, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and on TikTok. And of course, for more information, you can check out www.wildrifticonseries.ph. And don't forget, we are on Twitter as well. If you guys during the broadcast, if you guys head on over to Twitter and use two magic hashtags, hashtag #CIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift, you could see your tweets featured over here on the panel segment. And of course, the PPGL community Discord server, hop on over there and you can interact with, of course, us talents, some players, some coaches, some special guests, maybe guests even from other Wild Rift series around the world as that is starting up. Again, of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom, because with Globe Telecom, you can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day. And of course, thank you to Oppo. Be ready to live life at full speed with the Oppo A74 5G. Empower your daily gaming with 5G connection, 5,000 milliamperes mega battery, and 18 watts fast charge. Go for that win streak and get the new Oppo A74 5G.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
What's your post, Trojan, of testing? I'm seeing your social media. But anyway, all right, help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab.
Speed.
This is not a test. This is proven, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
I'm sorry. That was... It's Osiris on coffee. Of course, you guys can also own an enhanced gaming experience like whatever Osiris is on right now on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, skill bubbles, and more. You can get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. We've come to the end of day 2, week 2, and tomorrow's our very last day for groups A and B, guys. So tomorrow, we find out our first half of teams that will be advancing to the playoffs. So don't miss it. Same time, same place, same channel, same panel. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, no, I promise. I can't guarantee that. I don't know. My name is Mika Fabs with Osiris and Autolus. And on behalf of the whole production, stay safe, stay healthy, stay sane. I don't know what these guys are on. Mask up, everyone, and see you in the Rift.
Bye-bye.